Hello, hello. What's up, everybody? Welcome back. Breaking news, man. Breaking news. There's a press conference coming up, and they're also saying, supposedly, reportedly, that the university shooter has been identified, according to Fox. Let me play this clip for you guys. According to Fox, identified.
Paul, I want to jump in for 1 second.
I really want to talk to the second person.
Yeah. So we are just getting some new reporting that was, I'm sure you saw earlier, but we can now report this. And this is coming from Brooke Taylor, also working this case. Providence police have identified the suspected Brown University shooter. And they are also they have a warrant. So we're going to hear more about this, obviously, in just a few minutes at this news conference. And they're also investigating a possible link between the Brown University shooting and the MIT murder. Paul, I know you were also aware that this may be coming, and now we are getting some confirmation that this is what we're likely to learn here a few minutes away. Paul, I want to jump in for 1 second.
I really want to talk to the second person.
Yeah. So we are just getting some new reporting that was, I'm sure you saw earlier, but
So if they've identified him, and if they're putting a warrant, I wonder if he's caught, because I don't think they'd mention it, right? Or would they mention it? So some big news coming up. They're saying they said the press conference was pushed back, but it looks like they're set up out there, so maybe they'll be starting soon. And they're also linking potentially saying this could be linked to the MIT professor that was shot and killed. What the heck is going on?
12 News Now with breaking news on WPRI.com. I'm Tim White. We've learned police are investigating possible ties between the shooting at Brown University on Saturday and the killing of a MIT professor 2 days later in Brookline, Massachusetts. A gunman opened fire inside the Barus Holley building at Brown University Saturday afternoon, killing 2 and wounding 9. On Monday, MIT professor Nuno Loureiro was shot multiple times inside his Brookline home. He later died at a local hospital. Target 12 has confirmed law enforcement is now examining possible connections between the two crimes and discovered evidence that could link the killings. In the meantime, the criminal investigation into the Brown shooting is very active on this Thursday. Check for updates right here on WPRI.com, coming up on 12 News at 4 and anytime on the free 12 Plus TV app.
Wow. So we're going to see what they bring up during this press conference. MIT professor. Wow. This article had said, for a second, that a senior law enforcement had told Target 12, kind of interesting name is that, Target 12, that federal, state, and local authorities are now examining a potential connection between two crimes. Multiple people familiar with the investigation said that they have discovered evidence showing that the two may have been linked. Wow. And they told us earlier that there seems to be no connection. Apparently there is a connection, and people were connecting those dots a long time ago on the internet. Yeah. Fix this Wi-Fi. Okay, so yeah, man. Oh, I'm kind of curious. Wondering what they're gonna say, what they got for us. Let me play this clip here too. Significant advance. This was from Fox 3 hours ago. That's what that had to say here.
Now entering day 6, police have released surveillance photos of someone who was seen near a person of interest, hoping this new person could help their investigation.
This is a person that we would like to speak with. We truly believe, based on the video footage that we have been watching for a few days, that may have relevant information to the investigation.
Does this person, this new individual, have anything to do with why the person of interest was seen running in the surveillance footage?
Again, I wish the videos could speak. We're trying to get those answers.
Retired NYPD Inspector Paul Morrow is in Providence. Paul, you are there. We have this map that we can put up on the board that Bill Hemmer walked us through last hour in terms of where this person of interest was prior to the shooting, after he left. And the blue area, that bigger area, that is the area of focus. Do you expect any breakthroughs today?
Well, Dana, I don't know if I can put it down to today, but I can tell you that in my estimation, they are making progress, however incremental. As I was talking about it earlier on the air, my sourcing is telling me that they've recovered live rounds, that is unfired bullets at the scene. Why does that matter? Because they're going to be in much better shape than the fired shells. And they are working DNA, they've told me that. And so the hope is that you can at least get to the point where you can do familial DNA if the person's not in a database. That's the technique we saw in Koberger, where you get...
Yeah, they said they found ammo. They found ammo at the scene. That's the other breaking news with the university shooter. They found ammo at the scene, and so maybe there might be some type of DNA evidence.
To a relative, and then you work to your principal. So the fact that they are working DNA confirmed and that there are live rounds at this scene, to me, that's a significant advance.
Okay, so Paul, we've been watching these press conferences, and Frank, I don't know how you feel about it, but we're starving for more information here. Brian Yennis talked to the mayor in Providence. I'll play a clip from that right now. Watch it.
We will certainly be doing a review to think about where we might need additional camera footage, but we do have a network of technology, including things like flock license plate readers, which are aiding in this investigation. And the men and women of this police department are now going door to door because many of the residences have cameras, which is partially one of the reasons why it's taking so long. We're continuing to generate good new video because we're looking through people's ring cameras.
Yeah, and they will continue to do that. I thought what the police chief said, he nailed it. We're dealing with 21st century technology, but it's going to take old-fashioned, old-school police work to figure this out. Now, you've been there. Do you agree with that?
I do, Bill. And, you know, relative to this second piece that they've developed, I have not heard that that person has come forward, which is a little bit of a mystery. I'm hoping that they have spoken to that person. I want to tease out why I think they're so interested. If you notice, they're being very careful of how they phrase their interest in him. They're not even calling that person a person of interest. They're just saying that's somebody we want to talk to. I think what they're trying to do here is, excuse me, is reassure that person. We're not looking to arrest you. We just want to talk to you, and here's why. When the perp sees that person, he runs full tilt like he's seen a ghost. It tells me that he might have feared being recognized, that these two might be known to each other.
That's interesting.
So if the police
I didn't think about that. That could be...
get to the second person, they may be able to say, even if the second person did not see the perpetrator at the scene, or when they supposedly passed each other in the street, if they show him the body type, some of the images of this guy walking, the perp, he's going to say, oh, I know who that is. But I can tell you they're pulling at a lot of things. There's some digital stuff going on. They're pulling the LPRs, license plate readers, as I said. And I can tell you this, the way they got onto this guy originally is that a delivery driver showed up at the scene and saw all the terrified kids from the school fleeing away from the guy in black with the mask on, and he gave that to the police right away, and that's how they got that initial video. So the idea that they haven't pulled any significant video, I think, is they had that video quite quickly. It's just a residential neighborhood. A lot of the people, I can tell you, the neighborhood seems semi-deserted. I think a lot of these people went south for the winter. They're trying to get that video, but I can tell you that, look, I've been in the middle of a lot of these. If I felt like it was stalled, I would tell our audience they're too sophisticated to shine on. I'm telling you that I think they're making progress, and I think they're going to get there.
Okay, good.
Paul, maybe just a last point here. Do you know if for the other people that were in the classroom at the time who were not injured, have they all spoken to police?
So the bad break they got there, Dana, is much like we saw in the Koberger case. Again, the school canceled everything for the rest of the year. The kids are terrified. They don't want to be here, so they all
go to
decamped
school.
to home.
Yeah, they're trying to, go back to school. Blah, blah, blah. And this person hasn't been caught yet. Nobody want to go back to school.
So now they have to do that tracking to try to talk to them. I know they've spoken to a lot of them, and they talked to some of them at the scene. That's a bad break. You got to do, you don't control these investigations entirely. People sometimes overrate the power the police have, but there's this. The study hall was announced apparently on an internal system that the schools use called Canvas. And that's sort of an internal Slack kind of system where the school talks to the students. Because it was announced there, they can do some very good digital work on that to see who hit that site and see if anybody was targeting this particular location because they're on that site and yet they shouldn't be. Now, it's possible the shooter was just targeting Brown writ large, walked into the building, was not targeting that particular room, but it was the first room he came to. We know all of those are possibilities, but these are all good leads, and that's why I say they're working a lot of fronts. That tells me progress, and I think that, as I said, it may take some time, but I do believe they'll get there.
Okay, hope you're right. Thank you, Paul. Good to have you back again today. Thank you, Paul. I'm Steve Ducey. I'm
Should be a pretty big press conference. Lots of questions about the shooter, the identification, the ammo, the link between the MIT professor that was killed. What in the F is going on? I'm gonna get to the chat in a second. Let me just update this. DNA. Well, they were saying that already. The DNA thing. That was on, I think that was the news segment. Let me play this.
Yeah, well, Rachel, we just heard from Ted,
Let's listen
and
what she has to
what
say.
he said is key here, right? There's activity right now in the state of Massachusetts when it comes to this investigation. Over the last few minutes, let alone hours, we've had multiple developments in this investigation. And I think something really to note here is that there were a lot of questions during the press conference yesterday, whether it was with the FBI or the mayor or the colonel of the department here. And a lot of the concerns were about phone data and community concerns about local business impact. Where is this person of interest? Where is the gunman responsible? And should there be fear, Rachel? That was a really good question there to ask, is should the community be fearful of where this person is right now? But I want to make the connection with what Ted just said. He said that there's activity in Massachusetts and that FBI is on scene. Yesterday, during that press conference, we were told by the FBI that all field offices throughout the United States were informed that this is a high priority case and that this person needs to be caught. So it's ideal that they are on scene right now where that activity is taking place. But there were also a lot of questions surrounding surveillance in this investigation. 1,200 cameras here on campus. We heard reporters ask as well, me as well, even our Litsa Pappas here asking, what happened with the camera footage? Where was this gunman? Did he enter from the front of the building, from the back of the building? A lot of questions still up in the air that hopefully could be addressed when that press conference does happen. Again, we don't have a timeline on when that would be, but you could imagine right now, Rachel, what it looks like outside of these doors as officials tried to gather and kind of connect the dots here of what led to that possible link between these two shootings. 2 students lost their lives here. 9 other students were injured. This has now gained national attention. The nation is grieving with these families just ahead of the holidays. So there's a lot of questions that officials need to answer here, and thoroughly, because there's a lot to unravel. Rachel. I mean, Rachel, we heard from someone who knew Ella Cook. Well, here's what I will say, Rachel. This is more of the chatter and conversation that we've heard. We're now on day 6 of this manhunt, and this is the most conversation we've had in this room over the last couple days. Obviously, because we haven't really gotten any leads from officials. We did get that surveillance footage, and we know that they're also looking for someone else to question in connection to that person of interest. But we really had little to no information that could lead to a helpful tip for officials. Now we have a load of information that they need to decipher through, right? And now there's going to be a lot of questions. What led to the link between these 2 shootings? What is the update on campus? And was surveillance part of this connection? You know, there's just a lot to unravel here. And like you mentioned, you know, now 2 families are preparing for an unexpected goodbye. We know that those 2 victims are Mukhammad Aziz and Ella Cook, and we know that they were 2 very involved students here on campus. So this grief goes very, very deep. And, you know, officials did say that a lot of agencies are part of this investigation. It is indeed a manhunt at this time. So for this press conference to be delayed, it's definitely understandable, but I do feel like it is going to go on for quite some time when they do have, you know, the capacity to come in here and address all of us in this room about what information they found, how they obtained it, and just what exactly comes next here. What are the charges? Have they spoken to the other person that they are looking for in connection to this person of interest? What exactly led them to now have activity in the state of Massachusetts? FBI on scene, like Ted just said. There's just a lot happening here. And like I just mentioned, day 6 of this manhunt. And on the 6th day, Rachel, is that we're hearing all of these developments. So you can only imagine the conversation that's happening behind closed doors right now. Whew. Thanks. You're the best. Thank you.
Wow, man. So we're waiting. Major press conference that got pushed back. Big announcements coming, I believe.
Well, I want to jump in for 1 second.
I really want to talk to the second person.
Yeah. So we are just getting some new reporting that was, you know, I'm sure you saw earlier, but we can now report this. And this is coming from Brooke Taylor, also working this case. Providence police have identified the suspected Brown University shooter, and they are also they have a warrant. So we're going to hear more about this, obviously, in just a few minutes at this news conference. And they're also investigating a possible link between the Brown University shooting and the MIT murder. Paul, I know you were also aware.
MIT murder. The MIT murder, the professor, his name is, stop for now, Nuno F. Gomez Loureiro, if I'm saying that right. A 47-year-old plasma physicist and a professor of nuclear science at the engineering at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT. Originally from Portugal, he began working at MIT in 2016, and he was appointed director of Plasma Science and Fusion Center last year. His research focused on plasma physics, advanced clean energy technology, and fusion science, contributing to efforts in sustained energy solutions. In January 2025, he was one of nearly 400 scientists honored by President Joe Biden with the Presidential Early Career Award for scientists and engineers, recognizing his groundbreaking work. Loureiro was a father of three, lived in Brookline, Massachusetts, a suburb of Boston. On Monday, December 15, an unidentified gunman entered his home on Gibb Street and shot him multiple times. He was rushed to a local hospital where he succumbed to his injuries. On December 16, the case is being treated as a homicide with no arrest made yet, and police are actively searching for the suspect. His death sent shockwaves through the MIT community and the broader scientific world. Now, law enforcement, they're saying that there's possible connections. That's what's being reported. And, 2 days before that, for his shooting, was the Brown University mass shooting. Multiple sources with the investigation have indicated that evidence has been discovered suggesting that the two crimes may be linked. Proximity and timing. The incident happened about 50 miles apart in New England, Providence, and Brookline within a short time frame, raising suspicions. In both cases, the perpetrators are unidentified gunmen who escaped after the attack. Surveillance from Brown shooting shows a suspect in dark clothing, a mask, and hat who has been casing the campus hours beforehand. The MIT killer entered the victim's home undetected and fled, with no clear footage released yet. I don't know. We're waiting. So the presser was supposed to happen at 4, but there's been major developments. It was pushed back. They're also saying here, there's a post, New York Times, authorities believe Brown University shooter rented vehicle that is the same make and model connected to the MIT professor. Wow. Wow. Steve Lookner posted that from the New York Times. So there's links. They've got to be on to this person. Let me play this clip here. Hold on 1 second. There's so much on my screen going on. Oh, wrong thing.
Development, a pretty big one here. 5 Investigates has learned that authorities have identified a person of interest that they believe is connected to both of these cases. The mass shooting at Brown on Saturday night and the murder of MIT professor Nuno Loureiro on Monday night in Brookline. They have identified the person, and there is an active manhunt now underway for this individual, but that is a huge development, breaking this case wide open.
Huge development. Again, we have police have identified a person they believe is connected to the mass shooting in Providence and the shooting of the MIT professor Nuno Loureiro, which this is the 6th day into the investigation of this, and this is the biggest update that we've received, and we're continuing to follow this. This all developed in the last 24 hours or so.
Yeah, that's big, man. That's big. I'm going to keep searching for whatever else this comes out before this presser. Oh, this was interesting too. Almost forgot. We got to check this audio out. I haven't listened to this yet. So this was posted earlier today, and they're saying newly uncovered radio transmissions from Providence police responding to the Brown University shooting reveals officers staged outside and delayed entry during critical moments, allowing the shooter to escape. What? Let's check it out.
I'm ready to go in. All right. As of right now, we have no other information as to where this person might be. We're going to consider that this is still active here. Any victims we encounter, we're going to send them the way we came in, that back hallway. We'll run them up. Your turn.
Any information from any of the victims on out?
I'm not getting anything right now, no.
Lieutenant, I don't want to interrupt you. Where do you want? SWAT guns showing up to me.
Front of the building. We'll rally up here at the front of the building. I need to take one guy off and go get the armored vehicle in case this goes somewhere else. Start it this way.
Courtney Level, I'm on the highway. What building are you at? I don't know any info.
Where's the building in the corner of Aaron Waterman?
Is there a car in the area 82 Fonz Alley, Fonz and Thea Street for an SP call? A white male in the area smoking a cigarette, acting too calm, says the caller.
I remember this audio.
Next, La Crappy.
Where do you know? I'm taking a look. We got the shooter. We believe we got the shooter. He's stairs back hallway in the bathroom. Put the fucking gun on the ground! Put the fucking gun on the ground!
Give me the
Location of that suspect.
downstairs in the bathroom. Is that the basement? No one else talk. Both guys are in contact. That's it. No meal.
Oh no, I remember we had the longer version of that. Steve posted that, but it didn't say anything about staging. They did not stage or sharing false information. Yeah, and this clip has gone viral. I didn't hear anything about them staging or whatever. And that clip, we've had that for days. We played that, and I posted it on the main channel a long time ago. While back, a couple days ago.
Sure. Testing 321. Testing 321. Stand. Hey Emma. Can I say what? Hey Emma, Brian and I are going to talk a little bit before we get to the MIT video. So we're just going to talk about what we've done from people. So I don't know if double box share or whatever that is.
I can hear you.
Yeah, so we'll talk about the MIT guy. We'll make it clear, but he has some stuff he needs to report, and then we'll make it true.
Sounds good. We're after Emily.
No answer.
We're going into the 4:30.
I know, but then yeah, but it's like
I don't know. I
was like, no answer.
You want to go through this? We have time.
Crazy times, man. Hopefully we get information. Hopefully they caught this guy. I mean, they've identified him supposedly and have a warrant. Unless he's on the run hiding. One step ahead of the cops. A couple steps ahead.
We don't have a specific time here just yet, but we have seen some of the officials beginning to arrive here to the public safety complex that the police department is on it. I need to see the podium, and we're still waiting out here to get. We're all gathered here to kind of wait for this response, wait for this answer, wait for an explanation as to why this press conference was delayed from 4 p.m.
I wonder if our Spanish friend is there. That guy that was flipping out the other day. That guy, no, my friends, tome you hiding something from me. That was going off the other day. I wonder if he's there today. Should be.
Again, I have no comment. information on that. But hearing from our sources, this investigation outside this room that's...
They always cut him off and end the press conference to start talking.
It's pretty quiet, but out in the field, he's working at rapid speed. And again, I can confirm with the Associated Press, according to a source that told me that they now have identified the person of interest they believe is that gunman. The IT's Brian Crandall has been working his sources this afternoon.
I don't care all you dad, man. I'm not going to stop.
Damn. Right, so we're investigating 4 o'clock now. News rockets here. Yeah, I think that Brian and I are pretty close to reporting a possible link there, but we don't have to get that nailed down. But let's talk about the MIT murders. This happened Monday night. We're talking about...
Okay, let's see what else is going on with this story. Everybody's waiting on hands and knees. Waited breath. Let's see. MIT professor. Oh, they got a nice view over here. Damn. Breaking from inside the Brown University classroom where 2 students, including Ella, were killed and targeted. Attack shows multiple cameras directly contradicting universities and police's claims no cameras existed near the shooting. Well, let's see. Oh, got a bunch of music. I think they argued that they only saw people running or something. They didn't see the shooter, which is just odd, but I guess this is inside the room. Camera. Oh, I don't know if that's a camera. I guess it's a camera, yeah. Oh, yeah. What the?
I do. I'm sure we're at a press conference. Well, you are. Oh, you know what? No, you know what? All my stuff, my whole life. No, it's okay. By the way, hey, just so you know,
All right, man. Let me see what you guys are saying. We're waiting. Gassy, crazy. I just saw your comment. B12, what's up, man? How you doing? Bansky, well, hey. Over 1,200 cameras on campus. I know. Hey, Melissa, how you doing? Yeah, they're saying there's connections supposedly related to the MIT shooter. Or, sorry, the victim that got shot, the MIT person that was killed. I want to see if we can launch this massively.
Hey, I'm bored trying to call you. No, they delayed the press conference. So, you can watch on my channel. Share it. But what's going on with you? What's happening?
Damn, the police chief, they're saying the police chief has some a wild history, a wild story, the police chief? According to Fox. Let's check it out while we wait. The shady past. Oh no, please, not again. Let's remove some of this junk here. Let's check this out. Let's see.
That is typical for that academic space.
So that right there is the mysterious campus safety chief, Rodney Chapman. Funny, we haven't really heard from him. Where's he been? Well, we just discovered the Brown University police chief isn't really a big fan of policing.
What?
He once said this: communities don't want policing done to them. How this guy came to Brown is a crazy story. He was the head of campus security at the University of Utah, and right after he was hired there, he was immediately suspended because he didn't have the proper credentials. Utah then told him, we're going to fire you or you're going to have to resign. What's it going to be? So Rodney resigned, and Brown said, we'll take you. And right before this shooting, Brown's police union issued a vote of no confidence in Chief Rodney. The chief's own men accused Rodney of endangering officers and creating a toxic workplace culture. Rodney should know the campus better than anyone. but all week he's been hiding under his desk. He's obviously completely unqualified. Brown's the most liberal Ivy League school, and they take DEI more seriously than safety. The school's been under intense pressure from the Palestinian students. The president, who was a no-show at today's presser, has been heckled for years by Muslim underclassmen. She always bends the knee, but they heckle her anyway. Over the summer, radical left human rights groups demanded Brown disable their security cameras so Palestinian activists could raise hell under the radar. Did they cave? We asked. No response. It's not just Brown. The whole city is a DEI mess.
Oh, no.
You know who else was at the press conference? The Providence City Council Chief of Staff is a genderless bisexual who was arrested for protesting at Trump Tower this year. Meanwhile, the police chief could be compromised. Turns out the chief's nephew was sentenced to 22 years in federal prison for running one of the largest fentanyl rings in Rhode Island. And Mayor Smiley promoted him to chief knowing his family was trafficking. Why would Smiley do that? Well, because Smiley and the chief speak the same language.
Whoa. Wow. Come on, man. Let's just love each other. No, that's interesting. That is pretty interesting. Come on, man. What, I don't know what that is. Is it genderless? I guess. Isn't that pansexual or something? No. Gender fluid? No. I don't know. Asexual? Alright, we go test this mother out. God, please don't cause no problems. Boom. Ah, beautiful. Just the way I like it. Sorry, that's creepy. Man, it's been crazy this last week, 2 weeks. Closer and closer to get to the holidays. It's been nuts. What is going on? People going crazy. People lost their minds. Just having fun. Ignorant sexual. Asexual, doesn't that mean you're not into anything? You're just, it's like, isn't it just celibate? Isn't that what we used to call celibate or something? I don't know. Or I guess you're not attracted to anything. Or you're attracted to the person because of their feelings and thoughts. I don't know. Oh, Daniel, thank you, man. Oh, yeah, if you guys could come out with the like button, I'd appreciate that. I should have said something earlier, but I was focused on fixing all this Comcast crap. Damn, okay, hold on. Let's see what Laura Loomer had to say. Laura Loomer made some comments on the Brown University shooter.
Why is it? Why is it that, 5 days after the shooting, we still have no information about the shooter, no name of the shooter, no information about a motive, no camera footage, no nothing? And yet people want to know why Brown University is scrubbing their website of all mention of Mustafa Karbush. And when we ask about it, when people are asking questions about Mustafa.
Be careful. Somebody got a call the other day and we covered it. Somebody got an anonymous call and the person was saying that people are going to get sued. They're going to be looking to sue people that called out this guy.
Karbush of the Attorney General and the president of Brown University, they're getting explosive responses, explosive in terms of temperament, not in terms of, the content of the information being released, explosive and a very emotional reaction. Like, why are you asking questions about this? How dare you ask a question about a Muslim student? How dare you ask? It's just very weird. It's almost like Democrats have more of an allegiance to protecting minorities and protecting Islam and the LGBTQ community and protecting DEI initiatives as opposed to actually enforcing the law. They seem more concerned with defending the privacy of this Muslim student than actually trying to find out who murdered 2 students on campus. So very, very disturbing. As I said, President Trump's about to address the nation. However, before he addresses the nation, I wanted to take a moment to play some of these clips. And we're going to get into this more extensively after the president addresses the nation. Still don't know what he's going to be speaking about, but let's play clip number 20. The Rhode Island DEI police chief, who barely speaks English, saying that they don't have any information on the shooter. Just absolutely unbelievable clip here. Notice too how he obfuscates answering the question when asked, what did the shooter yell? If you've been following my reporting on this and you've been following reports in general, you know that witnesses said the shooter shouted Allahu Akbar. And I have been told by my sources on the ground that the Democrat officials and law enforcement in Rhode Island have been instructed to not talk about what the shooter said, which is Allahu Akbar, to not mention Islam, and to not mention any radical left ideology, because these people are more dedicated to their cult of personality within the radical left.
Yeah, that's been a big point of contention. What was yelled when right before the shooter started shooting? What was yelled? And people were saying reportedly Allah Akbar or Alu. I guess she says Alu Akbar, whatever. And then I saw some news reporter had said that he had heard that he was talking to these people and officials, and behind the scenes he had heard that the witnesses were giving conflicting reports about what was yelled, which is kind of crazy to me. Why is there conflicting reports? I don't know. And so that's supposedly why they haven't said it, because they haven't been able to confirm exactly what it is. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was that, Allah.
Then they are focused on law and order and actually delivering justice to the victims and their families, who are, I can imagine, consumed by unimaginable grief right now, having lost their loved ones right before the holidays. Just absolutely terrible. Let's go ahead and play clip number 20.
Now, there's a report the shooter yelled something right before his shot came in. Could you tell us what that was?
Yeah, it's part of the investigation, Johnny Mukja.
Now, the only reason I asked that, though, is, for instance, with the Unabomber, his brother recognized the writing. So it's possible a friend or family member might recognize if the person said something that was significant.
Correct.
That's why you don't, other than the 9mm, is there anything else inside that auditorium that you could tell us?
No, that's correct. And listen, like I said earlier, investigations will bring us to evidence that we need to collect in order to be able to prosecute.
Okay. I'm being tagged in a couple things. Hey, Murray, how you doing? So Ted Daniel, he's a reporter. I don't know with who. I thought he was a reporter. Ted Daniel. I'm pretty sure he is. Emmy, Murrow, and Harvard Goldsmith citation recipient, beach skiing, nonfiction, golf, aviation, travel, leisure, source protector. I don't know. I'm pretty sure he's a reporter. I thought he was. But he had said that a law enforcement source tells me that there is an activity in Massachusetts right now related to the manhunt for the Brown University shooter. Could the shooter stay out there, live out there or something? There was a report earlier saying that supposedly the person that shot, the MIT person, rented a vehicle that matches a vehicle with something to do with the Brown University shooting. Could that be the holdup? Or they're going to arrest this person? Police still scouring neighborhoods near Brown University as word gets around. The person of interest has been identified but not located. Oh, shit. And now renewed questions if, in fact, the Rhode Island mass shooting is connected to the MIT.
Turns out the chief's nephew was sentenced to 22 years in federal prison for running one of the largest fentanyl rings in Rhode Island.
Wow, that's crazy. You can't make this up. It's like out of a movie or something. Wow. Wow, this lady. So Brooke Taylor, this lady, she seems to. I gotta follow this lady. She's a Fox News correspondent. This lady gets like the inside scoop a lot of the times. An hour ago, she posted, Providence police have identified the suspected Brown University shooter and have a warrant. According to my sources, police are also investigating possible link. And then under that, she posted, sources tell me he's in his 40s. Let's see if she's posted anything else. No, that's it. That's all she's posted for now.
CBS News has learned that a person of interest has been identified in the deadly Brown University shooting, and officials are searching.
With that being said, we're going to continue to collect evidence, and if it leads us to something to that nature that's going to be extremely helpful for us to identify somebody, we'll be the first ones to put it out.
Alex, follow up on John's question. Did the suspect yell, like has been reported, and there's been some erroneous reporting, but did he yell when he came to the classroom? And how valuable have witness statements been from those who survived?
Listen, like, my heart goes out to the victims, it goes out to the families, and I'll tell you that their cooperation has been extremely helpful. And that, with that being said, we'll continue, and I'm going to respect the fact that, and I hope that they get better, and my heart and soul goes out to them. So,
did he yell though?
So that's something that we're investigating. We took statements, and we have to confirm that.
So, Mayor, quite a few questions for somebody. We're gonna wrap it up here.
We're gonna wrap it up here. Allahu Akbar. Cut the script. Not allowed to talk about that. Press conferences it's officially over. Finale. No mas.
All right. Still waiting here. This is a nice read too. I'm gonna keep couple of alternate feeds just in case it goes bad. Have a nice looking one though. Maybe they're working on something, man. That's why they're holding up the press conference. The heck? Where did I get this from? Another update from the same friend of the Brown University suspect. Oh, the same friend on the Brown University suspect. The second person of interest, reportedly homeless, told police the shooter had been scoping out the building for the past 13 days. Wow, if that's true. This image that's going around, though, that they're using, let me show you this one. I believe this is AI. I talked about that yesterday. This is AI, I believe. The enhanced version. I don't know. I wouldn't really trust this one particularly, but somebody here said, this is a biological woman, and my team believes they know her name. So put it up. Well, I guess you should have put it out there, yeah, in case it's the wrong person. The clearest picture of the Brown University assassin. It's time to ban face mask. Oh, there was a video. Let me see if I can show you guys. If I can find it, first of all. Hold on. There is a video that I wanted to share at some point. I forgot. I bookmarked it. Let me see if I can find it, because my bookmarks are a mess. There's been so much going on lately. It's just It's like I don't know how to describe it, like some type of garage sale or something, or one of those, what do they call those people? Those hoarders, like a hoarder's house or something. I found it. So this guy, and I had a thought about what he said, but this
It's
guy
driving me crazy that no one is talking about the fact that the reason that guy was able to walk onto Brown University, shoot students, and then just walk right off and disappear without anyone stopping him or saying anything is because this is how your standard ICE agent dresses. People probably thought that's an ICE officer.
Thank you, Kathy.
That is the problem with federal agents covering their identities and faces. This is unacceptable, and yet everyone has just gotten used to, and it has been normalized.
If you ask me, because he's saying the ICE agents dress like this, which they do cover their face. The COVID people started this shit. What are you talking about? It's the COVID people.
Has just gotten used to, and it has been normalized that, this might be an ICE officer. Well, actually,
no, it's just somebody wearing a mask to cover themselves from COVID. Criminals love that shit. They've been loving it.
it was a
for
mass
years.
shooter. It was a serial killer. And now we don't know where he is because people probably let him walk right by them because they didn't want to get involved because they probably thought, oh, that's an ICE agent.
I mean, they wouldn't say anything to him anyway. Who's going to intervene that? I mean, I think people like that are normalized and don't stick out anymore because of COVID. Everybody was dressing like that, and people continue to dress like that. It's easier for these people to blend in. Yeah, look at his eyes, though. Oh, serious. Got those eyes. I saw that. Thought it was kind of interesting, but y'all started that shit. Helicopter view. We find one. Well, that if they really do have the place somewhere surrounded or a scene, that would be interesting. They're still covering the plane crash too. Sad plane crash. I don't know. Coding. Thank you so much for the. I'm not sure what country that is. ARS, but thank you for the super chat. I think it's like 10. But thank you so much, Mr. Ikemel. Do you think the attack was deliberate to the girl in brown? She was an activist. I didn't know she was an activist. What are your thoughts on that? Thank you. I saw some people think that it has to be her, the target, even though the other guy that was killed, he's I don't know what is. Isn't he like Muslim or something? I don't know. The other person that was killed. Some people were like, oh, maybe he was just collateral damage. I don't know. Because then now if you factor in this MIT guy, the professor, what's his connection? And do they know each other? Or were they all like, I don't know. And the place that this guy targeted just happened to be the place that barely has cameras outside too. Like, I mean, it seemed like they had intimate knowledge. So the Brown University shooter still runs loose. You need to hear this story. Rental car. They're talking about the rental car now. I'm going to see if I can find a live feed of this where they're talking about these updates. Or I don't know if they're just doing news. They might be just doing news hits while they wait for the presser. Betty Black, thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate that as well. Thank you for the 20. And Kathy, thank you for the membership. Texas Bully Mom, I missed your super chat. I don't think you're in the chat now, but I missed you last time. I'm sorry. Thank you so much for the 10. I have to go back and look at your message. Let's see, Texas Bully Mom. Okay, just want to say thank you for being on top of all the events. Merry Christmas. God bless you and your family. Merry Christmas to you, too. I think I have your DMs on Discord. And then Sunshine Susie, thank you yesterday, I believe. Thank you for the super chat as well. That was really kind of you. streets. Oh, there we go. I don't know if the lady was targeted, but I did see people on X believing and feeling that she was targeted. But if she was the target, why shoot all these people? I don't know. I mean, well, I guess sometimes people have one target, but they shoot everybody else too. They're just like, F it, I guess. Take as many people as they can. Infinite Blade, thank you so much. 9 months. And the gift, thank you. Press conference is an hour late. That's okay. Charizard, thank you for the 2 months. You remember, Merry Christmas and a very Happy New Year. Merry Christmas. I know it is crazy, the news. I mean, I was just complaining like 2 weeks ago or a week ago, like, oh, it's kind of slow, blah, blah, blah. And look how just crazy it's turned out to be now. Oh, yeah, I gotta do...
Merry Christmas and a very Happy New Year.
Thank you. I got to do some videos for the It Can Melt Clips page. I've been posting more there. And the channel, the second page, is actually doing really well. So if you want to check out extra videos and stuff, short videos, if you don't have time to hang out or whatever, you can check out the shorter videos on It Can Melt Clips. Ooh. Interesting. When was this posted? About 10 minutes ago? Oh, okay, let's check this out.
Merry Christmas to you and Maddie.
Thank you. Wow. Lisa Marie. Oh, how you doing? 30 months, amazing. Merry Christmas to you too. Let me show you guys this new article. She's doing great, by the way, though. Thank you so much. Damn, I lost the shit. I gotta stop. Let's see. So, according to Nerdy Addict, vehicle associated with the MIT shooting has been located by the Mass State Police. Gray Nissan Sentra, located in Salem, New Hampshire. So they're making a lot of progress. That's probably why this presser is being delayed so much. Trying to find the other tag. Damn. They found the person of interest that was in proximity of the shooter, they're saying. I'm trying to... Where's that article?
Information.
Yeah, I was just speaking to a law enforcement source who tells me there is activity going on right now in Massachusetts related to the manhunt for the Brown University shooting suspect. And I'm told that the FBI is involved in that activity. I didn't get much more than that, and we certainly want to be cautious, but that is what we've been told, that there is an ongoing right now current effort to catch this person in Massachusetts, and we're trying to figure out and pinpoint exactly where. But that is brand new information that was just shared with me a short time ago. As we've been telling you, this has been unfolding all day very, very quickly. That source also saying that the reporting about a possible tie to the MIT shooting is accurate, that they are looking at that, and that is something that has certainly ramped up today. Initially, they weren't sure if there was a connection there. In fact, they discounted it, but now I'm hearing that, yes, that there does appear to be a connection, and this may have wider tentacles than anyone could ever imagine. We're hoping that this capture will be made, and we will get all that information, Rachel, to understand what has been unfolding over the last several hours since they identified the shooter sometime, I'm told, last night.
Wow, it is starting to appear bigger than first perceived. The residents in Rhode Island, the Brown University community, when this began and this incident happened on Saturday, the last 6 days, they've been on edge, they've been scared, nervous, and now this investigation has been brought here to Massachusetts. Ted, have you been in contact with law enforcement officials? Should Massachusetts residents be afraid at this point? Because viewers who are watching this, that's probably what they're asking in their heads.
I haven't heard that in those terms, but always, yes, always be careful. We don't want to alarm people at all, but your normal precautions. I think in this situation.
So they're saying that the person that was captured on camera in proximity to the shooter has been identified and found, and they're being interviewed by law enforcement. This is that Target 12 article. Getting ready. Target 12. Let's see if I can find that. Target 12. They're live talking about it. Are they talking about this?
Sixth day of the investigation into Saturday's shooting, and still no one is in custody. Those living in the area say they simply want to see officials apprehend the person who is responsible, no matter the time frame.
Sometimes this is what it takes to find someone. You know, you want as quick of a resolution as you can have, but as we saw earlier in the week, you know, a quick resolution doesn't mean an accurate resolution.
Regardless of where and when the suspect is caught, neighbors realize a long period of healing is ahead of them.
We're going to get through this because we're a community, and we're a really strong community, and I think that's...
Healing is ahead of them.
We're going to get through this because we're a community, and we're a really strong community, and I think that's really clear. I mean, we're very much a united front.
And to offer a small piece of good news in the wake of this tragedy, one of the residents I spoke with told me it's been nice to see her neighbors coming together and checking in on one another as all of...
They're saying former North Carolina Governor Jim Hunt has died, his daughter says. Rest in peace. I haven't heard him before, but passed away.
The holidays and to recover from all of this. So while it is quiet out here, the emotions from the people who do stop by are still so fresh. Many still seem to be processing the severity of what happened. And you're right, the memorial continues to grow in size. Just moments ago, we saw a Brown student lay down a flag, placing it on the ground in front of a wall of flowers, each bouquet another person touched by this tragedy. The pictures of Ella and Muhammad, the two students killed, well, they brought tears to the eyes of mourners, their faces a devastating reminder of two young people taken from the world that they were just starting to discover. We did catch a brief moment of joy when Comfort Canines were brought in to tend to grievers, and they knew immediately who needed them. We also met a Brown alum who was wearing her emotions on her sleeve. She shared with us a letter she wrote to the victims.
E&M, when I learned more about you two, I realized how much you represented Brown and what makes it special. What sucks is you will never finish your journey as Brown undergrads. We will never meet at campus dance or at the local bars. My heart breaks thinking about all the people who knew and loved you. If there is an afterlife, I pray you are at peace. I hope it's like heaven. Your Brown family will never forget you. I wish I could hunt him down myself.
Very powerful. Now, as these new developments come down that we talked about at the top of the show, I want to share something that a community member told me earlier today, and that is that justice and healing aren't necessarily always the same thing. So while law enforcement
Okay. All right. Still waiting here. Waiting for the officials to come and tell us what is going on. This video clip is kind of funny. This one here.
We were asked.
I showed this yesterday. I mean, we're not too far from this reality, but this was kind of funny yesterday.
We were asking the public to please stop referring to him as the Brown shooter, as this has an inherently Islamophobic connotation.
No, it's actually
and
it's because of the university. It's not because of the
Brown because of Brown University, not because of the color of skin. Right. We are also asking the public to please stop posting photos of Mufasa Carmax. We would, for the sake of diversity, really like to pin this on a different ethnicity.
That's stupid. Supposedly they're coming for lawsuits, though. I don't know. Mustafa, we'll see. There's people that are saying, said definitively he's the shooter and put all kinds of stuff about him out there. I said Mustafa. I think it's Mustafa, but.
So if I'm ASL, this way? Okay. Just make sure it's pulling it closer to my. You guys can lift it if you need. I'm just trying to help. Okay.
Wiz Khalifa sentenced to 9 months in jail in Romania for smoking weed on stage.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay. And then this is your camera. There's going to be some speakers just standing off to the right here. They're not going to block you, right? Yeah? Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. Okay. All right, otherwise you're fine. Sorry, guys. Okay.
Come on. Oh, Squiddy's Aquatics. Thank you so much for the 20. God bless you, Mel. You did a great job keeping us informed. Prayers to all those who lost their lives their families. Thank you. Into aquatics? You into fish and stuff? Aquariums? Oh, you think so? Oh, Jewish professors. Colorado trucker, thank you.
Listen, open door. I'd love to have you on it. Things quiet on it.
Yo, no, Layla said, I'm telling you, we'll be waiting here till 8. Gonna have to get dinner and everything. What? Damn. Anytime she's gonna check the microphones. Okay, let me get some water. Wait and see what updates we get.
So again, another major development in this massive intensive manhunt that's been going on since Saturday afternoon here in Rhode Island, and then of course with the murder of that MIT professor in Brookline earlier this week, and now information that when we first heard earlier this week when we questioned the special agent in charge from the Boston office of the FBI, seemed to be the connection between these two things, and now we're that there may in fact be some sort of a connection. What exactly it is, we don't know. You know, according to this reporting, that the person of interest has been identified, but that person of interest has not been located, and that person should be considered armed and dangerous because no gun was ever found at the scene of the mass shooting at Brown University on Saturday afternoon, and since then, despite all the evidence that's been collected in that building and around that building by the evidence response team by the FBI, of the weapon itself that was used in that shooting was never located. So the assumption here is that it's still with that gunman whoever that may be. Keep in mind that over the past couple of days, officials here at the daily briefing, news conference, one of these lengthy news conferences that's been going on the past several days, each day they would release a little more video, everyone's aware that that person of interest driving this 5'8" Chevy building, and you can see that he had a face covering on, a beanie, wearing glasses, wearing clothes, partially green. And then yesterday, the twist in all this being when they decided to use a person, a man or woman, I don't hear one say that they released this video, sure, that was enhanced by the fact of this person who they say was in proximity to this person of interest who we now understand is in custody. Not just in Providence, in this area, but also in Massachusetts, because people are starting to get on the identify this person, locate this person. There's a lot of information. Right now, I guess it's some officials from the city get this area set up for the news conference, then we're going to stand down.
All right. Oh Lord, who's this? This lady's back. What she have to say now? Let's see.
All right, let me see what I can do.
Currently, there are still 8 detained prisoners, some of whom are on day 47 of their hunger strike, and their only crime? Speaking up for Palestine. And aggravated burglary, criminal damage, and violent disorder, and injuring a police officer. But that's it. These brave individuals are at risk of health complications and even severe death, and there is no possible way to avoid this unless we heed their demands of letting them go immediately without any consequences. If any of these heroic young men, women, non-binary, trans, and two-spirit individuals were to die from this strike, the blood would be on your hands, because this is literally out of their control. There is nothing they can do to stop that from happening. I want to repeat that. This is a completely unavoidable situation. Many of the hunger strikers are down to 2 to 3 meals a day and have cut out most snacking entirely. There are even those that refuse to eat gluten.
I don't know what this is. It's kind of funny. Oh shit! What is that? It's funny though. All right, let's check for updates. What's going on? Anything new? Kane in Maine, thank you so much for the 20. Gracias. Sleuthy TV, thank you for the 10. Merry Christmas to you and your family. Thanks for all the coverage you always provide. Thank you. Merry Christmas to you too. Man, we're gonna be here all night. Oh. Let's check. Zero Hour said apparently they located the car and he is now on foot. He's in Massachusetts. Let the terrorist hunters cook. Where's Dog the Bounty Hunter? Just south of Boston. But they got a helicopter. Let's take a look. Yeah, let's check out Flight Radar if they got any. What's going on out there? Everybody's looking at Venezuela right now. They got an Air Force plane called the Grinch. It's called Grinch. GRNCH-01. Boeing E-3C Sentry. Oh, is that surveillance? That looks cool. All right, let's see. Boston. N825mm. think it's already gone. You already landed. Use chopper. Nothing really on the flights. Okay. I guess it's just the waiting game. Oh, really? There's a reporter at the scene. A reporter at the, well, not the scene. She's at the press conference. And she said that they took down the tip line. Oh. I mean, they have somebody. They have the suspect. Small thing. They took the tip line number off of the podium. Speakers/people expected at tonight's briefing per tape near the podium. Colonel Oscar Perez, AG Peter Nerona, FBI ATF Mayor Brett Smiley. No time announced yet. She's there live taking pictures. They gotta be on top of this person. If they haven't caught him yet, they gotta be like right on him. wonder if she's talking about this Kaylee McEnany. Kaylee McEnany.
Day 6 of the manhunt for the Brown University shooter, and as of this moment, still no one in custody. Authorities are still looking for this suspect you see there on your screen, as criticism is building over the lack of security cameras around the campus. Actually, not the number of them, but where maybe they were placed. There were gaps. Meanwhile, police are asking for the public's help in identifying this person, who they say was in the proximity of that suspect and may have more information on who that person is. You're watching Outnumbered. I'm Harris Faulkner, here with my co-hosts Kaylee McEnany and Emily Campagno. Joining us today, Marie Harf, Fox News contributor and former State Department spokesperson under President Obama, and David Asman, Fox business anchor. Well, police want your help identifying this person who authorities are calling a suspect in the Brown University shooting. If you have any information on the suspect or his potential whereabouts, the FBI wants to hear from you. Call the tip line on your screen right now. And throughout the show, we're going to pop that up so you make sure you have it. The manhunt is dragging on. The pressure is building, particularly on the police chief.
Obviously, he could be anywhere. We don't know. But we still don't know what the person is or who he is, right? And so we're going to continue to review.
Is this the guy that said his nephew or something was like a drug lord? Fentanyl drug lord? The heck?
And then sent out. So we have found.
Hey, Caresse, what you talking to me? I don't want to take this too far. But, you know, we're doing the best that we can do. That's the guy? Sound like Tony Montana? Oh, hell no. I was watching. They released some video of the plane crash. Kind of like the after of it, though. I'm kind of curious to see how it came down a bit, like the way it was facing. Let me just show you guys this real quick. The North Carolina plane crash. We're saying it came down like this. I mean, I guess this was after. It was kind of. Damn. Island. East Coaster is currently pursuing a suspect. Thank you for the 10 Merry Christmas to you. Yo, Island, I was kind of wondering, because, okay, the Trump thing last night, you know, the speech, all that stuff, the troll, all the media got trolled, whatever. He had said that they're going to be giving out money to vets. But, or is it vets or military? I don't understand. Is it people that are only people in service or just everybody, or how does that work? Trump's announcement. I thought we were getting something for what they call that? The tax stuff. I thought we were getting the tax. What do they call? I don't know why I can't think of it right now. My mind's just like tax thing. Tariffs. The tariffs. I thought we were all getting some tariff income or something. I mean, I wasn't holding my breath, but I thought we were getting some tariff income. But anyway, yeah, supposedly the military is getting something, I guess. Which I'm all right with that, too, I guess. Reparations. Active duty, okay. Oh, 1770. No, not 1776 each. Trolling. Imagine, that could be. I could see Trump doing that, 1776. We're all getting some tariff money, man. People going to the strip club, partying, buying fentanyl, tariff money. Let's see. Nationwide warrant. I want to check this lady again that said the sign was gone. I forgot her name already. Still waiting. Here she is. Let's see. Alexandria Leslie. No updates yet. Okay. Interesting. So Ted Daniel here, and he's in contact with law enforcement. He's saying, put it bigger. Law enforcement sources tell me that at least one facet of the manhunt for the Brown University shooter has moved from north of Boston to New Hampshire. A different source tells it's Salem, New Hampshire. Getting these tiny bits and pieces in. I think they know. Maybe they know. I think they know the shooter. They know who the shooter is. I think they're moving in on him. I guess obviously not caught if they're still saying this. I think they're right on it. They're trying to wait maybe to see if they can catch this person, so they can announce it. He's caught. But the only thing is making all this stuff public. The suspect has got to be seeing this shit. I'm like, well, I'm going into hiding. Or something. Gonna go hide in a ditch, in a shed. No, you can't hide at Mama's house. That's not gonna work. Mama's house. Mother's love. Mother, I love you, mother. Let me see what else. Ted Daniel. Update activity. Yeah, so I guess he confirmed. Activity has moved to North Salem, New Hampshire. North Salem, New Hampshire. Okay. I thought that's where they said the vehicle was found. I think they're right on the tippy tip of catching this guy. I wonder if he'd allowed himself to be caught. Would he surrender? Would he go out in a blaze, or would he kill himself? Oh, yeah. Oh, wow.
Christmas afternoon, the person who
Jeff Gordon. Jeff Gordon commented on Greg. NASCAR person that passed away.
Homicide in Brookline on 12/26/25. Vehicles has been located in Salem, New Hampshire. Station G out 1657.
Steve just posted that. Let me listen to that again.
Homicide in Brookline on 12/26/25. Vehicles has been located in Salem, New Hampshire. Station G out 1657 hours.
Yeah, vehicle located in Salem, New Hampshire.
Station G has it.
Multiple areas in Massachusetts. Police chase? Scanner says police chase. I'm sure it's unrelated, but I don't know. Let's listen real quick and see what's going on. Oh, I gotta sign in. Sorry, let me sign in real quick.
.602 to 1408, we can take that. Hey, one. 695. A1, 695. A1 to cruiser 695.
Still on? I'll check the battery.
Still doing mic checks 2 hours later?
213 westbound. Just getting on from 495 south. So you can check on a 16 involving a deer.
Supposedly there's a police chase in Massachusetts. Oh, but people are listening.
Subaru Crosstrek.
Okay, that's a different car then.
In
Well,
the breakdown lane.
it would be a different car. People are also listening to New Hampshire audio. We should check out New Hampshire too. Let's check it out. See what's going on out there.
Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You got it? Yep. Okay.
Okay, I have both scanners on now.
109. 109. I put some notes in the call. You can show me out at the residence. If I want to.
$288.5 on the floor.
I got quiet. It was so active and loud and obnoxious, and now it's just quiet. Well, it's talking back to me.
Sir, no injuries. Hopefully secure 1, I'll be 17. Steve.
Okay, they might be getting ready. Looks like some people are walking in. Or walking by. Either.
$119. $119.
Notes are updated. 7-9 to crash. And I'll be en route to 16.
83, 1638.
280, 85.
85.
Sir, can you tell me to just go for a Chevy Malibu?
$14.08 to 602. You can disregard him off of that crash now. See you, sir. What was the nature of the call? 6 vehicle, code 16. Courtesy, you're up. Turn off for.
Roger, thank you.
Maybe Layla was right. We'll be at 8 o'clock.
These are the moments.
14, 13, 87. All parties, medical refusal. Vehicles on the way, 17. Receive.
Okay. Check it out. Thanks. Too much noise. Breaking news in the Manhunt. What does he have going on here? Black screen. It's been on for 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Jeff. They became the report. You're on YouTube. You can send a sub. You're on X. So
He got off. Let me see. What did he say, though? This is John DiPetro.
Hold on. Okay.
Oh, he's over there at the
hold on.
presser, I think.
We are here. Let me just double check. I think everything should be fine. Obviously, we're still at the Providence Public Safety Complex, which we are. Let me just, okay. There we go. Okay, sounds good to me.
87 and 1666.
Okay, now, here is the latest. Let it build a little bit. Where are my mods? I don't, like we told you a little bit earlier. Hi, everybody. Be patient, right? And let me explain. As I said on the Will King show on Fox, there is no point in them coming out here and just say, we're still looking into it. So what exactly, what is the point? What is the point of that? There's no point in that. As we speak right now at 5:43, and I want to give you the latest, what you have right now, this is now a New England manhunt. Is they know who they're looking for. They have the name of who they're looking for. They have a better photo of who they're looking for. They know the individual that they are. Thank you very much, Jess, who they're looking for. Now it's a matter of finding that individual. What did we say earlier? First, you need a name, then you need to get them. That individual, from what we understand, started in Massachusetts. I'm not going to say everything that I know, but they are rolling along, and they are right now searching for that individual. Now, officer safety is very important. I'm not going to divulge everyone. as I said a little earlier, keep in mind, everyone talks about the Boston Marathon bombers, but if you remember, once they put the photo of those two brothers out there, thank you very much, Jeff. They became, now you're like a cornered animal. So, but think, if you're there, if you're in Massachusetts and they're onto you and they're trying to locate this person, now keep in mind what they're now saying is this is linked what happened at Brown University and then also what happened in Brookline. If that is the case, then that individual has already shown they, number one, know how to use a weapon. Number two, they're not, there's no point in not using it anymore. So we got three options. Option one, put down the weapon and they apprehend. Option two,
well, on the blaze
the
of
person
glory,
says they're not going to take me alive, right? Bang, bang, bang. Option three, cornered, can't get out. And then, boom. Hopefully not. They want him. They want him in custody. I want to just caution you of the police knew all along, as people would have thought. They knew much more than they would have believed. Hi there, Tom. So thank you, Eddie. Folks, become a subscriber, right? Like this is... I want to thank all of the subscribers, all our mods. Do you understand what's happening over the past few days? I'm hearing from all these national organizations saying you're an unbelievable street reporter. You guys saw it when we started on Saturday, but just you want to support? You're on YouTube. You can send a sub. You're on X. There's other ways. You're on Facebook. I don't know how else to explain it. But let's be careful because what you want is the latest. They're not going to come out here. They are moving in now. There's no time limit on this thing. Okay, there's no time limit. So what does that mean? I hate that stuff. But we'll just, actually, no, I'm in a certain mood. There's times to take nonsense, and then there's times you don't take nonsense.
I'm not taking it. I'm not accepting it.
Do you need me to keep that crash open for you just did, or can I close it?
You cut off the whole feed? Oh, shit. Turn off the whole thing. I'm not accepting it. I'm done. All right. Still waiting for the press conference, man.
One prominent television station is obsessed with raising kids. And that becomes a news story, as opposed to an endless series of community engagement, community assessment. How about media covering restaurants before they go out of business, instead of becoming, if you will, the autopsy room for generational failed businesses? While never drawing conclusions that are so obvious to everyone that the state government has seen businesses like that happen. What makes Rhode Island different from anybody is that we've still got, clinging to it, we've still got a small business community. Our restaurants are down. Our culture is local. They would kill that in a heartbeat. Tax it into a policy that would generate higher and higher rates for businesses as well. Driving up utility costs on terrible policy that are virtually impossible for a business to exist in the state. And they don't have to. Hey, George. Hey, Chipper, I guess the latest rumors du jour are that the vehicle in Salem. How am I doing?
The vehicle in Salem is what they're talking about. That's what everybody's talking about.
What does he want? What are the questions
crazy, dude. Still waiting. Wonder what's the Latino guy in there, man. We need to get him on. I want to hear what he has to say. All right, let me see what you guys are saying in the chat. What's going on, man? Let me look for new information, I guess. Or stop Kaylee McEnany. It's an interesting name, Kaylee McEnany. We need a poll. Pineapples on pizza or no, gang? Oh, yes, poll. People are saying yes, poll, no poll. I'm not a pineapple on pizza person, man. We can do it. Let them clip it. How insensitive is he? I don't think it belongs on pizza. I'm not a pineapple pizza person. Christmas is over and still present. I'm not a pineapple pizza person. It's like sweet. I don't like sweet like that on my pizza. You know, they had a I forgot which company came out with it. They had a cheeseburger pizza too. I didn't like that either. I thought it was nasty. Cheeseburger pizza. What other kind of pizzas they have? I don't know, man. I feel like if you're putting pineapple on your pizza, you might as well put candy, and, Skittles and Starburst and shit on your pizza. I mean, I'm not hating because I have family and friends that like it, but not for me. Coffee too, right? People do coffee. Hello? Okay, all right, I'm coming. You know what I was surprised to like? I like arugula actually tasted good on pizza. I went to this pizza place with my family and my sister had me try it. And I thought it was crazy at first, but it actually tastes kind of good, somewhat. I'm not an arugula person. I feel like arugula is really bitter. It's got like a really hard, bitter taste. It's like the alcohol of salad, the liquor of salad, arugula. But I like mixed greens and spinach and what's the other? What am I thinking of? Spinach or I'll be right back. Spinach. Yeah. No press conference. Okay. All right, let me see the poll. There's no way. Sorry, I had to step away. There's no way. Probably lost like 2,000 people. Let's see. I knew it. 500 gone. Okay, that's fine. Fuck you too. All right. Yo, it's a 50-50 poll. What the? It's the OG polls that I used to get all the time. Anytime we used to do a poll, I know we have a lot of new people. It's always like 50-50. That's why I could never leave it up to the chat to decide something. There's no way in hell the chat's that divided on pineapple on pizza. That's crazy. We would always get like a 50-50 poll, and it would be like, I mean, why even bother asking the chat? I'm already indecisive. Like, why ask the chat? Pineapple on pizza. 49% say yes, 51% say no. Wow. That's crazy. All right, I'm going to check. Let me see what else. This is, again, my theory. I think they really want to catch this person before they have this press conference. And so I think they're just dragging this thing out because they're close to catching this person. News helicopters, Nerdy Attic posted, news helicopters appear to be circling a busy area of Rockingham Park Mall. Tuscan Village. All right, I'm going to try to pull it up on the map. If I find it still active, I'll put it bigger on the screen. Let's see. Tuscan Village? Where's that? So, yeah, in case you didn't know, I'm sure most people do, but Massachusetts is right under New Hampshire. They're right there, border. They border each other. Let's see. Yeah, this chopper's been circling. They have a Brentwood over there too. What the hell, Brentwood? Can't find the chopper he's talking about. Oh, maybe it's this one. Oh, it's this one. N617TV. I don't know if it has anything to do with what's going on. Oh, this chopper too. There's two choppers that have kind of been circling around. I don't. So one's a Long Ranger, Bell Long Ranger. It's being tracked by 2,500 people. And then the other one, let me see the other one real quick, is probably a TV station. 1,800 people are tracking. Okay, so let me switch it up and put it on the screen. Something to look at, I guess. Gotta request my password. So this plane here is this helicopter says it's a private owner. It's been circling around. There's another plane. I'm sorry, helicopter. This one, N617TB, that's been kind of circling around in different areas. No idea if it's related, but there's a lot of people following. 1,700 people following that one. I wonder if they got back, like if the scanners picked up the audio. Yeah. Oh, okay. People are listening. 5,000 people listening to the scanner. So let's jump back on that one. New Hampshire State Police. This one says 10,000. All right, let's hear. Oh, wait, it's quiet. Did I have it on the whole time and it's just been quiet? Let's see. Yeah, 10,000 people. Let me start it over. See, we play it over again. The audio. I think I've actually had it on this whole time. There's just nothing. People are just listening to silence, I guess. What the? Twilight Zone. Just been kind of looping around. Loop-de-doo. Oh, yeah, but it's across borders, though. Massachusetts, New Hampshire. What's this area? Or Rockingham Road. That's what Nerdy was talking about, I believe. It's a private helicopter. Hatch chilies and pepperoni. Oh, I don't know. That sounds kind of good, actually. That actually sounds really good. I like spicy. Let me make sure. Yeah, the scanner is just quiet.
Right.
Up to? Oh.
319.
I wonder if they went encrypted or something.
Calls went up, it'll be clear. Close that one up.
109.
Going in circles.
Troop A 120. Troop A 109.
Copy that 25 in Doro, head that way.
10519.
119 copies.
105.
So Salem authorities have identified. Okay. Enton says he's in Providence Police Headquarters. Governor and President of Brown are here. So still waiting. Still waiting. Okay, thank you. Things are rapidly evolving. Law enforcement sources are telling me that the search for a suspect in the Brookline murder of MIT professor and the Brown University mass shooting is centered on Salem, New Hampshire. Okay. Let me see. Right at the. Oh yeah, so that's like right at the border, the Salem, New Hampshire. Right at the border between Massachusetts and New Hampshire on this 28, is this 28? Or 93. I'm sure. 93. Yeah, they're in this area by the border. These choppers are right by the border. Salem's right there. You can see it on the map. Salem. There's Salem right here. There's this highway that runs through. They're bordered. So I wonder if they're onto something. Oh, one of the choppers get off. Circling around. Let me see if this reporter had anything new. No, he hasn't said anything in 38 minutes. Okay. Damn. Damn, that's so crazy. Because they were looking for, well, they were looking for a gray Nissan Sentra, and somebody posted. Chillinois showed this. Somebody posted 2 days ago.
109, 120.
I'm being dead serious. The police need to look for a gray Nissan.
Say anything. Standing out. When it checks, it's on the right hand side. If anything.
With Florida plates.
109, 119. You can 1012. We'll be all set up here.
That was the car he was driving. It was parked in front of a little shack behind the Rhode Island Historical Society on the Cook Street side. I know because he used his key fob to open the car, approached it, and then something prompted him to back away. When he backed away, he relocked the car. I found that so odd. So when he circled the block, I approached the car, and that is when I saw the Florida plates. He was parked in the section between gate of RIHS and the corner of Cook and George Street. Interesting. Circling. This is the border. This is, I think this is the TV chopper, I think. N617 TV. Expressway. Let's see what else they got here.
I read that on Reddit, by the poster days ago, Redditors were calling it in. It was
Really?
Florida license plate, gray sedan.
Wow, that's insane to hear that. Yeah, I couldn't believe when I just saw that now. Thanks, Dave. 15 months. Thank you for the membership, man. I read that on Reddit by a poster days ago. That's crazy. Redditors were calling it in.
109. 109. The DD is involved. They're just passing by.
Bye.
Copy, yeah, nothing showing. There is no exit 5. We'll check up to 7 and I'll give them a call back.
Apparently the caller said just after the bridge.
After
Yep, there's nothing there.
10-5. That's 109.
I tried to call 88 back. It didn't pick up. You can close out. There's nothing showing.
10-5, 109.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's exactly what I was going to ask you.
thank you for your patience. Right now, we currently do not have a time. I'm coming up here to let you know that I am going to give everyone at least a 20-minute notice before the press conference. We're having a press conference tonight, no matter what. I'm going to give you 20 minutes before. It's going to be in your email. I'm going to start calling and texting you in case you miss it. 20 minutes. We'll have a heads up. Right now, I do not have a time.
Approximate time?
I don't have an approximate time. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Still. Well, they're saying somebody thought that video was real. This person doing the brown thing. Please, let's not call the shooter brown. Oh, is that what they said? Oh. Okay. All right, thanks. All right. So supposedly with the press conference, they're supposed to give 20-minute heads up or something before they start. Happening now, looking at news chopper images from WBZ showing police activity in a commercial and industrial parking lot. Is WBZ live right now? Let's say WBZ. WBZ News. What's going on in the hood? What's going
together was the idea that they found a car in Brookline, a rental car that was connected to the Brown University shooting. And that car was tracked all the way to New Hampshire, where my sources said that car was found abandoned. So a lot has happened really within the last 24 hours.
Yeah. And it's interesting, Cheryl, because throughout the week, I mean, we were listening to people in Providence who were very upset about how the investigation seemed to be going. If you watch the news conferences, they sort of just kind of went on and on without a lot of information. People using the word bungled, but behind the scenes, there's always a lot happening. You worked with the Boston Police Department during the Boston Marathon bombings and everything that happened there that week. It just goes to show you there can be a lot, even when the public-facing part of it seems to be very little.
Sure. I mean, you know, in every case, including this one you saw at the news conferences, that the police were saying that they got hundreds of tips. And they said that they would go wherever those tips led them. And in many cases, they lead them to dead ends. So they have to follow up on all of that. In addition to that, they said that they found some physical evidence at the scene. Whether or not the physical evidence may have connected the two, maybe it was ballistic evidence. Maybe they found the same shell casings at the Brown University shooting that they found in Brookline. Maybe it was DNA evidence that they found at both scenes that connected them, thinking, okay, we have the same person committed both crimes. So we don't yet know what connected all of the dots, but
This is random ass post. I don't know if it's true, so just take it with a grain of salt. Somebody posted this, not confirmed. They found him near my friend's home in Salem, 3 miles away from a storage unit where he committed suicide.
Like delivery people and, just to sort of help bolster your effort to take this person into custody safely. Do we have any sense what this looks like right now?
Well, I think, we talked to Ed about this earlier, and he said, now that they know who the person is, they're able to find out, okay, who was that person in contact with over the last few days? The cell phone pinging, which, I think we're all familiar with, but there are other things that they can do as well in terms of forensics to try to capture this person and figure out where he is and where he's heading, where he's been, and who he might be talking to that could be either helping him or know where he is.
But it also means that this person now knows that they're hot on his tail and he's desperate and things very dangerous until you get this person in custody. And so we want to have this situation where the people in Rhode Island can feel safe and the people in Brookline can feel safe and the people now in New Hampshire can feel safe. Mm-hmm. This is a very sort of tenuous moment.
Oh, it's an awful moment. I mean, you remember during the Boston Marathon bombings, once they put those photos out, while that didn't necessarily lead to their capture, they were desperate. And that's the night that the MIT police officer was shot and killed.
Yeah, Sean Collier was killed, yes. And we had the manhunt, and now we also know that he's not in that vehicle. One of the key clues that they had in order to track him was something that they connected to both of the crime scenes. He's not in that.
No, but they may be tracking him in another way that we are not aware of. And, he is obviously aware at this particular point that he has to be, right? I mean, all of us are on the air talking about this, that he is very much being sought. Yeah. So this is the time generally when, putting out information like this, maybe he'll make a mistake or maybe he'll do something that he wouldn't normally do, and they'll be able to apprehend him. But it is certainly a challenging time for sure.
Excellent. We so appreciate your expertise, Cheryl. Thank you.
She's got her phone right in front of her, and sources seem to be texting every few minutes. And Cheryl, thank you so much. And of course, this has been such an emotional week for the people in Providence.
Yes, primarily people on the Brown University campus who felt so safe there. Earlier today, one of our colleagues spoke with a faculty member who described the mood now, even with many of the students gone for break.
I feel very anxious and unsettled. I feel like this terrible tragedy has happened, and the world is starting to move on outside of Providence. But in Providence, we still don't know why this happened. We still don't know where the person is. There's still a lot of questions on, how this person got through security into a Brown building, and there's just so much uncertainty that I just feel really anxious and really hopeful that we will be getting more answers soon. I don't think that they will heal what's happened here, but I think it will allow us to start moving forward in a new reality.
Yeah, you can see the emotion there, and it's an interesting point because there's been so much of a spotlight on the manhunt for good reason, because people have felt so unsafe. There hasn't been a lot of time for just pure grief and to celebrate the lives of the people who were killed in the shooting and the people who were wounded, to talk about them and hear their stories as well.
And all of that depends on a conclusion in this investigation,
which hopefully comes
and
soon.
Having this dangerous suspect in custody. We're going to take a break. We'll be back right after this.
Okay, I was hoping to see if we could get Chopper or something, but I guess not yet. And the audio has been just so quiet. Scanner, say nothing. I guess they went encrypted. Oh, damn. 2 hours later, still no press conference. Steve Cooper. 2 hours later. What's going on, man? Context behind some of the questions about the investigation has been handled so far. The Providence Police Department has only had 2 homicides this entire year prior to the shooting. Damn, what? That's crazy. Some people thought this was for real. Oop. This guy here, it had to be community noted. Some people, no. Do you know if a live feed anywhere of the search? Don't know if this is legit. Interesting. Live from Fox Now? I don't know. Let's check it out. Oh, thank you. All right. Viper the man. Thank you for that. This is footage. I wonder if they have another one that's like full screen. I guess I'll take it from now. Oh, the other one has it. Okay, here we go. Yeah, let's go full screen on it. Commercial break. Boom, 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 boom. Well, the other one has it rolling the whole time, so I guess maybe we can switch back and forth. Switch back and forth.
there was obviously a lot happening behind the scenes. Cheryl Fiandaca, you've been fantastic throughout this. We really thank you for all the information you've been able to give us.
Thank you. And we appreciate all of the new information that has come out in the last 20 minutes as well. So thank you for working your sources. Now to our next weather alert. This is going to affect everybody.
Can't forget the weather. Mom always told me to check the weather. Okay. Erica Kirk is talking in 30. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Brian Enton said they'll give a 20-minute notification before they start, so we haven't got any notification yet. Image from Salem, New Hampshire, connected to the Manhunt at Brown University. Our crew is there. It says law enforcement has long guns and night vision goggles. Damn, they're ready. They are ready.
Can you start to, probably going to be I-93 northbound near exit 14, mile marker 38.6. State police is off with a vehicle they briefly pursued. They're now stopping. The operator is not being cooperative and refusing to get out of the car. They have troopers started that way too. They're just requesting we get there because we're probably going to be quicker. Can you start to, probably going to be I-93 northbound near exit 14, mile.
Active shooting.
Can you start to, probably going to be I-93 northbound near exit 14, mile marker 38.6. State police is off with a vehicle they briefly pursued. They're now stopping. The operator is not being cooperative and refusing to get out of the car. They have troopers started that way too. They're just requesting we get there because we're probably going to be quicker.
Where's that at? Concord? Police? night vision goggles.
That's the assumption, right? Oh no. We're all kind of, on the major TV stations, they're all putting out their, they think it's going to happen. I'm not aware of anything. Oh yeah, so I'm not in the air yet. So if you, which is a winner, you would want to do that show, that'd be fun. Yeah, well, year-end show. Yeah, I guess I didn't know this, but they have 48 hours straight of Christmas. So I'm off for the week. Well, you know, that's in counties. So you want to do something New Year's Eve? Sort of a fun thing. Testament to your pops, all that good stuff. All right.
122, negative contact, clear.
I'm gonna do that post song and open up with that. In my run, I'm gonna dedicate to your pops. Is any other music you want to hear?
10-5-122.
Fox 25.
Has been on tenterhooks this entire week waiting for some word. They are likely all watching the live streams of the various TV stations waiting to hear. So when Mayor Smiley gets out here along with law enforcement, they're going to want to get it right. And we'll be here and we'll bring it to you when that happens. David, back to you.
All right, Louisa, thank you.
And we'll be back right after this break.
Police scanner audit reveals police were searching for a gray Nissan Sentra with Maine plates in Salem, New Hampshire, in connection with a homicide in Brookline. This could be connected. Really? Fox 25 Boston. FBI agents surround location in Salem home. That's what people are saying. I don't know where they're getting that from. Oh, look at the truck coming in.
Greek level. Just for an update out here, I've got the sheriff's units are out at 12 Park speaking to individuals there. We've condensed the area to the 25 West Terrace Street. Newport's heading back to their jurisdiction. Sheriff 4 to 3. I'm coming down to you guys. Copy. We just cleared that. There's nothing in the basement. Packet, that was hers. That was left in there. It's in my cruiser right now. Yep. You want to just transport that back to the station? Just custody. Absolutely. Are you all set with it? Clear? I'll meet up with you here in just a second. Copy. 5, can we get your cruisers moved?
Yes, sir.
And who's at Spring and Elm?
4.
All right, that's your cruiser.
Affirmative, we're in it.
All right, I'm going now.
Monkey 7-9.
Thank you.
Town of Derry. Mm-hmm.
To 14.
In regard to the house on the corner of Roy and West Terrace, that's negative.
So,
Thank you.
17.
Lizzie?
10-3-17.
I'll be 10-2.
10-5-17.
Next order saying the FBI has surrounded our location. I know you guys been saying in the chat for a while, but I was trying to see confirmation of that. Oh, yeah, they're saying it now.
Right now.
Live on WBZ TV and streaming on CBS News Boston. WBZ News starts now with breaking news.
And we begin with the breaking news that we have been following all afternoon. A manhunt underway right now for the suspect in the Brown University police shooting, a deadly shooting that killed 2 students. Investigators know who they're looking for, and they believe that they have tracked him to New Hampshire. They have not released his identity or his name to the public.
Also, CBS News sources saying they're investigating a possible connection between the shooter at Brown University and the shooting death of an MIT professor in his Brookline home. He was shot Monday night and died on Tuesday.
Now, we have been talking all week about the investigation that started in Providence. And every day we have had information from the governor, the mayor, from the police chief there. We learned today that they would be delaying that news conference. And our WBZ's Louisa Moeller is there joining us live. Louisa, apparently now they're putting off this news conference until the suspect is apprehended.
I wonder what's going on here, though, on the live helicopter footage. Where are they? Let's see. Are we full screened over here? No. I wonder where they're getting this helicopter footage from. Like it full screen.
The most momentous up until now, of course, is the identification of the person of interest. So while there is a lot happening on the ground with law enforcement trying to find that person, our WBZ security analyst and former Boston Police Commissioner Ed Davis says there's also a lot happening behind the scenes with now the knowledge of that person's identification, namely trying to figure out not only about them, their family members, their friends, but also a motive.
This will be a very, very in-depth, deep background investigation into who this individual is. It will go beyond just looking at records. They will start to go out and find people that are what they call known associates of the suspect. And they'll start to do interviews with those known associates, what he's been doing, what he's been saying, when was the last time you contacted him, did he ever espouse any radical ideologies, questions like that. And they will very quickly build a profile on the background of the individual. At the same time, down in Quantico, the behavioral unit down there will be building a psychological profile of the individual.
So obviously, not only would it be challenging for them to give us a news conference right now with the many different varying stages taking place in the investigation, but remember, there have been some missteps in terms of communication from the beginning here when they had someone they were referring to as a person of interest in custody on Sunday, and then ultimately releasing that individual because they said the evidence did not lead them in that direction. So we are hopeful that we will get some official news at this podium as we have every evening.
So the standoff, sources, car linked to Brown shooting suspect found abandoned in New Hampshire. I don't see the surrounded thing. What is it? If anybody can find anything about that, I'd like to know more about the standoff thing. House surrounded. Sources say Brown shooter suspect was found dead in storage unit. But again, it's not confirmed. So waiting to see. Brookline, let's see what she's saying.
At Brown University happened in a building that housed the physics and engineering department, and we know that the professor that lived here in Brookline was a physics professor. Not only was Professor Nuno Loureiro a physics professor, but he also just last May was named the director of one of MIT's largest labs, the Plasma Science and Fusion Center. We're told that he lived in his Brookline home with his 3 young kids. He had a family, and speaking with community members, they've, like I said, been hypothesizing this connection for days, but to actually learn about it, they told me was shocking. They didn't say it brought them any peace of mind. They say it actually makes them even more scared to think of this person still being out there.
I think for the families, I would wish for answers.
Mm-hmm. What's making you get emotional right now?
It just, your heart goes out to them. Yeah, it's a tough situation to have just out of the blue. Hopefully in good time, they'll have the answers and catch the people who did it.
Oh shit, I mean, close that.
The Brookline community is a very tight, typically safe community. I've seen neighbors hugging one another, just thinking about this professor, and they want answers. That's the biggest thing I've been hearing from people. They just want answers. We've been asking the Norfolk County DA's office every day for answers. We saw them at the Brian Walsh sentencing this morning. We asked them, hey, what's going on in Brookline? David Lee said they had no response for us.
Now we know why they were tight-lipped. There's a good chance that they knew about this not just a short time ago, but perhaps earlier in the week. Penny Commit, thank you so much.
Okay, we want to bring in our chief investigator, Cheryl Fiandaca. Now, we've been talking about this all day. We were here on Saturday night. Yesterday, police in Providence put out that picture.
So yeah, it's on their updates page. At 6:45, it says a Boston 20. Look at this. What's going on over here? More video. A Boston 25 photojournalist saw FBI agents, Providence police, and members of state police surround a location in Salem, New Hampshire. Okay, they're not showing video or images because to protect the investigation. Very interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Let me update the title then, yeah. Some people are saying he's dead. Yeah. So the storage facility is where the abandoned car was found. The storage facility is where the abandoned car was found. So I guess they're doing this massive search. But also there's word of a place that's surrounded the location. Let's update the titles. Yeah, that's breaking news. That's pretty wild.
Yeah. Let's see what these guys say. Okay. So, yeah, squeeze right there. Right there. I'll give it to you.
Yeah, this is pretty wild.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Come this way. Come right here.
Yep.
Need you out of the shot. Well, when you hear
Okay, they switched the audio inside. Okay. Let's see if we can find some other feeds. Really interesting stuff that's developing. And it's like the other guy said, and I was kind of saying earlier too, you know, the guy's either going to be in a shootout, surrender, or off himself.
Hey guys, they're hey guys,
Come on. They just need for the car down the embankment on Townsville Road.
Heads up, they're telling us we have to move, so we might not be able to take you.
Guys, we have to move. They want us to move.
We have to.
Give me that mic. They're kicking us out. They want Pepper.
Yeah, so this is the facility outside.
Get off the shot. We need to move. They're kicking us out. We need to move.
Oh, shoot.
I'm all set.
He says,
at the grass
he
line.
says, just taking Ken's camera, but going to you, and you stay off camera. So.
Okay.
The helicopters too. Let me see. Let me take a look at what's going on flight radar. The TV one's kind of fixed in a position. That might be the view that we're getting now over the... There's 3 helicopters circling.
Guys, we're gonna have a PIO down at Couple Ways in a minute. We'll talk to everybody.
Okay.
Everybody's secure out here.
Oh, okay.
Tell them we have to clear.
We have to move again, guys.
I don't know if I have space to get that on screen.
Yep.
But look at the guys here with the guns and stuff. Drawing right here. That's... Oh god. Who was the target? Oh. I guess that is me. It's weird. Okay. Alright, thanks. Shooting in Peru. Completely unrelated, but AZ Intel posted at a Christmas event. That's what I'm saying. You can't even go to any Christmas stuff or whatever. Initial reports suggest a councilwoman was targeted. Reports of multiple children shot. Wow. Okay. I'm going to try to stay focused on this story for now, but we'll check that out later. They're saying that there's FBI agents. Well, this right now we're watching is a facility where the suspected brown shooter's vehicle was found. It's surrounded. I is he inside or not? I don't know. They're talking about as well as some location, another location I think that's surrounded as well. I don't know if this is turning into a standoff. It almost seems like. Let me look for some feeds. Wish you can get like something like a full screen feed.
Officer, falling behind. Hey, but I already gave him a heads up, but I will give him another heads up. Hey, but Bill, most likely need the chair. Copy.
Okay, might be sooner.
This could be it.
Okay.
Anyway, this person, they're surrounded, standoff, can't go anywhere. Yeah, I did notice that. Boston Dad, yeah.
14 to 41. Try your best to get a photo. The HOC.
Providence. What's going on over here? Yeah, they have the guns pointed. No audio, but yeah, I think this whole place is surrounded. I don't know if they're trying to clear it or believe somebody's in there.
down the Pep Boys lot. They said there's going to be a PIO down.
I'm gonna check the update page too to see what they're saying there.
Once I drop my stick and I move my car, I'm wanting to get forward. Well, I gotta drop all this stuff and then I'll come back for it. No problem. Completely shut down.
Should be 122.
To where that other cruiser is on the road.
But we live right
Yes, sir.
The house right here.
122, we have a report from DOT of a two-vehicle collision just after the toll booth, exit 2 leading to Route 101 West. Two vehicles tried to go through the same toll booth lane at the same time and collided with each other. They're currently in the parking area that's just to the right after the toll booth leading to 101 West.
Moving on ground. I wonder if I guess they purposely blacked out the video probably.
Huh? I said everybody's right. So you know what? We would have been totally fine.
120.
We didn't start going live. That's when the
10-3, 120.
everyone out.
Just second call, those seem to be the same.
I think we're going to duplicate it.
There we go.
Or I forget this is yours. Do you want me to go live over there? I mean, I can. I'll go over there. I just don't want to. Oh, drift to live you. Please don't get hurt.
Extra space, storage. Oh my god, somebody bombed the stream, I guess. Oh, they switched again. Anybody out there in person? Oh, there we go. We came back. Okay. Sources have told CNN and Boston 25 that news authorities have obtained a signed warrant for the arrest of the suspected shooter. Okay. Well, that was earlier. Yeah, that was earlier. Okay. Providence Police and U.S. Marshals are in location. Hey, what's up? What's up, everybody? Oh, Garden, you left because of the chat? Thank you for the 10. What happened? I left here because the liars in chat. I came back because the chat was better. Wait, I came back because chat was better at other place, but the YouTuber's effing crazy. I wonder who that is.
I just cleared myself. I can take that.
Glad to be back here. Thanks, I appreciate that. You know, the chat, I understand it's kind of like there's no mods right now, but you know the thing is too is when I had mods, and I had some great people, but sometimes you know I feel like it gets to people's heads, so people start getting blocked.
Etiquette just coming in. Can you give a recap, please? Love your streams and love the things you do. Purple heart emoji. Purple heart emoji. Purple heart emoji.
I'll give you a recap for tonight. Thank you, Adaz. But yeah, the chat thing, it's like, it's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't, you know, and then people start getting blocked and timed out, and then it's like, I have to search this long list of blocks, and it's like, I don't know, you know what I mean? But who knows what the future holds, you know? I kind of like the chat a little wild sometimes. I mean, I sometimes it's maybe too much, but... So the latest in the shooting, the investigation into December 13 mass shooting at the Barus Holley engineering building that 2 students were killed, 9 wounded. So the latest is that the suspect was identified. A warrant has been issued. They're saying that the suspect is in his 40s, and they have a signed warrant for his arrest. He's still at large. I thought he would have been caught by now because they know who it is, apparently. But they haven't fully located him. And so the manhunt now is focused on Salem, New Hampshire. There's a multi-agency activity, FBI, apparently the Marshals, Providence Police, New Hampshire State Police. And it's near a storage facility. And apparently it's a storage facility / commercial area. This is where they found the abandoned gray Nissan Sentra with main plates. The Reddit person said it was Florida plates, but it's main plates. Believed to be linked to the suspect and potentially the crimes. So that's where we're at this place. Also, they think that it might be linked to an MIT professor that was murdered 2 days after, I think, after the shooting. That guy lives in Brookline, Massachusetts, I believe. And I think that's kind of it. I think that's where we're at. And reportedly, I don't know, because it looks like they took it down from the webpage. There was a location, a home. I thought there was a home surrounded. We know that the storage place is surrounded. I could actually make this full screen. I mean, I don't know why. We don't need to really look at the press conference. There's nothing happening there. I'm going to see if I can find her some better feed of the location. Look around and see. Oh, they're back to the helicopter. I sometimes block people, like if there's somebody like spamming over and over and over, and it's like really disruptive to the chat, and YouTube's not stopping it. When I see it, I'll block it. You can block people too if you want to. You can block people, but it's like it's either too restrictive or it's like too loose. You know, I don't know. Yo, Mel, you need to tighten up that fade. You're still Amanda. I know, my hair's looking kind of crazy. It's all over the place. I moved to this new area, and the people are not really that good over here. I might have to go take a drive to the old place, but... Heard something, they're raiding a neighborhood. And I'm pretty sure everything's encrypted, because I have the radio on, but there's still... We're not really hearing anything. Layla called. I guess we're going to be here for a while tonight. Particles, thank you. I hope you guys are doing good. Thank you, Rumble, too, for supporting me. YouTube and Rumble. I'm just a short drive below Nat Harbor, really. The helicopters, there's the TV helicopter still going in circles. The other one kind of took off, it looks like. Maybe through. Oh no, the other one's still there too. There's two TV choppers. Oh no,
On 212.
oh yeah, there's two of them. WBZ, whatever it
Activity
is.
call at 4 Pillsbury Street. Caller says he heard a loud bang coming from the shed in his backyard and he does not want to go look to see what it was.
A loud banging from the shed. Real quick, that's the helicopters circling this area, the border of New Hampshire and Massachusetts. Storage facility, extra space, I think it's called. Oh, damn.
Three to 33.
You're right back.
Go ahead, sir. Three, go ahead.
Are you outside the residence still on the stairs?
A firm officer Hardin's in the back and I'm out front.
Stand by. I don't know if there's anybody else. Did you want to swing over to Fort Pillsbury with 12 just to back him up on that?
A firm. Are you able to maybe just cover the A, B corner?
Yeah, I'll creep up to it.
Okay, let me see the location. Extra storage.
33 and on Pillsbury, go again with the numerical.
4.
Copy.
That's the place right here, extra storage. It's where the helicopters are at and police are at. Kind of surrounded the whole area where the vehicle was found.
Turning on to West Terrace at Mulware right now. 33.
Copy.
So the map here says it's about an hour and a half away from University, 79 to 80 miles, this storage facility. The MIT guy, let's see.
Hold up.
Brookline, Massachusetts. Let's see, so. They're doing some type of, oh, okay. Brookline. Oh yeah, so Brookline's like in the middle of that. It looks like. I don't know this area well myself. got a little error.
Guys, we're being told to move.
Captain, where do you want to move? I'm working.
No issue. Is the knife falling from the roof? Okay.
Yeah, a lot is happening right now. Police are trying to clear this area. They have shut down the road here that is right in front of a storage unit, which you're probably seeing on Sky 5 or have seen earlier. There's a lot of police activity here. FBI agents and negotiators, property police officers are here. A lot of them, all of them, are wearing a bulletproof vest. Some of them have long knives. They're shooting out. The more entrances at the side of this gray building there is a storage facility. Again, more police just keep showing up here. It looks like they're trying to come up with some type of plan. They have shut down this road a very busy road the Canadian line. Choppers are flying up on us to hear that a lot of activity. It's really difficult to figure out exactly what they're doing. We've seen some vehicles leave, others come in, but again, still a large presence of police officers from
Captain,
various agencies.
everyone down.
165, I'm out on Amtrak here, meeting right now, too.
Just further down.
Rumors that he shot himself.
Right by that white car. Right where that white car is. Right where that white car is leaving. Right where that white car is leaving, if you could. Thank you so much. We're going to keep moving everybody down inch by inch, but we want to...
That there had been a guilty victim that had been identified here. So obviously there was a connection made. I think the important question, Adam, in relation
So much for the press conference, huh?
What was the connection between those two cases? And I think it's perhaps would be interesting to see whether or not that is in fact what brought us to this location. Whatever it was that may have connected those two cases, because obviously there was something that they saw. This is a storage unit, but there's obviously, we are right off the interstate as well. So we don't know, precisely, I can't say confidently what brought them up here, but I think it's noteworthy that that connection was made, and it was soon after that we were brought to this area. So that's obviously going to be a question for the investigators that certainly we will be wanting to pose with it if we get that chance, is what was that connection, and what connection does that have to why we're standing right here where we are in Salem?
Let me see what other updates we're getting here.
Personal safety, because up until this evening, the Brown and Providence community had no idea where this person of interest was. In fact, the last place they were seen on camera was on home surveillance video cameras, in the direct vicinity of Brown. So from speaking to several people down at this large growing memorial right in front of the Barus Holley building, it's pretty powerful to see. I mean, just flowers that stretch a block. They say they are.
Let's see what else. The update page. Talk about all that. Okay, we got updates here. Police searching in Salem, New Hampshire. Sources say in connection with the Brown University mass shooting and the killing of the MIT professor. Oh, this one has nice quality. Let's take a look at this for a bit. Here for a second.
Facility here in Salem, New Hampshire.
We have Brandon Truitt live in Brookline right now on Gibbs Street, which is where Professor Loureiro lived and where he was shot on Monday night. Brandon, I understand there's a police presence there this evening, too.
Yeah, they've been here ever since we first started covering this, when we got first word of this on Tuesday. Police have been relatively tight-lipped on any developments, and I have to say that silence, in a way, was really unsettling for people who lived here, where this kind of act just does not happen around here. You can see that police car is actually behind me if we're able to zoom in here. It's parked just outside of the home where Professor Loureiro was shot on Monday night and ultimately died on Tuesday. And in those moments after we had talked to people who were just immediately coming to their own conclusions, connecting this to Brown University. So of this news today that authorities are actually looking at that link, not really surprising. That was the gut instinct of people that we spoke with here starting on Tuesday, because it just seemed too specific of an act here. And of course, word that that rental car was ultimately around this area as well. Very unsettling for people who live here. A lot of folks tell me that they've been walking around just looking over their shoulder as they're out and about. Some people have been uncomfortable just to leave their homes. And so this professor here, his family, very well known in this community, his 3 children as well, just the shocking news of all of this. And of course, word is now spreading for folks who are out walking their dogs and things like that, that this search is happening up in New Hampshire. A lot of people here, guys, just really want a resolution to this, as they have been on edge since all of this happened on Monday night.
I know you've had an opportunity over the course of a couple of nights to talk to neighbors there. What have you been able to learn about Professor Loureiro? It certainly seemed that when he died, there was an outpouring of grief in that community, and then also that real concern about public safety.
Well, in the immediate, his neighbors regarded him as a genius. I mean, he's a neuroscientist who led one of the largest labs at MIT, and one of the most prestigious universities of its kind in the world. His wife was also very well known in this community. I spoke with someone who knows him well, or knows her well, and was just with her the night before this happened. She was simply stunned to learn that hours later, this ultimately happening in their home. I think people are very over the past few days concerned about what ultimately has transpired here, the way it happened, and this person who did this seemingly leaving without a trace. Again, the news here that this rental car was around here, the fact that this person was even in this neighborhood is unsettling for folks who, again, have been coming to their own conclusion as to why this happened. Some people believe it was targeted, and people certainly want answers to that piece of this as well, as people here just certainly just looking for this to come to an end.
Brandon Truitt in Brookline tonight. Kind of wild to see that this has now gone from Rhode Island to Massachusetts, now to New Hampshire as well. And until this person is in custody, until this is resolved, there are a whole lot of people over 3 states that are on edge because of this one individual.
And it's been like that for days. I mean, folks have been looking for answers for days. And I think, there was a lot of frustration both at, Brown University and the community down in Providence and also in Brookline. These are traditionally very safe areas, safe neighborhoods, a safe school. And to have something so tragic happen, I think a lot of people have questions, but they mostly just want to know that whoever's responsible is in custody.
Well, and although the crime happened in Brookline, you have a lot of people at MIT who are also truly rattled by this, either because they knew the victim or because there's this sense of, wait a minute, what happens next? Is there another shoe that will drop here in this?
So you can see in these pictures, this is taped, but you can see as it's edited together just how many police officers you can see, all wearing, you can see bulletproof vests. We saw someone a moment ago, Providence Police, we know FBI.
On the bottom right-hand side of this screen here, it looks like they're kind of checking, maybe clearing different areas and rooms. I guess I want to make sure this place is clear. The storage facility.
No.
And imagine, maybe the shooter could have been hiding in a storage facility. I've heard of people sometimes living out of storage facilities.
They're not going anywhere else except for this extra space storage facility in Salem.
Yeah.
So
these officers aren't moving. They've surrounded that. But to your point,
we don't
at
know.
this point, until they share some official word with us, there's no way of knowing the status of this suspect.
And we did learn, we've mentioned the Boston Marathon bombings a few times, mainly because you did work for the Boston Police Department at the time, so you knew a lot about what was happening behind the scenes. But we've talked about throughout the day the fact that this individual, we say on the run, but for 5 days may have really been sort of settled in one spot.
Hunkered down.
Hunkered down. But as soon as you put out this idea that, hey, we know who you are and we have an arrest warrant for you, suddenly they become even more desperate. And, you know, we saw it with the Boston Marathon bombing, all of a sudden they're out and about and things can turn pretty dangerous pretty quickly.
Absolutely. And that's the biggest concern here is
that bottom right-hand side is frozen on all the stations. Hopefully it comes back. I don't know if WBZ is playing like pre-recorded video and showing it, or it's actually live. Let's see. It might be pre-recorded because the other station is just showing on the ground. And okay, I think it unfroze now. Let's see if we can get that. I guess not on this station. Oh, there we go. Unfroze.
the police officers that are at the scene trying to apprehend the suspect here.
We know that police in Providence, who had scheduled this 4 o'clock news conference today, let us know we're not going to hold that news conference until we actually have a suspect in custody or the suspect has been neutralized. Does that tell you, Cheryl, that there is at least some fair amount of optimism on the part of law enforcement that, in fact, they are going to have this guy tonight? Now, this was hours ago, and we're still waiting for some official word.
Once they identified him, once they had the information about who this person is and how, then they were able to do some research on where he might be and who he might be in contact with and whether or not he has a cell phone that they're able to track or any other kind of mobile device or any other kinds of, forensics that they were able to locate him. That's what's been going on all day, and we've kind of been watching that a little bit unfold, trying to keep the information, some of the information we can share with you that we have, and some of the other information, we're not sharing because it's still too important to the investigation.
Let's check in with Logan Hall now. He's down in Providence on the campus of Brown University. And Logan, I assume that people there who have been on edge all week long, people who have been frustrated looking for answers, I'd love to know what their reaction has been throughout the afternoon as things suddenly went from 0 to 60.
Yeah, David, good evening. There's still a lot of fear and frustration here on Brown University's campus. However, the students and residents in the area that we have spoken to tonight tell us that they have been glued to their phones and TVs over the course of the afternoon, watching for updates. Now, we've had the chance to talk to some students who tell us that this has been a scary place to go to school at over the last several days. The university has told them to proceed around campus with caution. They say that just walking from their dorms to the cafeteria can be a scary experience. Going from classroom to classroom can be a scary experience. We also talked to residents here who tell us that they want to see justice in this case. They want to see this wrapped up, and they want to feel safe in their homes again. Here's what some of what these folks had to say to us.
Okay, so this reporter, Brooke, she's always given some really good quality information and breaking news. She's saying, this was 2 minutes ago, direct high-level source on the ground says they're about to enter the store's facility, and the reason you saw all the officers in the parking lot just standing there was because they were watching surveillance footage to see whether the suspected shooter was in the store's facility still. So they entered, and that's what we kind of saw here on the camera now, this main camera, them entering in the facility. I guess they're going to try to clear everything out, see if that person's in there. I can imagine the shooter, if they're alive, and they're probably watching this shit like, oh, wow. If they're inside, they're shitting bricks. If they're not, then, I don't know what to say, but. Pretty intense. Brown University shooter caught on camera? Extra space storage facility. The sister of the facility manager claims the manager was cornered and wrongly accused of being the shooter. What the hell? Hold on. Well, I gotta see this. I gotta read this again. Hold on. Oh, I didn't see you guys tag me in this. Island and Katarina. Brown University shooter caught on camera, extra space facility, storage facility. The sister of the facility manager claims the manager was cornered and wrongly accused of being the shooter with rifles drawn to the head. So is this picture the person of the wrongly accused person, or is that the shooter? I guess it's the shooter. Fake. People saying it's fake. Let me see. Where's this account from? Is this a... Oh, no. This news channel 3 now. I've heard of this. Are they... I don't know if they're real, though. 2024. Oh, they're saying the person was wrongly identified. They almost have the same body type, too, kind of. Let me read this article. I'll show you guys what they're talking about. An unconfirmed photograph. And this is the man. They got the manager and everything. Okay, we need to check this out, I guess. So first of all, let me show you this. And I'm not saying this is the shooter. I think maybe this is the wrongly accused person. Just a real quick look. They have the same body type. This news channel 3 now, you got to be really careful with them, though. But I've seen it sometimes in the past. They have the right information. Sometimes you don't know. Same body type. I guess maybe that was the matter. It's saying they were wrongly accused. So let me just look at this article because I think there's video on it. An unconfirmed photograph circulating online purports to show an individual alleged to be connected to the Brown University shooting following a significant law enforcement presence at extra space storage. Witnesses reported that the storage facility became surrounded by police as part of an ongoing investigation. Okay, let's see what happens here.
Radical jihadists are not done. Iran promises...
Sorry. Let's try here. I want to see if the manager said something.
This is a picture of the shooter. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and my brother goes, that doesn't even look at me. He goes, but I had a hat on and my...
So can you explain the facility thing?
It's, he works at the self-storage.
Is it okay if I record you?
Yeah, he works at the self-storage over there. And he's a manager there, and the FBI was calling him, trying to find out, you know, about the... Because the guy has a storage unit there.
Storage unit in Salem, New Hampshire.
Yeah, so
So I don't know if you guys believe this story. Somebody was falsely or wrongly accused, but now they're saying supposedly this is the shooter.
This is a picture of the shooter. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and my brother goes, that doesn't even look at me. He goes, but I had a hat on and my...
So can you explain the facility thing?
It's, he works at the self-storage.
Is it okay if I record you?
Yeah, he works at the self-storage over there. And he's a manager there, and the FBI was calling him, trying to find out, you know, about the... Because the guy has a storage unit there.
Storage unit in Salem, New Hampshire.
Yeah, so they were talking to them, trying to figure out everything, and so they got the information. They said, my brother's boss said, you can go home. If we need you, we'll call you back. Yeah. And my brother left, got in his car and started driving away, and they surrounded him. The FBI
surrounded your brother's car.
Ripped him out of his car, threw him to the ground, and put rifles to his head.
That's
insane. Fucking assholes. And he's trying to tell him, I'm the manager. You were just
of the storage facility.
Yeah. Just talking to me. Extra space storage over there.
Extra space storage in Salem, New Hampshire.
And so they went and got his license.
Wow. Where's the rest of the video? Oh. I don't know. Sounds like some craziness. I mean, I could see that they do have this. I can see the wrong person getting caught up.
Okay, 109 status check.
Still, I'll be all set.
That's for going across from up response to 112 Charlestown Road, Unit 1. It's going to be for a male who's lethargic, and they believe he has possible internal bleeding. Again, that's for going across from up response to 112 Charlestown Road, Unit 1. It's going to be a double call for a male who's lethargic. They believe he might have internal bleeding. 1955.
They put out the picture of the person who was near, they believed, their person of interest. Everything seemed to sort of whip up after they released that picture. And at the time, it seemed unusual. We don't typically see that. But whatever they were able to glean, it seemed, from that period after releasing the photo, set in motion so much more.
Absolutely, it did. And it seems like that may have been the catalyst, and that may have helped them connect all the dots here between the Brown shooting and the MIT professor shooting. And once the car was found, and they said that they had evidence, that they had physical evidence, they had DNA evidence, they have witnesses, and perhaps the person they wanted to identify that had been seen near the person of interest, maybe that person either provided them with information or knew something or was able to give them a little more help in the investigation.
And we've talked about what is it that they could have had that would tie Providence to Brookline, and you mentioned, shell casings, possible video evidence, and we did learn that a rental car was seen in that area that they tied back to this individual. We're about to switch from the stream. And we will continue, of course, here on CBS News Boston, but also on the WBZ News at 8 o'clock, our primetime newscast as well, coming up here in just a minute.
We have a team of reporters, as you've seen, all over the area. We are in New Hampshire tonight, where the investigation is focused. We're on the campus of Brown University, and we are in Brookline, where that professor was shot on Monday night. We're going to continue to follow this for you, and we're going to be on WSBK TV 38 with the very latest as well.
No, it's roughly 1079.
119.
Yeah.
Okay. So still clearing out this facility. I wonder if this guy's really still there. The alleged shooter. Let's see if we have any other view. It's on the ground. I'd rather see the helicopter storage view. Yeah, I don't know about that person supposedly being the shooter. I guess I'll bookmark it. We'll wait and see.
103117.
10-1.
105117.
$33 to Officer LaVille. 10-5. Can you just move the cruiser? Okay.
Crazy. Who would have thought? I didn't think we were going to be here. Layla called it, said we'd be here till 8 o'clock waiting for a press conference. I'm thinking, I guess, because there's just been so many developments. And they want this guy caught. They want to be able to walk in there and be like, he's caught or dead or whatever. The manager. Actually, that's still kind of interesting.
And the search has taken them across multiple states.
Many of you have wondered about this. Tonight, CBS has confirmed police are investigating a possible connection between the deadly shooting at Brown University and the shooting death of an MIT professor who was shot in his home in Brookline on Monday night.
We can give you a look at both of the crime scenes, Brown University and Brookline. They happened 2 days and 50 miles apart, and now a new scene in Salem, New Hampshire tonight.
I want to thank you for being with us. I'm Lisa Hughes.
And I'm David Wade.
A situation at Marion Phillips where you trespassed.
Alarm from Section 4 on the C7 on Charlestown Road Command.
On the scene, C7 has command 2000 hours.
So weird, that video.
Americans count on us to keep everything running.
Last year, we increased.
Police have been gathered. We were actually here at around 7 o'clock. We were right up against that storage facility where we saw police from both Providence Police Department. We saw U.S. Federal Marshals. We saw Salem Police here, all centered around this storage facility, all centered around a car, and then all looking at potentially, it looked like entering the storage facility at some point. We're still working to gather more information about how this is focused on the investigation, of course, with CBS News sources reporting that the search for the suspect in the Brown University shooting is now expanded to several states. We're just over the border of Massachusetts here in Salem, New Hampshire, and this has been the scene for at least the last hour or so. We were here originally at 7 o'clock, and they moved us further down the road, the police here, because they said it was for our safety. So now we have a worse vantage point of where they've actually focused most of their attention. But over the past hour, we've seen several officers from different departments come down here in and out, walking back and forth. And really, what we've heard from them so far is just kind of crowd control, telling people to stay back as a lot of onlookers are gathered here. But of course, we're working to gather more information in what is still a pretty active and tense situation here in Salem. Further down the road,
all right, Aaron, thank you. We now want to go to the first crime scene in Providence, Rhode Island, Brown University, where a shooter burst into a classroom on Saturday afternoon, killing 2 students.
Let me see if any other updates from Brooke Taylor. Nothing yet.
Still going to have a news conference. We're told we'll be given a 20-minute update, but they just can't tell us when that is going to happen. CBS News reporting earlier in the evening that the intent would be to do that whenever there is a suspect who's in custody. They know exactly where that suspect is. I can tell you that before we got to this point today, there was some frustration among members of the community about what appeared to be a stalling of the investigation. But I did speak with a former FBI profiler today who said that these little drips and drabs of information and video that we were getting throughout the week, that may have been part of the strategy to ultimately smoke the person of interest out and cause some sort of pressure so that they feel paranoid. Take a listen.
Keep the pressure on the offender. Keep the press releases going. Keep the videos coming out. Talk about the forensic evidence. Talk about the DNA, because what you're doing is you're keeping that person believing that he's being watched, could be watched.
I don't know about that. Let's see. Let me see what the live updates say over here again. Several members of the Providence Police Department and at least one FBI negotiator were among the law enforcement police at the police scene outside. That's it. That place is pretty big too, that storage facility.
Able to hear that resolution tonight at the podium right behind me. Live at Providence Police Headquarters, Louisa Moeller, WBZ News.
Yeah, Louisa, and we understand why they want to put this information out there. You have been in the room this week to see the very heated question and answer sessions between investigators and officials in Providence and members of the media who felt, it seemed from their line of questioning, that they were not satisfied with the information that was being released or the images.
Yeah,
You know
and
the
as
area-
we've discussed
area?
with a lot of our law enforcement analysts and Cheryl, there is this careful song and dance about what's strategically being released to the public that's going to be helpful to the investigation, what's not being released, and then there's the tension of what was the responsibility of Brown University to protect its students, and did that happen without a flaw? A lot of critics have said no, that there was certainly a very sort of disjointed response to the initial reports of a mass shooting, and all of that will clearly be analyzed very carefully once this is all over, including the positioning and the cameras on Brown University's campus. We were told 1,200 cameras just not in the right spot,
Yeah,
or being
it's
told
crazy.
at the Barus and Holley building where the shooting took place. So certainly frustration has mounted throughout the week as there were questions about how this could happen and how it wasn't being solved. Hopefully tonight there will be a sort of a wrap-up, something for people to come together about. We can only hope. And then after that, I have no doubt there will certainly be an analysis of how we got to this point.
Louisa Moeller live in Providence. Thank you, Louisa. We'll see you a little later tonight. Until now, the only way people really have been able to come together is in grief at vigils for these victims. And we do want to show you the two students who were killed in Saturday's shooting at Brown University. Ella Cook was a sophomore from Alabama. She was the vice president of Brown's College Republicans.
And Mukhammad Aziz Umurzokov was a freshman studying biochemistry and neuroscience. He was studying at Brown to become a neurosurgeon. Logan Hall's live for us on the campus of Brown University tonight in Providence. And Logan.
Okay, 16 minutes ago, a mobile command vehicle and several law enforcement personnel are on scene. Multiple law enforcement officers wearing carrying weapons and wearing full tactical gear enter the storage facility in Salem. So we're just waiting. It's it looks like it's at least 2 levels. The facility has units ranging from 5x5 to 10x30. Wow, including climate-controlled, indoor, and vehicle-friendly options. That'd be wild if he's not even in there. How crazy would that be?
So this campus has thinned out over the course of the last several days, with the majority of the student population going home for winter break. But those that are here are following along closely for any updates, hoping that they can feel safe again in their home. For now, reporting in Providence, I'm Logan Hall, WBZ News.
And Logan, that's a good point. Do people there sort of feel some...
I'm going to be back in 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Got to put my daughter to bed, but I will be back. All right.
Sort of in danger still, that maybe they didn't feel comfortable to sort of come together in some type of large gathering. It's kind of a tough situation to have something that really there's no closure, which makes it very difficult to come together.
Yeah, David, it's a great point that you bring up, and there are students and residents that we've talked to that have said that they don't feel safe and that it has been scary for them to traverse around the campus. But we have also seen this community rally together. We have seen memorials at nearby parks. We've seen memorials here on campus, and just being here over the last several days, I've seen a number of students stop by those memorials, leave flowers, pay their respects. So definitely a moment for this community to come together. But you are right, this all happening right now means that it will be definitely a process for this community to heal, and it will take some time.
Logan Hall in Providence on the campus of Brown University. Thank you, Logan.
And we want to bring in those pictures, if we can, too, from Salem, New Hampshire, where police are focused right now on a storage unit. I want to bring in our chief investigator, Cheryl Fiandaca, who has been breaking this down all day with these rapid-fire developments and what you've been learning from your sources. They really have been able to connect some of these significant pieces in the last 5.5, 6 hours.
For sure. I mean, we thought that they were at a stalemate and they hadn't, they weren't making much progress in this. And I think that was part of the frustration with all of the news conferences that we were watching throughout the week. But in the last 24 hours and really this afternoon, a lot has happened. I mean, they've made the connection. They've identified the suspect. They have a warrant for the suspect's arrest. So that's really very important in this process. They've also been able to find the car that they were looking for. The car has been abandoned. And now the search and all of their efforts are at this storage facility in Salem, New Hampshire. You can see that there are a lot of assets there, hoping to bring this to a conclusion tonight.
And your sources saying that they are investigating a connection between what happened at Brown and the murder of the MIT professor in Brookline. And it's interesting to think sort of how that investigation may have been the thing to help identify what he may have done at Brown. The evidence they had there on that scene.
Right, and that's what's so interesting here. I mean, putting these two scenes together, as we've said, 50 miles apart, days apart when they happened, seemingly, I mean, all of us were thinking, okay, this seems really odd, but there wasn't really the connection, the thread. And the real thread here was on the rental car. The suspect must have rented a car, and that car was at the Brown shooting, the Brown University shooting. That rental car, that same make and model, also found a few blocks away from the MIT professor's house.
And what we don't know is the weapon. Forgive me. We know that it hasn't been found.
No.
We know that it was a 9mm that was used in the shooting at Brown. Police don't have that weapon to go on, but they have the shell casings, they have the ballistics evidence. Presumably, they also have evidence in Brookline. That shooting happened right in front of the residence there, Dr. Loureiro's residence. We were told that there were bullets in the walls. So they have evidence from these two scenes.
They do, and they also have, and we've already talked about this as well, that there are a lot of cameras on that street, and that is also very helpful information. I mean, if you take a look at the cameras from that, and then the video that they have from the Brown University shooting, and they put all of that together with whatever other DNA evidence and whatever physical evidence. I mean, the police have said that they did find physical evidence. We don't know if the shooter left something behind, or if that was maybe the shell casings from the bullets, and they were able to match those. A lot goes into this, but it looks like the investigation has really, really been ramped up today.
And we talk about the rental car as being something that may have bridged the two crime scenes. And we were talking, when they start doing the investigation in Providence and they don't have the person, they do have some images, I'm assuming that they would sort of take stock of what cars are in the area. And then they do the same thing for the professor in Brookline. And at some point they may say, we have the same car in two different locations. Is that sort of how this might have worked?
It definitely could work like that. I mean, they have these things called flock cameras, and the flock cameras can quickly look at all the license plates as the car drives down the street, right? And if they were able to say, wait a minute, this car was here and it was also here, so there's a connection there. And then if there are other connections that maybe the same weapon was used, maybe the images that were taken from the Brown University shooting match similar images that they have from the professor's shooting. So all of that pulled together lets them know, okay, we have a scene where there's a connection. There's a connection between these two.
Curious, too, once you have those pieces, then how much easier is it to actually begin to use cell phone data and the data from towers, right? You know, you have some idea, this is the vehicle this individual is in, this is the name that was used to rent the vehicle. Now you're starting to develop a path, but where do this and how do the cell phone towers and cell phone information come into play?
Well, they're able to get all the cell phone information, the FBI is able to get all of that, and they were able to see, okay, how many cell phones were in this area at this time? How many cell phones were in this area at this time? And if the numbers match up. I mean, we did a story several years ago now about how they were able to find the suspects who went into a car dealership up in New Hampshire and stole a whole bunch of vehicles from the car dealership. And they were able to quickly go to the cell phone towers and find that at that time of day, there were only a couple of cell phones that were being used at that hour of the night, and tracked them and were able to find the suspect. So it's pretty remarkable stuff.
Not to mention, if there is a rental car involved, rental companies have all kinds of things that they do with their cars to protect them. And when you rent a car, you obviously have to show an ID, and and a suspect may not be thinking that the rental car is going to be the thing that traces back to me, but there's a very good chance that it was.
Is a very good chance that it was. And we also don't know whether or not the person that they put out that they said that they wanted to identify. They put a picture of someone out that they said was not a suspect, but it was
Close
someone
proximity, right?
Right, that's what they said, close proximity. And whether or not that person was able to provide the police with any information about what, if they had an interaction with this person, what the interaction was, whether or not they knew this person, whether or not there was anything that helped the police identify who they were looking for.
I'm curious, it seemed unusual at the time because usually when police at that stage of an investigation are putting out imagery, it's something that they want to trigger the mind of someone who might have seen a suspect. In this case, they made it clear that wasn't what they were doing. But it seems in retrospect that this wasn't somebody who was just walking down the street or someone who might casually have been in a nearby,
just picking random people.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, there would have been too many people who fit that bill, it seems, unless there was more there.
I'm guessing there was more there, and they only showed this one frame and said, this is the person that we want to speak to. He's not a suspect. He's just someone that was near the person of interest. And that may have helped them in this case as well.
Again, with that pressure campaign.
Yes.
Sort of every step of the way, sort of exerting pressure where they can, even if they don't know at that point who they're looking for.
Right. And, the analyst that Louisa spoke to was really interesting information that, not only keeping the pressure on them, but she believed that this person is not a career criminal, not someone that's skilled in, committing crimes, and so maybe making mistakes both before and after, and leaving more evidence and leaving a trail that actually led to police being able to identify him.
We want to, if we can, take pictures again in Salem, New Hampshire, because that is the biggest news of the hour, and that is there is a heavy police presence. You have not only local police, you have state police, not just from Rhode Island, but also New Hampshire. We presume Massachusetts, maybe not live pictures, but we can give you some taped images from what we've been seeing at the storage facility in New Hampshire, just off of Route 93, if you know where the old Rockingham Mall was, where the Tuscan Village is, then you know where this is. This is right along the highway. Is this a live image? I guess it is a live image. So you can see even more police cars now pulling up. Aaron Parsegian has been on the ground there, one of our reporters. We saw, and Lisa pointed it out, at one point it looked like officers kind of running into the building. That was the one symbol of anything of urgency. For the rest of the time, we've mainly seen officers behind their cars sort of peering into this building. And you were told, Cheryl, that a car was abandoned there, but they didn't find the person inside. What is unclear is whether the car was abandoned in this particular spot.
Right, exactly. But something led them to this particular storage area, and obviously you see there's such a large police presence. There's several agencies on scene here. We've seen obviously the Providence Police. We've seen the FBI. You can see right there the Salem Police are there. Lots of activity going on here as police are concentrating all of their efforts to find the person that they believe is responsible for both shootings.
Out of curiosity, Cheryl, we already saw how many officers were in that neighborhood. And then as we were talking, 2 more pulled up. At some point, why are you bringing in reinforcements now? Is it because simply people have been on the job for a long time? Or do they anticipate there might be the need for more people?
There may be the need for more people. I mean, once the scene is secured, and whatever that is, whether they are...
All right, I'm going to scan and see if anything's happened. Wow, I was not expecting to be here this long, which I don't mind. We're good. But I was surprised. It looks like they're still at this facility. Looks like, I don't know, the people are saying he unalived himself, but I haven't seen any confirmation of that. Just random people are saying that. Okay. What are the news people? There's a lot happening. We'll break into CBS 8:30. Chopper, is it leaving? No.
We're not using our overhead live images from the helicopters as well to protect police during this situation.
Right, but they have not had a shelter-in-place order or asked people to stay in their homes or any of that.
No.
So it appears that at this point, they're not concerned about the danger to the community in this area.
That can be somewhat telling.
It can be.
And particularly because we all have that memory of what it was like to put an entire city on lockdown when they were looking for the marathon bombing suspects, and how people complied with that, and how ultimately that gave them the ability to move in and out of Watertown in a way that enabled them to finally corner the younger Tsarnaev brother. But if there are a couple of homes, they may have been able to reach out to those homeowners and just give them
to stay inside or just not get involved with what's going on. I know it's really interesting, and I think at that time during the Boston Marathon bombing, we were putting information out when I was with the Boston Police on social media, and that was really something that Ed Davis, kind of spearheaded that whole effort to use social media as a way to communicate directly.
Stand off Huntington Beach. Oh, OC Street Live. I can take a look. I mean, I can maybe pull it on the side if it's interesting. OC Street. I guess that's bad quality, but you gotta take what we can get, I guess.
Park and patrol. He may have a hostage or he may not. We don't know. The police don't know. They've been doing call-outs for the last couple hours. But we're off of Edinger Avenue. Those that live in Huntington Beach, across the street from Marina High School.
I don't know. I'll keep an eye on it. I don't want to take away, because I know people are here to watch this manhunt. I don't want to run people off. But I'm going to keep it to the side and see if it looks interesting. Maybe I'll pop it on. Or in a little while, maybe. Twitter is so crazy, man. Oh my gosh.
Alarm from command. Command terminated. Engine 4 returning.
Engine 4 returning 2023.
He said they got the shooter. It was Waldo. Crazy. Yeah, I mean, that building is pretty massive. I mean, they seem kind of relaxed outside, though, but it's a massive search. Or clearing out room to room, I guess. How do you even go to room? Do you have to get all the keys? You bust it in? Elon Musk said the future is going to be amazing with AI and robots enabling sustainable abundance. The AI stuff is kind of taking control. It's getting out of hand a little bit.
Swivel, as they say, and keep your wits about you. For the families, I would wish for answers. Your heart goes out to them. Yeah, it's very.
Let me check the flight radar. So we got this news chopper out there. So what we're probably watching is right there circling around.
Since Monday evening when they first started investigating this. And, you know, in the hours after, this community came together holding a vigil of sorts where they held candles out in front of this home. I had talked to so many people who knew the professor. Many regarded him as a genius. They're also friends with his wife, who is a member of a dance group here, and his 3 children who are very active in the community. As this news is starting to develop, it's just fascinating to watch people's shoulders lower as they're hoping this obviously comes to an end as soon as possible. Guys.
Yeah, it has been so unsettling. Brandon, the police car behind you, is that essentially to send a sign to the neighborhood? We're here, you're safe. There's not a great deal of investigating going on there because it seems like police are really focusing their efforts on New Hampshire.
Yeah, we just noticed a shift change, actually, from the police officer here. So they have been here steadily throughout this. And what law enforcement told us Tuesday, at least, when we got our last official update on this investigation, that's how long it has been for people who have gotten any type of update from law enforcement, in this case at least, is that they would have a police officer out here. And so it's been parked here at times too, but we have not seen any comings and goings from the building as far as law enforcement are concerned. Haven't seen that really since Tuesday afternoon.
All right, Brandon Truitt in Brookline, thank you so much for your reporting, Brandon. Law enforcement expert and former state trooper Todd McGee joins us live now. And Todd, the news that an arrest warrant has been issued. We have these images coming in from Salem, New Hampshire. What you're seeing there at that storage unit, when you look at it, what are you thinking?
Well, this is a good example of tips and leads that are being followed by the investigative team. And it appears that there is some credible information coming out of that storage facility, possibly a vehicle that's been seen at other locations, specifically in the first mass shooting on the Brown University campus. So again, as we talk about in the investigations like this, there are layers to the investigation, and this is just one example of something else happening simultaneously while other officials are going through the information and tips and leads coming in from the other 2 incidents.
Todd, we've been trying to read the body language of the officers and trying to see what we can, and I think it's much more valuable to ask you because you have been in law enforcement, you've been involved in these tense situations. Generally speaking, what's happening right now on the ground?
So it appears this small unit of uniformed officers looking at the gear that they have on. They are standing by. They may have a robot that is viewing the interior portion of the storage facility to make sure they're not walking into anything harmful. So it looks like they are standing by and waiting for more additional information before they proceed. Is the vehicle rigged in some way? Is there a second vehicle that they're interested in? These are all the things that the tips and leads that these investigators are going to be going through. But my gut feeling right now with limited information is that they may be waiting for more information, perhaps coming back from a robot that has a camera on a very sensitive area.
And Todd, you mentioned earlier that at some point you wouldn't be surprised if you saw SWAT units tonight. The officers that we're seeing, we noticed that some are state troopers, some are Providence police. Are you seeing the type of response that you thought you might?
Yes, and especially around, it's obvious that we have a very dangerous person still at large, and you really need the level of expertise that the SWAT operators can bring to take down a person. They've got other equipment. Hopefully, they don't have to use lethal force. There's other non-lethal means that they can bring someone into custody. So that's the best case scenario.
Curiosity, now that they know his name, we don't, but they do. What kind of work in a situation like this goes on with people you can identify as either friends or loved ones or family members? Is it likely that investigators, someone is bringing in someone who is part of this man's life?
I would venture to say that a scenario that we might hear is that a loved one called in, just like in the case, the alleged shooter, Luigi Mangione, family member had contacted the authorities and assisted in the apprehension of Luigi Mangione. So again, we've seen this in the past. These scenarios do play themselves out with family or friends or even coworkers that know a person, possibly connected to these incidents. So that's not unlikely.
Brian Enton posted, search connected to the Brown shooting continues. Car located near the storage unit. Area communities are telling people to be on the lookout. So they're telling people to be on the lookout out there, so they believe the suspect is around. Is he inside of this place? I don't know. Maybe not.
Might be the case. What you're saying is they have to be super, super careful no matter what they believe, which is why it looks like everything is moving just a little bit slowly outside of this storage unit.
Yeah, to the unfamiliar eye or the untrained eye, you would say, okay, well, why didn't they go in? Why didn't they move in? Well, there's good cause and reason for them to take up this position. The fact that they've identified this storage facility, to me, that's following a good tip and a good lead. How they close out this call will remain to be seen, and hopefully the press conference will share this activity specifically from this location as things develop further. But again, they're pausing for a reason, and they're pausing for officer safety, most likely.
And a follow-up on this, because we've talked a lot about this rental car that was seen in Providence, that was also seen in Brookline. We believe it's the same vehicle that the person was traveling in.
I then said, be on the lookout for a human, right? Like, what do we have? We don't have much.
Same vehicle. Does a car like that, especially a rental vehicle, does that become almost an instant tracker, so to speak, to find someone who might be driving in a car like that?
The investigation will yield from a rental, and I think was mentioned earlier, someone's got to produce ID. And so even if it wasn't the actual shooter that rented the car, someone close to the shooter did. And that's another lead, another opportunity for law enforcement to see who secured this vehicle in the form of a rental. And that gives them someone else to interview and puts them a lot closer to the actual perpetrator. So again, even if this isn't a rental by the actual shooter, this is still a good lead for law enforcement to gain great information.
Well, Todd McGee, you have given us a lot of great information today, and we're so thankful for your insight and your experience. We're going to get back to you in just a bit. Right now, we want to go live to Salem, New Hampshire, where police have been focusing on the storage unit we've been talking about and on a vehicle there. Aaron Parsegian is there live. Aaron?
Yeah, Lisa and David, still an active scene here, but I think Mr. McGee kind of summed up what we're actually seeing, where there's a lot of waiting here with a number of agencies that have been here outside this storage facility. If you can see down the street here, that's where they've spent a lot of their time. And in the last few minutes, we've seen even more police from different jurisdictions make their way down here. Most recently, it appeared to be Massachusetts State Police. Earlier, we saw Providence Police up here in Salem, New Hampshire. We also saw federal agents, and we also saw New Hampshire State Police, as well as Salem Police here. Now, we were actually moved away from this area as they shut down this road just after 7 o'clock tonight. They said they wanted to do this for our safety and keep this area clear, where we saw all those officers huddled around cars down there when we were closer. Looks like they were at one point looking to go in that actual storage facility. Of course, this all comes as CBS News sources report that the search for the suspected Brown University shooter has now expanded to several states. Of course, we're just over the border of Massachusetts here in Salem, New Hampshire, and this has been the scene now.
I don't think he's inside. Case said, maybe we should do a poll. Is he inside this storage facility? Damn. AZ posted this. Thank you, Katerina. AZ says the suspected shooter in Brown University / MIT professor murder was used more than one set of license plates on the vehicle. Wow. So this person had different license plates. Could that be why somebody said they saw a Florida license plate previously? Because now they're saying it's a Maine license plate, I guess, when they found it today.
Some of our Sky Eye video
Sophistication,
gets a better
planning?
vantage point of what officers are doing as we speak.
And Aaron, as we have you there, we did just get an interesting information interesting announcement from Methuen Police Department as they're putting out to residents there in Methuen. If you are familiar with the area, Methuen is just south of the New Hampshire border. And in fact, the main road that goes through Salem, where all the businesses are, it goes Methuen and then Salem, only a few miles from where the storage facility is. They're putting out to residents that they are currently mobilizing resources at the border by Salem, so the Salem-Methuen line on Route 28, and they say the activity is connected to an ongoing effort to locate a suspect in the active investigation into a recent death. At this time, there's no information indicating an imminent risk to the public. However, we encourage everyone to remain vigilant and exercise heightened caution. This is interesting because we were just talking a little while ago, Cheryl, that there had been no type of announcement from anyone saying sort of, watch out, there could be danger in the area. And now suddenly a town that's a couple of miles down the road is saying that. When you hear this, what are you thinking?
Well, you know, what we could be thinking is that we know that the car was abandoned. So it's a possibility that the suspect could have walked away and walked toward Methuen and maybe in the area. It's only a few miles away. It's not that far to walk if you had to walk.
Could I interrupt you for 1 second?
Sure.
Because what you're saying right there, the last paragraph of what they're putting out, it says, in particular, if you observe any individual on foot who appears to be out of place, unfamiliar to the area, or behaving in a manner that seems unusual or suspicious, please report it.
So they may think that if it's a possibility, if the car was abandoned that close to the border, that there's a possibility that he just got up and started walking, and 3 miles is not that far to walk. And but it's an area that you probably wouldn't see someone walking. So if you saw them, you might think that's odd, or it might call your attention to the fact that you see a person walking. So I think it's smart to put that out in the event that something like that actually could be possibly occurring, and so people should be aware. But you know, we just saw Aaron say that there's a problem with crowd control now. There's a whole lot of folks that are out there that just want to see what's going on.
I don't know what's going on.
Well, the other interesting nugget from that last part of the sentence is if you see someone who's behaving in a manner that seems unusual or suspicious, or who is unfamiliar with the area, which you wouldn't, someone from the area probably wouldn't be walking between these, but it does sort of, it gives us a sense of sort of the picture they're painting of an individual they don't yet have in custody.
Right, and I mean, that's what it sounds like at this point, that they're saying, okay, just in case there's the possibility that he could have abandoned the vehicle and started walking, and if anybody saw anything, to report it. You know, I think at this point in this investigation, this is an all-out manhunt. I mean, they're not going to leave any stone unturned here.
All right, and we're going to continue to cover this. We will take a quick break right now. We're going to be back with more information right after the break.
So they use multiple license plates on that gray Nissan Sentra. Look at all these guys coming out now. I wonder if they're done. They're done clearing, maybe. I don't know. Man, oh man. Going in through another side. Are we going to be doing an all-nighter? The sleuths. Let me see to the address. Extra space storage. Maybe they should have completely canceled the presser. Kiev collision, Salem. Have a car parking lot there or something? It's a huge facility. Extra space. Oh, there's a whole like back way too. Some type of little path behind. Oh, you can't go in. Collision of Salem.
Of the extra space storage facility on Hampshire Street, which is right off of 93 near Tuscan Village. And you can see a large police presence. There are law enforcement from Rhode Island all the way up to New Hampshire, all focused right now on this one building.
That's right. The FBI involved in this. We just noticed in a prior piece of video, there were officers who were heavily armed who went in the door of one storage unit or came out of a storage unit, walked along the side, and then apparently went back in, not running, but walking, heavily armed.
And so this is all taped footage. Again, we are not showing live pictures from our helicopter for the safety of the officers and for the safety of all the people in the area. We do have Cheryl Fiandaca here with us right now. We have an Aaron Parsegian on the ground as well. You were told that a car was found abandoned in New Hampshire.
Right. The car was found abandoned in New Hampshire. And, you know, just moments ago, the Methuen police put out an alert for their community residents, letting them know that they have a presence at the border between New Hampshire and Massachusetts, and to be vigilant and be aware in case they see someone that appears to be out of place, that's walking in the area, that doesn't appear to be from the area. Just in the unlikely event, it may be likely, that the person who abandoned, the suspect who abandoned the car in New Hampshire, maybe continue to walk toward Methuen.
One of the concerns when we were talking with Ed Davis earlier was that they would be unable to catch this suspect before nightfall when everything just becomes...
Discord, I linked you to a post. Okay.
Jason and David, if you can see, they still have this road closed off up until this storage facility. You can see that even more police cruisers have actually come down here. The last ones we saw were from Massachusetts State Police. They joined police from a bunch of other jurisdictions. Providence Police were here, U.S. Federal...
Yeah, so that post, the Methuen Police Department, they said that, let's see, there's no risk to the public or no information that there's risk. If you observe any individuals on foot who appear out of place, unfamiliar to the area, or behaving in a manner that seems unusual or suspicious, call the police. There's going to be a lot of calls to 911 tonight.
Then is just more officers make their way to this area, and you can actually see where they've kind of gathered down by the entrance to this storage facility here. Their blue lights shining. Of course, this is as close as we can get to this point. The other thing we've been noticing through tonight is just the amount of onlookers that have come here to gather to the scene because they see this massive police presence in what is a pretty busy part of town here in Salem, just over the border from Massachusetts. And there's just gatherers and gatherers all around here. So one of the things police have been having to do is just have crowd control, really. You can see this right now. They're making sure people know this road is closed, trying to keep at least a lane open for some of these more vehicles, emergency vehicles, been making their way down here. Of course, this is where it appears most of the police involvement is at this point, as CBS News sources report that the search for the Brown shooting suspect has made its way to several states. Of course, here in New Hampshire, we have police from all over, including Providence, Rhode Island, here, really trying to keep an eye on this scene as we have through the night. And you can see some of the crowd that's gathered here has just grown minute by minute by minute. And right now they still have this road closed with all those officers down there by the storage facility.
Obviously, you had some contact with police officers because they did ask you to move back. And now we have this crowd control situation that's taking place. Is there any communication right now between an officer at that scene and members of the media?
Not to this point, other than to say, stay over here, move out of the way, move out of the road, this one lane that they've been keeping open for police to continue going down there, and as they kind of shifted in and out of here. But that's the only thing we've heard to this point.
And Aaron, we just read this Facebook post by Methuen Police where they're telling their residents, Methuen's only about, a couple of miles down Route 28, right there on the New Hampshire border, the border with Salem, saying to watch out for anyone who might look like they're out of place, who may not look like they're supposed to be walking in that area. Have you seen any police outside of the perimeter of that storage facility? In other words, have you seen any police sort of roaming other neighborhoods or driving around or looking around?
Well, David, when we were first driving up here earlier this evening, we actually stopped in a parking lot just right when you crossed into Salem. So honestly, closer to either Methuen.
Kelly, thank you for the 5. Appreciate that. Just tagged you on a post, AZ Intel. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Oh, Hmm. 3 minutes ago, Brooke Taylor says local news helicopters show agents and officers entering the facility in full force as they get ready to go into his unit. Oh, damn, I thought they were already in his unit. Oh, okay. Let's see. Okay. Kelly, thank you, Kelly. Okay. Oh, okay, yeah. Sources tell Fox News the suspect has a storage unit in his name at the facility where the abandoned car was found. Agents have not entered the unit, and video shows him entering the complex. Oh. Though it's unclear if he left. Oh, man, is this dude held up inside of this shit? Oh, no.
Found him just by looking at the outside of this building. It's really hard to figure out what exactly is going on because it is a methodical process, even though it seems like the type of thing where you're going to see people running all over the place.
Right. And, that's what, when we talked to Todd McGee, the former state trooper that we just had on, these are live pictures here. You can see there's quite a bit of activity here. What he was talking about is that if it looks like there's nothing going on, they may be waiting for a reason. They have all kinds of devices and things that they can do to look inside that storage unit to make sure that maybe someone is in there, maybe no one is in there, and whether or not there's any concern for their own safety. But you can see that there are more and more police are arriving here. So it looks like the scene is definitely becoming much more active.
Okay, so this is what I don't understand. The storage unit does not look enormous. You have technology in which you can see inside. Yes, there would maybe concerns about whether the rental vehicle is rigged or whether there is some sort of danger there. But it seems like you should be able, one would be able to assess whether this is safe or not, unless there's something you can't get to.
It might be something that they can't get to. They might be waiting for a search warrant. And if that's the case and they think they need a search warrant to get in there for whatever reason, that maybe the suspects are not in there and maybe something else is in there that they might want to get to, that might be what's happening here as well. I mean, it's hard to tell, really. This story has had so many twists and turns. I mean, you started off with one horrific shooting on Saturday night, and then all of a sudden another shooting on Monday that seemingly you would not think would be related, and now it turns out that they are related. It took the police several days to be able to identify a suspect, and now they have an arrest warrant for that person. And it looks like that they were able to track this person, finding the same car at both locations, both the Brown University shooting and the same car was seen in the area of the MIT professor shooting. And that car has later now been found abandoned. We also know that was a rental car, and it was rented just outside of Logan Airport.
The one interesting thing, or the one possibly difficult thing about a storage facility, is that by design, there are many, many different gates that are locked. I mean, that's the whole point of them, is to have sort of almost mini garages that lock up and you can put things in them. So it really gives the opportunity for many, many hiding spots as long as you have one of these units that you have possession of. And we don't know that, but it is a possible wrinkle that comes from trying to go into a building like this.
For sure. And, the storage units, by design, there's no windows. So it's not like you can just peer in the window and see what's going on.
Right,
And that's the whole idea, is that they're climate controlled and contained facilities. And if they do need a warrant to get in there, which I think they do, that's probably what they're waiting for, to make sure that they do have a warrant before they open that door.
Okay, and Salem police are now putting out essentially the same bulletin that Methuen police put out, telling people, quote, if you observe any individuals on foot who appear out of place, unfamiliar to the area, or behaving in a manner that seems unusual or suspicious, please report it immediately. It's the same language.
Yeah.
So they've clearly crafted this together and trying to get that out as quickly as they can.
The only one thing there is it says individuals, not plural. So not just an individual.
Not a person.
Not a person.
Any individuals.
Individuals. So there's a possibility. I mean, we don't know. We don't know whether or not this person is alone, or may have had some help, or does have some help, or is with someone in some way. So
I'm trying to pull up what exactly they wrote, because I just find it fascinating that they're putting out this information, because to the eye, it seems like, well, this is the only place to worry about.
Right.
And then you hear from two different towns, one of them being the town where this is happening, and then the town just to the south of it, both saying, just keep a lookout for somebody. Now, it might just be something you do, but if you are 100%.
So again, supposedly they're entering the facility in full force, and that this guy, the suspect, has a storage unit, so they're going to get ready to go inside the storage unit. I thought all this time they had already been inside. That's crazy. That guy has to be watching the shit, yo. He has to be like watching the streams, staying updated.
Person in custody, it really is incumbent upon you to let everybody know in as transparent a way as you can be at a time when you can't be transparent. Be aware.
Right. And, putting that out to the community, obviously the community is well aware that something's going on. So to tell them that there's a possibility that someone who they're looking for could possibly be in the area, walking, seemingly unfamiliar, and to be on the lookout for that and report it is helpful to the investigation as well.
And I'm just looking at some of the comments. I'm not going to read the comments that came with this Facebook post that Salem police made, but I just wanted to get sort of a sense of how people are feeling in that town. And they're all sort of like, wait, what? I thought it was only at that building. And then they're all talking about, why are you saying individuals? And then people are saying, well, what about the guy that you were looking for yesterday, who you supposedly just wanted to speak with? So until the overall point here is that until there is some finality to this, there are just a lot of people who are on edge.
That's right. We're not going to know. And one of the places where people have been on edge from the beginning is Providence, Rhode Island. Louisa Moeller joins us there live. And Louisa, it sounds like any news conference is going to be a ways off.
Yeah, Lisa, David, we're hoping for that finality, as you said.
Steve said, I bet they're checking for IEDs. Who knows if the person could have rigged it? They have to be super careful. Maybe send in a robot or something into the facility first. I don't know.
About a resolution tonight. Now, we don't know when that's going to happen. We don't know if that could be 11 p.m. or later. But hoping clearly for resolution and probably taking in information at nearly the same speed that we are.
Spirit, thank you for the super chat. Have we seen any dogs going in? Seems like it would be easy to get a scent from the car.
Frankly, most of New.
I haven't seen canines. I don't know. I haven't seen canines going in. I thought they had canines on scene. I'd have to look it up and see what's being said about that.
I mean, so many communities on edge. And I will say there was a sense of frustration from speaking to people around the Brown community today about the pace of this investigation before everything broke this afternoon. I can imagine that those folks are probably pinned, glued to their phones and to their televisions, waiting to see if something.
Supposedly no reports of canines being deployed.
And anxiety that they have felt all along. We've been told by a city spokesperson there's going to be a roughly 20-minute heads up before there is a news conference, so we will have ample time to get here. And it's worth noting that there are also victims here. You know, there are the family members of the individuals who lost their lives on Saturday, of that MIT professor, and of the people who are still recovering from their gunshot wounds. And there will be, if there is a full resolution to this, there will be an effort to inform those individuals and their families likely before anyone comes to the podium here. So we're tracking all of that, trying to analyze when it could happen. When it does, we will be sure to bring it to you nice and quick. Lisa, David, back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Louisa. And I want to bring Cheryl back into this conversation. Typically in a situation like this, is that how it works?
Well, somebody said, imagine they could shut off his phone. They have technology. Was it geofencing or something? If he had a phone that was on inside of that storage unit, they could probably track it. They probably could.
That may or may not happen, but I'm certain that they will be in touch with the family.
It can check at certain proximities and what phone numbers are active in those proximities. I think that's how it works.
They're worried about, the fact that someone that killed a lot of people is wandering around. And so there's, you have that angst that people are looking for answers. I think they're looking for answers in Providence. They're looking for answers in Brookline. And now you've got two communities that are, outside of Salem putting out, including Salem rather, putting out alerts to their communities saying, be aware that there may be someone that could be walking or someone that looks like they're out of place or that they don't know that they're not from the area. So it's a real interesting situation. You have so many scenes, 3 different states. There's a lot going on.
And you also know, as someone who did media, right, media relations.
And I wonder why not release the person's name. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it would help. Thank you. Salem, New Hampshire police made the same post as what's the name of that place? Methuen Police. If you see anybody strange, call 911. Thanks, Steve. Yeah. I wonder if the scanners are still quiet. We've got a crowd over here by the door, though. Let's listen to the scanner. Tiny little bit. Yeah. These people are so stupid. 0 Hour asked, why are they withholding the name? I was just saying that. And somebody under posted, they can't pronounce it. Come on, man. Come on. Silly. AZ Intel posted this, and it's a quote from an article. It says, investigators have not ruled out the possibility the person is either hiding in the unit or has killed himself. There. They got a kind of a gathering here at the door, though. Wonder what's going on, if anything. Thrift said, I live in Florida. What's a strange man, right? It's every corner.
At Brown, where 2 people were killed and 9 people were injured, is also connected to what happened in Brookline Monday night when an MIT professor, Nuno Loureiro, was shot and then died on Tuesday morning. A connection there. And now this has gone all the way up to New Hampshire, where tonight in Salem, New Hampshire, there is a huge police presence around Extra Space Storage Facility on Hampshire Street, which is right off of Route 93.
So right now you have a number of communities unsettled, concerned, and hoping there will be a resolution in the search for this suspect. Thanks for being with us. I'm Lisa Hughes.
And I'm David Wade. This has been rapidly developing for hours. Every few minutes, it seems like there's new information. We have team coverage tonight. We want to start with WBZ's Aaron Parsegian. He's live for us in Salem, New Hampshire, outside of the storage unit where so much has been happening. What can you tell us, Aaron?
Okay. Well, David, at least a lot has changed in the last 10 minutes. As you may remember earlier in the night, this left lane of this road that police have now blocked off for well over an hour was actually empty. But in the past 10 minutes or so, we saw at least a dozen unmarked vehicles come down there with their flashing blue and red lights. Outwalked or filed a bunch of FBI agents, many of them with jackets reading Evidence Response Team, FBI. And then after that, a giant vehicle with U.S. government plates that you can see with the flashing lights down there. Looks like one of those processing vehicles also pulled up to the scene. We've seen agents pull out buckets, put on gloves, and that's been the latest in the 10 minutes. Really ramped up, which was kind of a still scene for quite a while outside this storage facility. Of course, we're just right over the border of Massachusetts here in Salem, New Hampshire, and this is where a lot of that attention has been throughout tonight, and you can still see more officers gathering towards the entrance of that storage facility, which we were actually much closer to around 7 o'clock tonight until police actually backed us off that area for our safety, they said, as they've worked to try to clear the scene. Of course, there are a ton of onlookers that have come down here just based on the police presence, but most recently we saw way more FBI agents make their way to this area, and that's what's been happening so far.
And we can actually see in some of these shots how much more activity there is behind you and relatively close to you. Are there still a lot of onlookers there as well? It seems like there's so much police activity. Is this drawing more people to that scene?
Yeah, definitely. This appears to be a pretty busy part of Salem in general. There's a bunch of stores, a CVS, and I think if we swing the camera just a little bit, we can kind of get a look at some of the crowds that have been gathering here. A lot of the people say they live, Methuen, Haverhill, around this area, Salem. They came here because they've seen this kind of police presence. They've heard the helicopters that are in the air, and they're kind of on it. And of course, as part of the crowd control, police has a duty
look at all the people out there.
Of the situation, trying to get people to stay out of the middle of the road, keep this lane open for some of the agents we've seen responding throughout tonight. Of course,
I guess they're by the storage facility, I guess. Oh shit, somebody said found dead. Is that true? Hold on, I don't know. Let me take it. Hold on. Found dead, they're saying. No way. Hold on, let me get the clips for you guys. Thank you, Grandma. And Julie. A bunch of people tagging me. Let's listen to this. Oh shit. What a coward. What did they say that then?
Hey, buddy. Fucking awesome to see you. So I'm told that the van is the FBI crime processing. Yeah, it's.
I don't see anything on there. Brooke? She said it. Oh, yeah, no, she's saying he's dead. Yeah, I believe it then, yeah. Oh, shit. Ooh. Wow. Crazy. Okay, let's see what else comes in. She normally has the breaking stuff fast.
They then
She's
made the
on
announcement
point.
that they would not hold that news conference until this was resolved. Either a suspect was in custody or the suspect was no longer a threat. We were told they would give us a 20-minute warning. We have just learned there will be a news conference in Providence
That's why.
at 9:15.
There you go.
Very interesting. So they're going to talk when it's resolved, and they're going to talk in 10 minutes.
Right.
Right. So apparently they have some, information that they're willing to share. I mean, obviously, during the course of the day, they could have had a news conference at any time to say this is what's happening or this is what's not happening. And they chose to put it off, saying that they'd come out when they had something to say. And obviously, they have something to say.
They're not holding a news conference in 10 minutes to say we haven't found him. Right?
No, and what's interesting is that for days, people had so many questions. Understandably, today, the emphasis was on finding this suspect and putting together the clues that they were able to collect in Brookline, but this was a day of actually getting very little information from official sources. This will be the first official statement we get today, with the exception of the information from Salem and Bethune that people should be vigilant about their surroundings.
Right, and as you said, they've had news conferences every day. They have been sometimes quite contentious with, reporters asking questions and not feeling like they're getting the answers that, to the questions that they have. And I think there's been a lot of frustration there. And I think probably on the other side as well from investigators, and they're frustrated too, that they either are not able to share the information that they have or they just don't have it. And in this case, it's taken since Saturday to today to have reached this conclusion. And it's pretty significant, all the developments today, pretty significant.
I was just saying a moment ago that we have covered a lot of things like this that sort of end with the apprehension of somebody, or I was just thinking of Lewiston, Maine, where there was a terrible massacre up there, and in the end, after a couple of days, the individual was found dead, self-inflicted gunshot wound, and then about a half hour later, they held a news conference, and I think the first words out of their mouth was, "The manhunt is over." We're hoping that we will hear the same coming up here at 9:15 as we look live right now in Providence at all of the microphones. Of course, this is now a national story, really a worldwide story. The man, the professor in Brookline, originally from Portugal. So a lot of people have been following this case very, very closely.
Following the case and also in some ways suffering really intense emotions this week, starting on Saturday with the shock of the shooting at Brown University, the devastating news that came early that 2 students were killed and 9 others were wounded. And then you take that community that's grieving without answers, without resolution, and then you move 48 hours later to Brookline, where a relatively quiet, tight-knit residential community where they lose a beloved neighbor who is shot in his doorway, the father of 3 children, a professor at MIT. And there is no weapon. There is no suspect named. There is no clear photo of a suspect. And in Cambridge, where he taught, you have people who are grieving and who are concerned for their own safety. And so there are so many people tonight. I would imagine in Salem, the feeling is the same. This hope that in a matter of 5 minutes, we're going to find out that the threat is gone.
And there's a very good possibility that they will come out and they'll tell us what the sort of conclusion is to this. But they may not necessarily, Cheryl, give us a lot more than that, right? I mean, not at this hour. It's at least possible that they'll give us just a little bit of information, but not a real, in-depth sort of description of how we got to this point.
They might not. I mean, they might be able to provide whatever information that they can, that they been able to piece together over the last day or so, and be able to share that and explain how they got to this point where they were able to connect these 2 scenes, and they were able to figure out who the suspect was and actually find him. But more than that, we might have to wait for. I mean, there's going to be a lot of after action reporting done here. I mean, we've heard during a lot of the news conferences them talking about the lack of cameras that they may have had in this one particular building. And I think the governor said that he was asking that there would be a total review of all of the higher education places and cameras.
And one other thing I wanted to mention is sometimes when they have the news, that this has sort of come to a conclusion. They oftentimes like to get in touch with the families of everyone who was involved in the shooting, the family members of the 2 young people who were killed, the family members of the 9 people who were wounded. You don't want those people to find out about this through the news. So there are quite a few phone calls maybe that have to be made. So there is a good chance that the conclusion to this came hours ago, or at least a while ago, and that now we're going to get the information.
Is it also possible, and I think it would just be such a relief for so many people tonight to know that this is totally over, but is it also possible that one piece that may not be entirely resolved is the role that other people might have played in this, either with respect to the weapon, the rental car, any kind of assistance that may have been given to this individual? I'm guessing we may not know about all of that tonight.
We might not know about all of that tonight, and the motive. I mean, that's one of the things that I think is kind of important for everybody to know. I mean, how are these cases connected? I mean, what did this professor have to do with these students at Brown University? Right. And what was the connection with the suspect? And maybe we'll learn a little more about that, or maybe that's something that they're still developing information on.
Give you a quick recap of how we got to where we are, because in about 4 minutes we are expected to have a news conference down in Providence, Rhode Island, where we will hear about what has happened here today, and there has been a lot that has happened. If you are unfamiliar with how we got to this point, first it was announced that investigators had identified the person of interest. That's the person that you've been seeing over the past couple of days in various video clips from Providence, that they had a name and that the manhunt had really begun. Then we heard through I-Team sources, CBS News sources, that they were investigating a connection to the murder of the MIT professor earlier this week. And then Cheryl got the information that a car was found abandoned in New Hampshire. So throughout this day, the focus went from Rhode Island to Massachusetts, all the way to New Hampshire, and now hopefully in about 3 minutes we will learn more information about what the conclusion is to this major manhunt. With the potentially important nugget coming yesterday when police released that photograph of a person who they said was in close proximity to their person of interest. That was really the biggest piece of information, the clearest image we got yesterday. We saw that yesterday, and today we had so many of these developments. So the question, of course, being what role, if any, did that person play in this investigation ultimately? We all thought it was weird, though. We thought it was strange that with the amount of people who were either in the background of other images of him walking around Providence, they weren't just putting out, here's a picture of a person who may have seen him, they said that it was close proximity, which oftentimes, and I hate to say this, but police speak is a little bit different than how we speak day to day. Close proximity almost feels like someone who may have come in contact with him. We don't know if that person turns out to be just a guy, or if he had some connection to this person. So true. I think what was so striking at the time was that was the clearest image we had of anyone, and so it was somebody would definitely, if you knew that person, you would definitely recognize him. Whereas the images of the actual suspect, both before and after that they were able to release to the public, really did not present a very clear visual picture of what he looked like. No, and when they released them Saturday night, we were kind of surprised that they weren't very clear images. We do want to let you know, for what it's worth, you're watching us right now on CBS News Boston or on WBZ.com or Pluto TV, watching us on the stream, that we will carry this news conference live on WBZ News on Channel 4. This is a live picture right now from Providence, again, waiting and hoping that this will start on time. Louisa Moeller has been there throughout the week, watching and waiting for some type of big break in the case. There were many, many breaks today, and now we're waiting to see what the conclusion is to this, and hopefully
Thank you for the membership. Level of... Appreciate it. I wonder how long a person's been dead in there. Was it today when the cops were closing in on him? Or has it been dead for a couple days? At least since the professor was killed? Oh, man. Found in the unit. What a coward. So we'll see. They should release the name too, I'm assuming, during this presser. I don't see why they would hold it back anymore, but wow.
The murder in Brookline has been found dead inside of that storage facility in Salem, New Hampshire, now confirmed by CBS News.
That news that the suspect is dead, no question, giving people great relief in a number of these communities you just described tonight. That is how this ends.
I know. I just got a text a little bit ago, too, from a source that said he's dead.
Yeah, we've been hearing sort of back channels from people who like to, tell local news people what's happening, that he was, in fact, found in there. It was not confirmed until just now. And huge sense of relief. This is now Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, the sixth day where people have been in limbo.
And but there's still a lot of questions. I mean, in this case, did he have help? Was there anyone else that was involved in this? Where has he been all of this time? Why? And why, really? What is the motive here?
Right.
And how are these cases connected? I mean, we know that, obviously they are, but how?
Yeah, this news tonight that he is dead. I think we were questioning a moment ago when the word went out. Be aware of some.
Thank you for everybody that was tagging me on X too. It was a lot of information. It was crazy tonight. Really, really fast paced. Okay, they switched to the helicopter and press conference feed. Should be starting soon, and we should get a suspect name. I don't know how families feel too, when their loved ones are killed and a suspect kills himself. Is it I don't know. Would you rather be them caught? I guess probably to ask questions, try to get answers, which probably never will. But I wonder how long this person's been planning the attack and why the professor
told Fox News that the suspected shooter was found dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. We have a
Generally speaking, we all look at this as being a conclusion, but how much more work will go into this investigation? What would you anticipate will be happening in the coming days and in the coming weeks?
Well, I think it's really important that the investigators know what the motive is. I mean, who is this person and why was this school targeted? Why did he go into a classroom with kids studying for final exams and start shooting people? And what led him to, the MIT professor? What was the connection there? And I think piecing that all together, I mean, who is he and what has he been doing? Are there any writings out there that may identify something about his concern about the university or higher education or whatever else it could be that led to this? Or was this some kind of a grudge that he had that involved both obviously separate but similar situations? So all of that has to, unfold. In addition to that, did he have any help? Who was he in touch with during all of this time? I mean, who knew about these plans, if anyone?
Right.
And who may have helped him on the other end, if anyone?
And it's a good reminder that, throughout the week, people had grown weary of the news conferences and what seemed to be a lack of information, what seemed to be a lack of video evidence in a day where there seemed to be cameras everywhere. It was sort of a loop of the same, 5 or 6 shots, and people had grown really frustrated, thinking that they were botching the investigation. This is sort of a good example of there's a lot going on behind the scenes, and that they have done their job. They did track him down. They did know his name, and they did find him. And sure, it did take some time, and that's super unfortunate for all the people who were sort of left in fear for days. But these are not easy things to solve very quickly, and it will be interesting to find out why there weren't better pictures, right? When you go back for something like this, you're not just trying to find out more about the suspect. You also want to learn about what can be done in the future to keep people safer. what can we do in the future to make sure that people can't get away with something like this? And you know that the university will be looking.
Well, yeah, who's the second person of interest? Did they recognize him? Did they know him? All right.
Or who heard it in a hallway and ran from the building. And Brown has promised, even as it began to provide some of these initial resources, that there would be resources going forward indefinitely to try to address that. But this is something that will affect this campus profoundly going forward. And to your point, you know, that is the piece of this that you can't begin your own healing until you're able to acknowledge the loss. And no one has been able to do that as fully because of their fear and because of the uncertainty about the end of this.
College memories are lifelong memories, and this is just not the type of memory that you wish on anyone.
Oh my goodness, no, awful, just absolutely awful. I mean, you know, just think about that they're finishing their semester, they're going to a study session, waiting for final exams to go home for the holidays, and you know, something like this happens, and it's just horrific. It's just absolutely horrific for everyone involved. And, you know, there'll be definitely an after-action report. I mean, what was done well, what wasn't done well, what can you do to change things, what needs to be addressed. You know, the cameras, that's just one aspect of it. I mean, I know there was some concern about the notification process and how robust that may have been or could have been, and whether or not there's any security that should be in place in some of these places. I know that they supposedly have a swipe that you are able to do to get into the buildings, but during, I guess, exams, they're open campus. And so you can walk into some of these buildings. And I don't know, is that something that during finals that should be tightened up a little bit?
I don't know how that works at different universities. I teach on the side at Emerson, and you don't get into the building without, you know, tapping your card.
Right.
But, you know, if somebody's holding the door for you, maybe. But again, 9:15 news conference. It's now 9:23. We are waiting to see what's happening down in Providence. We've been able to give you a live picture of the podium there and all of the microphones. We haven't seen anything yet. Usually we get about a 2-minute warning. So as soon as that happens, we will go to that live, of course.
Well, in this case, they did say they would let us know 20 minutes early. I think we found out at 9:05, so there's still a possibility that in the next 2 minutes, they will take that podium. I'm curious, Cheryl, if you had to guess, based on what you've seen in the past, I know after the marathon bombing investigation, the National Preparedness Leadership Institute at Harvard released that full report on what went well and what didn't, partly because it gave other police agencies around the country an opportunity to see what had been successful before the investigation even began with respect to the way that these agencies train together. How transparent do you anticipate this will be? Do you think that afterward we will have some sense of what that report shows?
You know, I'd like to think so. I mean, Brown is a private university. So as to whether or not they have their own, you know, internal review that they will do, the state is saying that they're going to review whatever the policies are in cameras at these universities, and I think that that's probably something that will be undertaken at some point. But in general, you know, these shootings unfortunately have happened in schools, in regular schools, and you know, we've seen Uvalde and so many others where there's an after-action report that talk about all the things that, you know, should have been done and could have been done. And in the hopes that maybe this never happens again, and then it will happen again, and there'll be another report. And in this case, hopefully there'll be a report that indicates some things that they could tighten up, some things that you can prevent, and at least.
Someone said they're watching CNN, haven't seen anything about them being dead. You're gonna be waiting. see, that's cool. You ready?
I'll have 117 for reference.
10519.
Well, yeah, the information was coming out so crazy. It was nuts tonight.
Whether it's social media, whether it's writings, whether it's, some manifesto somewhere, whether there are grudges, in many, many cases, we've seen people very clearly write things on social media, their opinions, their thoughts, their grudges, their concerns, and maybe that'll be something that they'll uncover in this investigation as well.
Now we are able to show you from our helicopter this storage facility. Earlier, we were not showing this because we didn't want to divulge any police activity. Now that we know that this gunman is dead, the suspect in the Brown University shooting and potentially the shooting of the MIT police officer, we can give you a clearer sense what this facility looks like, and it is pretty significant.
It is pretty significant. I mean, this is a very big area. You can see there are a couple of houses next door. This community was also kind of held hostage during this time while police searched for this suspect and, made sure that the area was safe and found him dead. But this community is also, you saw all the people coming out where Aaron's shot was. They were just coming out to see what was going on and what was happening in the area, despite the fact that there were reports that were sent out from the police asking them to just be aware of any potential person that could be in the area.
That still seems to me a bit of a strange
something going on.
Development tonight.
You think it was a ruse?
No, I don't even think it's a ruse. I don't know what it is, but it feels strange to me because I think all of us had people telling us that he was dead inside the storage facility.
Right.
We didn't have it confirmed from a law enforcement person that we trusted. We didn't have several people telling us, so we weren't reporting it, but we could tell sort of how they were reacting. We didn't know for sure, but we sort of had the sense.
Right.
And yet the police department in that town and the police department neighboring just to the south, in the middle of it, after we're getting information that the person is probably dead inside, they're now telling their residents and sort of alarming them in some way, watch out for any individuals walking around.
So that makes it sound like that there's someone else.
That makes it sound like that.
Yeah,
that the investigation might involve other people.
And that's certainly a possibility. And maybe they at that point when they put that out thought that was a possibility.
Okay.
I mean, how many times have we seen the fact that they think there are two people involved in a shooting, and then later it'll be determined there was only one person.
It's almost always one.
It's almost one. But many times there is, in the flurry of activity, that there's some thought that there could be a second person, and maybe out of an abundance of caution, they put that out.
Is it possible for us to take the live picture of the podium down in Providence, because sometimes you can sort of get a sense by the activity in the room as to whether we're getting close to the news conference, and this is that live picture. You can see, of course, reporters from all over New England, from all over the U.S. at this point, gathered together and waiting for a news conference that, was originally scheduled for 4 o'clock. And then they said, we're going to have something when something has been resolved. And as we now know, it has been resolved, with the suspect in the Brown University shooting found dead at a storage facility in Salem, New Hampshire. And it'll be interesting to see in this news conference how much they tell us about what led up to this. What were the breaks that they got? Did they get tips? Did they get phone calls? Was there something with the picture that they sent out yesterday? How much will they tell us today? Sometimes they just make the announcement and they say there'll be a lot more to talk about tomorrow, so we'll see.
Yeah, and Cheryl, curious, Special Agent in Charge, Ted Dox, who's been in Providence all week, is out of the Boston office. Safe to assume that the FBI, as it's been working this, has the benefit of all of that information from Providence and then begins working with investigators in Boston, sort of all the way through.
New Orleans lady said, I don't buy it. They had a second person of interest yesterday. Now, dead man? Nah. It's a setup. Co-opt. Psyop. Cleaning up the mess. Cleaning up loose ends. Megan Kelly said, do we have the name of the shooter? No. Not yet. It's a secret. Usually, sometimes, like right before the presser, we'll get the name. A couple of minutes before, 5-10 minutes. Usually, by now, it would have leaked out. I'm surprised they've kept it tight, close to the heart. Steve Cooper says, sources have confirmed the suspect is dead. News conference minutes away. What a day.
Hold on, I got a full package for copy on Camden. You need to throw a Rochester District Court date in the call, please.
Yeah, 519.
Guess I could take off the scanner now. Thanks, if you guys hit the like button, I'd appreciate that, or subscribe. Appreciate that, appreciate that. High-level sources. Oh, what? Oh, shit. Okay, Kelly, thank you for tagging me. Ted Daniel says, law enforcement tells me the Brown University shooting suspect is not a U.S. citizen, but a legal permanent resident. What the F is that? What the hell? That sounds like the same shit to me. Let me see. That means like they got it for, what, for schooling or something? How are you a legal permanent resident? What? I know, me too, Chiefs. I hope that Latino reporter is there. He was going ham. Legal permanent resident, often abbreviated as LPR, and commonly known as green card holder. Oh, refers to like a new term, like a safe word or something. Legal permanent resident refers to a non-citizen who has been granted the right to live and work permanently. Oh, okay, that's what the kids are calling it now. Legal permanent resident. Okay, I know they've changed a lot of things since we've been growing up and stuff. The status is officially defined by the U.S. immigration law as someone lawfully admitted for permanent residence. Okay. Typically a permanent resident card, green card. Okay. Wow. You come over here and do that shit? LPRs enjoy many rights similar to citizens, such as employment without restrictions, owning property, access to certain benefits. Oh, here we go. Sorry. It's a good thing. I was about to go on a rant. Okay.
Tonight, our Providence neighbors can finally breathe a little easier. In a minute, Colonel Perez will share the latest details on the investigation, but I want to thank the people of Providence for stepping up and coming together during an extraordinarily difficult time. I know this has been hard on all of us. Over the past 5 days, minutes have felt like...
Sorry, it's not right without the...
I know this has been hard on all of us.
He needs to be there.
Over the past 5 days, minutes have felt like hours. But the people of Providence have done what we're best at. We've leaned on one another, come together and supported one another, and showed the nation what a tight-knit community looks like. It was because of the information provided to us by neighbors and the tireless work of our Providence Police Department, the Rhode Island State Police, the FBI, the ATF, and many other federal partners. The incredible prosecutorial advice and guidance that we received from the Attorney General's office, we all worked well together to be able to identify this suspect. I know we will have a lot of questions still, and we will continue to work to get those answers. But it is a great honor for me to turn this over to our Chief of Police, Colonel Oscar Perez, and I will say on behalf of the people of Providence, we owe him and every member of the Providence Police Department the deepest debt of gratitude. Colonel?
Well, first and foremost, I want to offer my deepest condolences to the families, the victims. It was for them that this work was put together to make sure that they get the justice that they deserve and to ensure that this person was held accountable.
Center, the community response team, the intelligence division, the narcotics division, the task force. This past Saturday, as you all know, December 13, Providence Police Department and Brown University Police Department responded to this horrific tragedy at Brown University 184 Hope. Our officers were there within minutes. That same day, Providence Police detectives immediately went to work. Looking for video footage to see who this individual was and who was responsible. A person of interest was identified from that video footage. The person of interest was observed on Hope Street, turning onto Waterman Street, and that was one of the first videos that we released. At the same time, every federal agency you can think of was reaching out to the Providence Police Department and responded to the capital city. Images were shared with media within hours. Persons of interest it was the same individual that has been the focus of this investigation since the beginning. All the new images that we received of this person of interest were shared with the media continuously over the past 6 days. This critical evidence was collected with the use of public assistance. As the mayor stated, I'm proud to be the chief of police of this city. I'm proud to be a product of this city for the reasons that the mayor stated. The community stepped up. It was all about groundwork, public assistance, interviews of individuals, and good old-fashioned policing. That is the type of police work that every police officer in this nation reminds themselves of, and that many do not understand. And that is critically important and often succeeds where technology alone cannot. We looked at financial records, we looked at video footages, and in the specific incident, it was actually a video that provided us with a description of a vehicle. That was corroborated to a tip that was received to the tip center. That room was packed with detectives, agents receiving calls on a daily basis. We started early and left late. Then Flock and the LPR was able to provide us with this description of this vehicle. That vehicle was picked up by Flock, which led us to a car rental place in Massachusetts. Through that, the agents and their work as well were able to get us footage of this individual, as well as a copy of the agreement which provided his real name. The video of that subject matched the description of that person of interest that this police department was desperate to put handcuffs on. That individual was identified as Claudio Neves-Valente, date of birth, and he was a 48-year-old man. He was a Brown student, he was a Portuguese national, and his last known address was in Miami, Florida. And I will tell you that he took his own life tonight. We have members of the Providence Police Department up in Salem, New Hampshire, and we also have the BCI unit. Obviously, the FBI and their evidence recovery unit is up there, so the process is being conducted as we speak. And it goes without saying that I would like to personally thank the efforts again of the Providence Police Department, the Rhode Island State Police, the Rhode Island Attorney General, the FBI, the ATF, HSI, the U.S. Marshals, IRS, DEA, Secret Service, and NCIS. There is no way that we could have done this by ourselves. In this nation, when horrific incidents like this happen, law enforcement steps up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Colonel. General Arona? Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. You know, I would describe the emotions on the investigative team, including our prosecutors and the agents, detectives from both state police, Providence, as mixed. You know, there is a sense of completeness in terms of the investigation, an investigation that's, if not the hardest, among the handful of hardest investigations that I've ever been involved with. And the sense that we owed those 2 dead Brown students and the 9 injured Brown students and the students who were in that auditorium that weren't injured, and the Brown community and the Providence community results. The teams worked really hard. I think I mentioned that to you almost every night that we met with you. I wish they were all up here with us. That we wouldn't fit here, but it just was remarkable to see the cooperation between the FBI agents, the ATF agents, the HSI agents, the Providence police detectives, the state police detectives, our prosecutors. And I will say that everybody brought a certain expertise to the table, but it is nevertheless a sad moment when you think about those young people who were hurt, injured, or worse, 2 of them are now deceased. You know, to me, this was always going to be an investigation where something was going to break it open. We were going to pull threads. We were going to gather evidence that would lead us in a particular direction. And I will say that if we were with you less than, well, I guess now more than 24 hours ago, we had that picture of that second individual. And I would say within an hour, no more than 2, I think it was under an hour, that person came forward to 2 Providence police officers over on the east side and said he had information, that he was that person, and he had information that could help this case. And I remember last night watching his interview, and he blew this case right open. He blew it open. And that's how these cases sometimes go. You can feel like you're not making a lot of progress. You can feel like you're chasing leads and they don't work out. But the team keeps going because, you know, those of us with experience know that you're going to pull a lot of threads, and it's not always the first one that's going to get you where you need to go. But when you do crack it, you crack it. And that person led us to the car, which led us to the name, which led us to the photographs of that individual renting the car, which matched the clothing of our shooter here in Providence, that matched the satchel that we see here in Providence. He was found dead with a satchel.
Same satchel.
With 2 firearms and evidence in the car that that matches exactly what we see at the scene here in Providence. And so I know that you and the public have questions about how we got from a place yesterday where all we could share with you was a photograph of someone we wanted to talk to where we got to tonight. And so we got an state arrest warrant for murder today that was signed by a district court judge for this individual. There won't be a prosecution now, of course. But that affidavit is Claudio? On our website, and you will be able to see more and read more about how this investigation unfolded. I won't get you all the way there because there are some things that happened afterwards which led us to this suspect's body in New Hampshire. But it will, I think, tell you give you a sense of the work that went into this by the line prosecutors and the line agents and detectives from the agencies that work so well together. So, as I said, it's with mixed emotions. It is unimaginable, the pain that the parents and families of the deceased are feeling tonight and will feel undoubtedly for quite a while. But I hope that by bringing this person to justice, that we can at least give them the beginnings of some measure of closure. And I want to thank you all for your patience with me when I got a little testy with some of you. Those of you who know me from Rhode Island, you know that's my nature. So I really want to thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you, General. As has been said several.
In the year that they've been together, I think Johnny has cheated on her. Probably every.
Claudio? That's what you're saying?
FBI TED Talks.
Thank you, Mayor. And good evening. My name is Ted Dox, Special Agent in Charge of FBI Boston. We got him. Shortly before 9 o'clock tonight, the FBI SWAT team executed court-authorized search warrants at a storage unit facility in Hampshire Road in Salem, New Hampshire. This is where we located Claudio Neves-Valente, the individual who we believe was responsible for the Brown shooting. The latest developments in an intense 5-day manhunt and is a result of an incredible amount of work dedicated by the law enforcement team standing here before you tonight. Every single agency brought their unique skills and expertise to this investigation, and we're motivated by the victims and survivors of this horrific incident. Even though the suspect was found dead tonight, our work is not done. There are many questions that need to be answered. There's a lot of evidence that needs to be processed, and most importantly, the victims and their families deserve special care and consideration. The FBI and our partners across Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and New Hampshire will continue to search for answers for the victims, survivors, and their families to see what motivated this individual to carry out such a senseless act of violence. From the onset of this critical incident, it's been all hands on deck. The FBI deployed approximately 500 special agents, analysts, task force officers, and support personnel to assist our partners in this investigation. In addition to this extra manpower, all our specialty teams were activated, including Evidence Response Team, SWAT, Divert, and Victim Services Response Team, just to name a few. A special thanks to you, the media, as well as to the community. My sincere thanks to Colonel Perez, Colonel Weaver, AG Nerona, Brown University PD, and all of our partners. This was truly a team effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Another critical partner at every step along the way was the ATF. I'd like to introduce Special Agent in Charge of the ATF, Tom Greco.
Good evening. My name is Tom Greco, the Special Agent in Charge of ATF Boston. From the moment 911 reports of the shooting at Brown University came through, there's been an around-the-clock effort to identify the perpetrator and to protect the community. The men and women of ATF, including our special agents, our intelligence research specialists, and our support personnel, have been proud to support and be part of that effort, leveraging our unique experience, dedicated investigators, canine handlers, and crime gun intelligence technology such as NIBIN, the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network, to compare ballistic evidence, and our other available tools to support the investigation, and to help identify Claudio Neves-Valente as the individual that we believe is responsible. ATF's mission, first and foremost, is to protect communities from violent crime. Each individual in this country deserves to live in peace and security in their homes, in their schools, in their places of worship, and in the streets. The actions of Claudio Neves-Valente stole that right and terrorized the community. I'd like to emphasize to the public, this was a highly dangerous individual capable of extreme violence. And we're happy to have been part of this investigation and proud to have worked with our partners to identify him and see this through. Thank you very much.
Holy
Thank you very
shit. Do we take any questions?
From the very outset on Saturday, from our first press conference in the fire station to today, Rhode Island Governor Dan McKee has been by Providence's side every step of the way. The City of Providence is incredibly grateful for the governor's support, the state police, not just their assistance with the investigation, but in supporting the broader community. It's a pleasure to introduce Governor Dan McKee.
Thanks, Mayor, and clearly your staff, I feel the same way with the team that you have, that we were happily able to assist. And as a former mayor, many of here in the audience know that I've been a mayor, some don't, but I empathize and sympathize with the position that you were in and the fact that you needed people to follow the lead of the Providence police and to partner in with some extraordinary people, whether it's with the FBI or the ATF, and of course our state police as well. From the very beginning, my thoughts as a dad was with the families who suffered from the shooting. The unthinkable happened in our state. The unthinkable happened in Providence. The unthinkable happened at Brown University. And we're going to be forever changed. But our commitment from the state level is to continue to support Providence, Brown, and the people of the state of Rhode Island in the recovery. That's going to take a great deal of time. But I do say this. The professionalism that I saw in the law enforcement should make everyone that lives in our state and beyond our borders feel very safe. These things happen, but it requires some professional help in law enforcement to bring it to the conclusion that we've been able to bring it to. So, Colonel, thank you, everybody involved. And again, we will stand with Providence and Brown University and the people of the state of Rhode Island to provide the help that will be needed in the recovery in a trauma like this.
Thank you, Governor. Throughout the year, the Rhode Island State Police is an incredible partner to Providence, but during this investigation, their support was invaluable. I introduce Colonel of the State Police, Colonel Weaver.
This guy on the screen.
My name is Colonel Darnell Weaver, the Superintendent of the Rhode Island State Police. I want to begin by recognizing the excellent and exceptional efforts of the Providence Police Department and Colonel Oscar Perez. From the very first moments of this investigation, the Providence Police Department has worked collaboratively and relentlessly day and night on this investigation while protecting our capital city. Their detectives followed facts, developed evidence, and pursued every credible lead. Colonel Perez's leadership has been steady and decisive, focused on identifying the person responsible for this tragedy. As always, our troopers stepped up, working shoulder to shoulder with the Providence Police and our local, state, and federal partners. I want to give particular recognition to our detectives, whose diligence and dedication contributed to this investigation. Our detectives and division leadership operated as a unified team, sharing intelligence, resources, and expertise. This has truly been an all-hands-on-deck investigation, as virtually every trooper has taken extra shifts to help support the efforts in Providence, and I have never been prouder to be a member of the Rhode Island State Police. This year marks the 100th anniversary of the Rhode Island State Police, and this case stands out among one of the most challenging in our state's history. The sheer volume of digital evidence, the complexity of the investigation, and the intense public interest laid an extraordinary demands on everyone involved. Despite that pressure, investigators remain disciplined, methodical, and focused on facts. We are grateful for the assistance of the public, particularly those who shared our information, provided tips, and gave us doorbell camera footage and access to their property. We are also thankful for the ongoing support of Rhode Islanders. We know that you have been with us through this entire investigation. I also want to be very clear about something else. Criminal investigations are grounded in evidence, not speculation or online commentary. The endless barrage of misinformation, disinformation, rumors, leaks, and clickbait were not helpful in this investigation. Distractions and unfounded criticisms do not support this work. They complicate it and threaten to undermine the justice we seek for the victims and the grieving families. Despite these challenges, good police work prevailed, and we have lessons that we can bring forward from these long days ahead. To the Brown University community and the people of Rhode Island, be assured that this case reflects the law enforcement community and what we are capable of, and that we are committed to this state. We will continue to support the victims and the broader community as the healing continues. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. Providence is so proud to be home to Brown University, and we are committed to working together with them in the future as they help heal their community as we do our broader Providence community. We continue to give condolences to the deceased and our prayers to those who are recovering. The leader of Brown has been a great partner through this whole process. I'd like to introduce President Christina Paxson from Brown University.
Thank you. You know, nothing can really fully bring closure to the lives that have been shattered over the past week, but this may allow our community to move forward and begin a path of repair and recovery and healing. I want to thank the dedicated law enforcement agencies that have worked so tirelessly on this case, really around the clock, as well as our neighbors and others who participated in giving tips and helping with the investigation. We hope that this outcome tonight brings an increased sense of safety for our community at Brown and in the surrounding area. This has been a period of great fear and anxiety for many people, and now perhaps some form of relief. Truly, this week has been devastating for our community in a number of ways, including the experiences that members of our community have had with being targeted by online rumors and accusations. And I hope that this development also means an end to this truly troubling activity. So we remain focused on the safety and security of our community and in support for the victims of this senseless violence. Now, we know the public and our own Brown community members will want to know more about the individual now identified by law enforcement as the suspect in last weekend's shooting. And we can confirm the following to the best of our knowledge, based on our review in the very short time since law enforcement authorities made us aware of this development. And we provided this information to law enforcement as they build their case and wrap up the investigation. So Claudio Manuel Neves-Valente was enrolled at Brown from the fall of 2000 to the spring of 2001. He was admitted to Brown's graduate school to study in the Master's of Science PhD program in physics, beginning on September 1st, 2000. And he took a leave of absence effective April 2001 before formally withdrawing effective July 31st, 2003. During his time at Brown, Neves-Valente was enrolled only in physics classes. The majority of physics classes at Brown have always been held within the Barus and Holley classrooms and labs. Now, detailed records indicating where specific courses were held don't extend back to 2001. But we can say that physics classes typically require access to specialized equipment, including demonstration carts that are a fixed asset in some of Barus and Holley classrooms. So I think it's safe to assume that this man, when he was a student, spent a great deal of time in that building for classes and other activities as a PhD student in physics. He has no current active affiliation with the university or campus presence. So again, we thank law enforcement and so many others for their extensive work on this case, day and night, and we look forward to a sense of restored safety for Brown, Providence, and the Rhode Island communities. Thank you.
Thank you, President Paxson. The last speaker, and then we will take your questions, is the Chief of the Brown Police Department, Chief Chapman. Remember, his officers were the first to respond on Saturday, and we are so grateful for both their immediate and heroic response and their partnership over the last 5 days. Chief.
I want to express my ongoing prayers and care and concern for our entire community. I certainly also want to acknowledge and thank the men and women of the Brown University Police and Public Safety for their efforts. As you see, this was a Herculean task and required a lot of collaboration and work. And our officers and our public safety personnel were shoulder to shoulder with these assets. I do want to also thank all of you who have helped citizens and law enforcement. That partnership and collaboration means the world to us, and we couldn't have gotten there without you. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief. We'll now open up to questions. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
What led authorities to link the incidents between Brown University and MIT?
I can keep going.
And I can follow up to that.
Yeah, I'll start. I'll just tell you that a lot of the information and evidence that we ended up gathering linked us to a connection up in Massachusetts, but obviously at the MIT. But I feel a respect to the authorities in Mass as well as the FBI that's for them to comment. But I'll tell you that the groundwork that started in the city of Providence by our detectives, the detective division under the command of Major LePayan, as well as the federal partners that we had in our room upstairs, and ATF, the FBI, led us to that connection. And so that was great work.
Does FBI want to weigh in on that? And then I have a follow-up.
I think through that particular link that you're talking about, that case is being worked out of Massachusetts with the leadership of U.S. Attorney Leah Foley. I believe that they are having a press conference today as well, where they'll reveal more to the general public at that time. I'd be remiss to start and kind of talk on this, to let them kind of have first dibs to kind of be the ones to tell the public about those particular links.
And your follow-up.
But your follow-up, sir.
Then, as for the second person who came forward, what did that person tell you, and did that person know the shooter?
So yeah, obviously I had mentioned at the last press conference that it was a person that we wanted to speak with. The work of the video collections that we had led us to identify that there was a person that actually encountered this individual. So it corroborated everything that we saw. We saw our person of interest. We saw that there was a vehicle involved. When this person came in, broke the case in the sense that explained to us exactly what we thought we had seen and put that individual at the crime scene. Obviously, that was the break, because we knew that we were in the right direction to ensure that we were going after this individual, but obviously took his life.
Colonel.
Go ahead. Steve.
Thank you, Mayor. Did Mr. Valente act alone, and is there an anti-Semitism component behind this, do you expect?
As far as we know, Steve, he acted alone.
And is there an anti-Semitism component to this?
No, that we know of, no.
John.
Colonel, what was the events that led to the storage facility? So was he pursued there? Did he know authorities were going after him? When was he last alive? Like, how did that play out?
So it plays out in the sense that I just stated, we collected all the evidence. We were able to learn that there was a rental vehicle. We learned about that vehicle. There was financial records that were verified by the FBI, obviously, and other agencies, actually
So another agency, so multiple agencies that verify financial records that brought us to that site to know that he had actually rented a site at the storage unit, and then we ended up in Salem.
And a follow-up.
Yeah.
When he did that, did he know authorities were coming, or did he just go and, like, how long had he been in that storage unit?
That we're not aware of, John, in the sense that all we knew is that we were on a manhunt, and that's what he led us to. So.
Amanda.
Oh, thanks. Chief, some questions for you about Claudio. So he graduated, well, he did graduate. He was at Brown more than 20 years ago. His last known address was in Miami, but now he's here at Brown University, potentially also at MIT. What do you know about what brought him up here?
There's going to be unknown answers. We have no answer as far as that. Obviously, came up here and committed this horrific incident and this tragedy, and that's all we knew. Our mission was to ensure that we could find him and bring him to justice. But yeah,
no motive at this point.
At this point, correct.
And my follow-up is of the evidence that you've collected. Have you collected the handgun that you believe was used in the shooting? Have you collected any type of manifesto or evidence that he planned more shootings?
So as far as I know, that's the FBI evidence recovery team is up in Salem, New Hampshire, and they're collecting whatever evidence is up there. This happened just now, as before we came up here.
Bill, what was he doing for 25 years?
Any criminal history, political affiliations, any social media posts, anything of that sort that you can report to us about Mr. Valente?
Nothing that I know of, Steve.
Behind him.
What he said.
Go ahead, white shirt.
Is there any indication that Mr. Valente was planning any future attacks?
Nothing that we know of, no.
In the way back.
Special Agent Docs, can you also tell us if there the connection? I know you said you can't talk too much about the MIT, but the fact that it was a physics professor out of MIT and in the physics building and he was studying physics, have you tied all that up? And does that lead why target one person in Massachusetts and then a whole class here in Providence?
Yes, it is true that Mr. Valente was a physics student. Also, we know that the MIT, the victim there, was in that discipline as well. I will tell you that there's multiple phases to an investigation, and so now, in a sense that we know the subject is deceased. Now that investigation continues to find out all of those answers to your question, sir.
Did he go to school with the professor? Did he go to school with the professor who's killed? Can Brown answer that?
It is believed that in Lisbon, that those two individuals attended the same university in Portugal.
You have a follow-up in the back.
Wait, the MIT guy? Is that what they're saying?
Yes, sir.
Muy poquito.
Go for it.
But,
Sorry, empiezo desde el principio.
Lo que nos pueda resumir acerca del caso, ¿qué fue lo que conllevó a que ustedes pudieran dar con el paradero del sospechoso y las conexiones que tuvieron? ¿Cómo llegaron a rastrearlo y más que nada a qué atribuye todo esto?
The question was if I can briefly explain how we got to this individual and what occurred.
A major announcement tonight, the gunman in the Brown University shootings dead. The manhunt is over, and prosecutors tonight saying he acted alone.
He's identified as 48-year-old Claudio Neves-Valente. They got a lot of information from a rental car that he rented outside Logan Airport. We also can tell you that at 10:30 tonight, the FBI and U.S. Attorney's Office will be giving us more information.
That is crazy, dude. They're doing something else at 10:30? What? That is crazy, man.
Un vehículo de interés y una persona de interés desde el principio. Esto nos llevó a después informarnos de la placa del carro, la descripción del carro, y eso nos llevó a darnos cuenta de que esa persona había rentado el vehículo en una compañía.
He's telling the whole thing in Spanish, I guess.
Después de que fuimos a Massachusetts, cogimos videos de la persona.
Maybe that's why they cut it off. Yo, this dude. Okay, first of all, this guy. How old is he? 48 years old? What the fuck? 48 doing mass shootings? Well, I guess the Australian ones were, I don't know how old those were, his father and son. 48 years old doing some mass shooting shit. And he attended the place how many years ago? In 2000 or 2001? 20-something, almost 25 years ago? Is the last time this guy was at the school? Is when he attended the school, besides the shooting? What the fuck?
Is there a note or manifesto of some kind, and is that providing any information about a motive or anything that they might have done leading up to the shooting?
Again, The FBI recovery team and forensics are up in Salem, New Hampshire. At this point, we don't have any of that.
Any indication of why now? What's the significance behind why this happened on Saturday?
That we don't know.
Yeah, I don't think we know the answer to that question. I think there's a lot of unknowns with respect to motive. I mean, I think that the real issue here is the key was to identify this person, as we talked about yesterday. I think there are other answers that are coming, but, once we were able to identify him, thanks to that individual who came forward, who led us to a plate, which led us to a rental car, which led us to that he rented that car in his own name, that really broke the case open. But in terms of why Brown, I think that is a mystery. I think there may be something going on in Massachusetts that I'm not fully familiar with because we're working this angle, but I think the Massachusetts authorities may be able to share that. Yeah, I don't think we have any idea why now or why Brown, why these students, why this classroom. That is really unknown to us, and it may become clear. I hope that it does, but it hasn't as of right now.
Fox, this is for the Colonel or the Attorney General. At 2:16, there was a surveillance video that showed the second person that apparently blew this case wide open, and also Mr.
Sorry,
Valente.
put the volume up.
You see them disappear behind bushes. Was this second person following the shooter? Did he recognize him and confront him? What was that interaction like? And I have a follow-up.
That's a great question, and I'll be all explained in the affidavit that the general stated that will be released. But I'll give you a brief sort of explanation about that. The person that we wanted to speak with had an interaction with this individual earlier in the day, then observed him later at that time, what you just stated, and decided that he was going to encounter him and asked him why he was inside Brown. At that point, the subject of interest, Neves, actually ran. He was caught up by our person that we wanted to speak with. There was sort of a conversation between the two of them, and Neves asked him, "Why are you harassing me?" And at that point, the person that broke the case walked away. And that information was critical to us because he was able to corroborate what our detectives were seeing on video, and he was able to provide a great explanation.
And my follow-up question
Yes.
is, why did it take a citizen to notice a suspicious person right next to Brown University and not the police? And also, how long was the vehicle parked where it was? And was it days, hours, minutes? What are we talking
It appeared to be days as far as the evidence. Why would a civilian observe that to be suspicious? It's a great point. And I like the fact that you're mentioning that and bringing that up. That's what we should all be doing, right? And it's just personality. Some people are more interested in finding out what others are doing. In this particular case, this person decided that he wanted to, and I'm glad he did.
Should the police be interested in that? Not citizens, that's what
In the back.
Now that the suspect, Attorney General, now that the suspect won't be prosecuted, can you explain what he yelled in the classroom to America tonight so people can be a little more comfortable?
Sure.
Was it something, terrorist related? Was it something specific to the kids in that class?
Yeah.
What did he say? Can you now tell us?
Yeah, well, back to that question just for a minute, just to clarify that. They had a interaction in the bathroom in Barus and Holley. So, I don't know, the Providence Police is obviously not going to patrol Barus and Holley. That's a question frankly, for Brown and their police department. So they had an interaction there, and then our citizen, followed him out because to him, as he explained it to us, this guy did not belong there. And so that's why he followed him out. In terms of what was said, I don't know any more today than what I told you yesterday, or the day before. There are some witnesses who said he said nothing. There are some that say he made a barking noise. Don't ask me. I don't know why. And that's it. There is no other spoken word beyond that we are aware of as we stand before you tonight. And we have spoken to everybody that we have been able to locate who's been inside that building.
And just to the special agent in charge, my follow-up question is, can you just be clear to the people in Massachusetts? And I know you said the people in Norfolk County investigated the mass, but you did say a few days ago that you talked to the colonel of the state police and said there's no connection between Brookline and what happened here in Rhode Island. But now you're saying there was a connection. So are you saying that he shot Brown University. Then 2 days later, he was at this house in Brookline to shoot this MIT professor. And then he just drove up to Salem, New Hampshire for no reason. How did he get into a storage facility?
No, I think that's a great question. My actual statement was that we didn't see a connection at that time. But absolutely, I spoke to the colonel. Right now, that case is being presided over by U.S. Attorney Leah Foley. They're having a press conference at 10 o'clock tonight, I believe. I think at that time, they will speak to that particular case. I would be getting a little bit ahead of my skis if I spoke to that case without consultation with Leah Foley and her team, as we've been in the trenches working this up to the minute today, sir.
I guess 2 days ago you didn't know they were connected. Now you're saying they appear to be.
Yes, and that's how cases often go. I would say at that time, when that question was asked of me, there was no indication of a link at that time. As we've talked throughout this week, these breadcrumbs develop, and we'll see what she has to say today at 10 p.m.
If I could I just want to jump in here on that, please. I just want to jump in here on that because it's a good question. It's an important one. So just to put everyone's mind at ease who's listening now, he didn't just drive to some random storage area. We found records with the help of the FBI and others that was his storage area. So he rented a car in Boston. He drove it. We were able to find that car in New Hampshire. We were able to find evidence in the car from looking at it from the outside that connected this individual to our crime scene here in Rhode Island. We were able to find visual evidence of him inside that storage facility, which, in my judgment, matches him to the Massachusetts scene. So you'll hear more, as the special agent said, but there is no question that was his storage unit, that he had a particular car, that we found that car because of this citizen coming forward and giving us a description of the car, and then our individual who came forward, we knew he was telling the truth because we could see it on the videotape. And so that was a series of things that broke this case, and that led us to Salem, where the suspect was found dead.
Staff. Was believed to be living in Miami. Did he fly here at some point? How long was he in Providence for, and when did he escape?
Miami.
Go ahead.
Yeah, he did, like I guess he'll be in the affidavit, but he did fly into Providence, I believe, earlier October, I believe. That's the right date. And what was the other question? I'm sorry, Steph.
Did he buy the guns here, or where did he get the guns?
So I'm sorry, I can't answer. Yeah.
We don't know the answer to that, Steph, as we stand here right now.
Okay, you can't fly with them, so assuming he got them sometime after he arrived.
Well, that's possible. What we do know is that he was moving around New England in that October, November, December area. You remember, we just we know that there's a body in New Hampshire. We know that there are guns at the scene. It still remains to be examined, comparing those guns to the ballistics evidence we have in Rhode Island, and I imagine they'll do that in Massachusetts, but again, that's somebody else's investigation. And then, of course, we want to make sure that we match the DNA. But we are 100% confident that this is our target, and that this case is closed from a perspective of pursuing people involved.
And Steph, just to add, I think Special Agent Doc stated, obviously we didn't know who he was. And so it's very difficult to know what a person did prior without any knowledge of who that person is.
Dan. Can I just ask Special Agent this question? It sounds like from everything everybody's saying that the person who came forward to speak to you is kind of the hero in this story in a lot of ways.
Absolutely.
We know that there's a $50,000 reward.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know the reward?
You know, I will say that in this particular situation, that individual will likely get absolutely some aspect out of that award. We've had a lot of other tips, I will tell you as well, that have come in from the public. And so I don't deal typically with the distribution of those rewards. But I mean, it would be logical to think that absolutely that individual would be entitled to some of that reward. Yes, sir.
Second row, red shirt. Go ahead. Yeah, you.
Thank you. Fox News Digital. Do we know when or how the suspect left Providence? For the colonel.
Well, we know he left Providence and committed a homicide in another state. on that. But we don't know. I'm sorry, how did he leave?
No, so do we know when he left from?
Yeah, when he left, that's what as far as we know that he left, but we didn't, I believe his last activity was obviously when we found out he was in another state committing another crime.
Pat Ford, Coalition Radio. I'll throw this out to all of you, with particular regards to the Brown University president. A recurring theme for the last few days has been an outreach, ultimately successful, to the people of Rhode Island and the people of New England to track this individual down. While at the same time, we've got this sort of passive-aggressive criticism of individuals who are being actively asked to engage via social media, who are wildly spreading rumors, some of which couldn't have possibly emanated anywhere than law enforcement. And I do have a follow-up. So would anyone like to respond to that? I mean, it's kind of condescending to a lot of people. I know, Governor Key, if you're confused, that's not uncommon. But the...
All right, that's our call for it. We're moving on. Current.
Shots.
No, current.
Came forward with was that information originally posted online? Or was that person encouraged to come forward based on what people online have?
Correct. There was a tip that was placed online, and obviously we were doing our due diligence to find out who that tipster was. And then we were able to identify this person who we wanted to speak with, and then we learned that that person was actually the same person that put the tip on that up that you're speaking about.
Brian.
Sorry?
Does that person live in the area?
It was the same person that we brought into the police station to speak with.
The images that you showed at the beginning, where you can see Mr. Valente's face, where were those images taken from?
They were taken from the car rental business place that we learned about.
Not
That.
from Brown.
No.
President Paxson, if you could, the situation is described that you had the suspected gunman and this other person had an encounter in the engineering building hours before the shooting. I've been told by an employee that there have been concerns raised at Brown previously about people getting in the building. Have you heard those, and was anything done to address those concerns about people getting into the building?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good question. I think we're going to have to look back and say, you know, we don't know how this person got in. We don't know when they came in. We do know that the building was unlocked that day for exams, and that's something we're going to have to look into.
Had you heard concerns from staff members in the past?
I have not personally heard concerns, but yeah.
Dan.
President Paxson, Dan Jay from NBC 10. I want to go back to the question I asked you Saturday night when I first arrived on the scene. There were no cameras in this building, and law enforcement, some that are standing up behind you, have said if Brown had cameras in that part of the building, we would have gotten this guy. And it may have stopped this swirling action. Can you answer that question for me?
Well, I don't think we have said the locations of cameras at Brown.
But there's no cameras in that building because why would they take it from a rental car agency?
We have 1,200 cameras at Brown.
But not in that building.
We have some in that building. It's a large complex. And I think what you would see is the video evidence in this case, from my perspective, I'm not a law enforcement agent, has been incredibly helpful. The moving of the person around the neighborhood, those video images, they helped crack this case. So I think video was important. And as the Attorney General explained at a recent press conference, this individual was not spending his time on the Brown campus. He came into a building on the edge of the campus. He left. He was in the neighborhoods. The investigation focused on the neighborhoods. The video was there. And that was really, really instrumental in cracking the case. But you can ask them.
And this is my follow-up, Madam President, if you'd say at the podium. Yes,
Stay at the
video
podium.
played a big role in this case. The neighbor's video, the rental car video, but not the video from the building that he walked in freely both before when he got in the confrontation and when he came back in and decided to kill people. You didn't have cameras in that building. Just say it. So get this over it. And my next question is, will you put cameras in the cameras in that building? Will there be more cameras in that building?
Yeah, you know, I think we need to look back. We'll look at everything that is done, but I do not think a lack of cameras in that building it had anything to do with what happened there. And we will go forward. Thank you.
Tom from the WPRI. Colonel Perez, I'm hearing from sources that the person that identified the shooter happened to be a homeless person that either lived around or inside that Barus Holley building. Can you confirm more about this person for us? And then I have a follow-up for President Paxson.
I'll tell you there was a person that was pretty attentive about his surroundings. I'll tell you there was a person that was very cooperative and helpful to this investigation. And I'll tell you that he was a great individual that actually assisted us in getting us to this point where we're at. I'll tell you that.
Graduate?
He was, yes.
I have to say, he was incredibly articulate, and his testimony, had we needed it, would not only have been credible, it would have been persuasive. He was as outstanding a witness as I've seen, and he deserves a lot of credit. You know, recognizing there's a gunman on the loose, that the gunman knows he had this interaction with him, and he didn't, once he knew that we were looking for his help, I mean, he came forward within an hour. And that person deserves a tremendous amount of credit. I don't know whether he's going to get the reward or not.
Who's going to get the
but
money?
If I had a vote, he would.
No.
You're done? Go ahead.
My question was for Chair Chapman, if you wouldn't mind. In October, the Brown Daily Herald reported that you had a vote of no confidence in your leadership, and students were concerned for their safety and the fact that you had prioritized desk jobs over having over field jobs and having more people patrolling the campus. Now, in light of this, do you accept any kind of responsibility for this? And now that we've given these prior warnings, are you going to reevaluate how the Brown Police operate in the future now, so this doesn't happen again and these students can feel more safe on campus when they return?
Great. So as I stated earlier, I'm profoundly proud of the men and women of public safety and profoundly proud of our police department. We will continue with the heroic work that they've done and continue to work side by side with our partners. And everything else that comes with that is a continual effort to do what is best for the safety and security of our campus.
But will you reassess how the people are allocated within your department?
Every single day, we work and endeavor to keep our campus safe, whatever that entails and all that entails.
In the back.
Yes, thank you. I was wondering, maybe this is a question for the Colonel. Can you talk about, you said that 2 weapons were found in Melissa's car. Was that one of those weapons, the gun that was used to shoot here at Brown? Has that weapon been found? Can you speak to that?
That's all part of this continuing investigation. This just before we came downstairs, actually, as you all were watching, that was developing up in Salem, New Hampshire.
Can you say that the weapons were purchased?
Hold on a second.
Yeah, those firearms were found at the deceased body, not in a car. So he killed himself inside the storage unit, and the firearms were found at his in the area of his thigh and in the area of his feet. It was not in a car. There was evidence that was observed from outside the car that matched our crime scenes, meaning mask, clothing, satchel, which you can see on that video. And there was a main plate over a Florida plate. This guy was changing plates. One of the reasons it was so hard to find was he knew what he was doing. He was changing plates. And so, that's why the collective work of following and finding this car was made more difficult, because this guy was changing plates. So we got a main plate and we got a Florida plate on the same car in New Hampshire.
Patrick.
As he was a...
Oh, I'm sorry. Especially, I was just going to add. Please. Tom Greco again from ATF. It's okay. As far as the ballistics evidence, I know that the last question concerned matching the guns found to the crime scene. As several people up here have said, this investigation is ongoing, and in many ways, in some ways, just beginning. Those weapons that were found at the scene, we will be using our tools such as NIBIN to compare the ballistic evidence to see if we have any matches. So we use those tools to rule things in and to rule them out as well. So we'll be following up on that throughout the remainder of the investigation.
Patrick. Neves-Valente was a Portuguese national. Under what status was he in the country, and how did he get into the country? Do we know at this point? And I have a follow-up after that.
You have that, Oscar? Yeah, I think. Yeah, I do. So as far as we know, he had a student visa. He had came in here with a student visa, and we also had learned that he had applied to get a green card.
Do we know, sorry, I have a question, and for President Paxson, does Brown have
And Patrick, if I could just be clear on that, he got that that lawful permanent resident status in September of 2017.
Thank you. I was going to ask, but then, and for President Paxson, has Brown had any communication from Neves-Valente in the period after he left until now?
As far as I know, no. He has really gone off our radar. We will continue to cooperate with the police as they continue with the investigation to find anything we can find about him. But his last class that he took at Brown was in 2001.
Straight back.
This question's for the Colonel or the Attorney General. If you hadn't focused on the wrong person of interest on day one, do you think the professor in Massachusetts would be lying?
Well, from the beginning, I've told you that this investigation is extremely complex and intense. And so we used every resource as soon as we responded to the call. I stated that earlier. I'm proud of the men and women of this department. Yes, we did find somebody that we thought obviously was the person, but we continued on. We continued on investigating. We continued on canvassing the areas. We continued on with video. And that's why we ended up where we're at now.
Yeah, if I could just jump in here, I just want to continue to answer that question. It's an important one, and the answer to that is this. And I tried to convey it a couple of days ago. We broke ourselves out into teams. So while the Providence team and the state police team and the ATF team were working here in Providence to follow up leads, develop whatever video evidence we can, which eventually led to all the steps that you've seen and are laid out in the affidavit, which is on our website, and it is multiple pages. You'll see the progression. So while the FBI were working Coventry, we were working here. Now, you may ask, well, what was it about Coventry that made us, for those of us who've been in law enforcement for a long time, why did we have to run that lead to ground? Here's why. When the FBI confronted him, initially, he was not cooperative. When they entered the room to secure it, there were guns in the room. One of them had a laser sight. The witnesses had told us there was a laser sight used in the course of the attack. Okay, we had to run that to ground. We couldn't just, not run that to ground. That was a very promising lead. But that's why you don't get over your skis about, and word choice is important. So while we had to test those ballistics and test the DNA off those guns, and that DNA ruled this guy out, okay? But we had to run that lead to ground. But while we're running that lead to ground over the course of Sunday, for the most part, my memory's correct, we were working other leads, which eventually led us through a recreation by the great work of the team, including the marshals, by the way, that are up here. Movements, image of our cooperating witness comes in, and you've heard the rest. So, this is the way these investigations work. You don't chase one and stop. We have chased more than one lead over the course of the last 4 to 5 days. There was one lead that we followed, didn't work out. There was another lead that we followed, didn't work out. There was another lead that we followed, didn't work out. So that's, at least in my mind, 5 different leads that one worked out, 4 didn't. But you're running them all down at the same time. So I can't offer any comfort in that regard, but I don't believe that we would have found this person any sooner, given the evidence that was available to us.
We're way back.
Can you say why it took so long to get the tipster's tip? It looks like he posted on Reddit on Monday and then said on Reddit that he told the FBI. Was it lost in the FBI's tip?
We received the tip about that post and immediately acted on it. And so that's exactly what occurred. As soon as the tip came in, we had a tip center upstairs that was staffed, as I mentioned earlier, by detectives and agents. They were going through hundreds of tips that were coming in, hundreds. We were vetting them through, ruling them out, just like the general stated. We were making sure that whatever came in, we checked it to its entire to ensure that we weren't missing anything. And so when we got to that tip, obviously, it led us to that person I wanted to speak with, and I told you the rest earlier. So.
Yeah, and I just want to complete that too, because this is important. This person had to come forward. That's why we put the picture out.
guy's really
Once
in
we
it,
put the
Mayor.
picture out, he came forward, right? But we didn't know who that person was. We knew about what was on Reddit, but we didn't know who that person was. That's why when we identified another person, we didn't know when that person came forward that he was the Reddit poster. He then told us he was. Okay, so all of these things kind of happened in that sequence.
Chris?
This Valente figure, this is a question for President Paxson. Do we know why he left school early in 2001? Did he have a history of mental illness that was expressed during that time or reported during that time?
No, we learned his name very, very recently, and we haven't had a chance to really dig into the records. But we will if it helps with the investigation.
This is another question.
We're going to follow up question.
This is another question about a student visa. You said he's here on a student visa now. What school is he affiliated with if he's here?
General,
Yeah. So he's not here on a student visa now. He was initially, and then he applied for and received lawful permanent resident status in September of 2017. Okay.
Go right here.
What was Mr. Valente's profession, and how do you search his residence?
Again, as I stated earlier, we just identified who obviously that person, and this developed pretty quickly. So that's all part of the investigation that's coming.
And can you talk about, was there any interaction between him and law enforcement before he died?
No, not that we know.
I have a follow-up to her, and that is, do you know any associates of his, family members, friends, roommates, and if there are any in the United States, did any of them come forward through the process of this investigation?
No, not at this time. This evolved extremely quickly. We've been at this for 6 days. And so here we are, and we now identify who the person is. We're about to make an apprehension. As I stated earlier, he took his own life. But that's all part of the investigation that will continue about him. Go ahead.
Okay, so President Paxson, Chief Barus said he had no known criminal history that you know of. You were asked about possible mental illness while he was here. When he was at Brown, did he have any grievances, disputes with anyone, any problems, any disciplinary issues, any problems at all that were documented?
Not that we know of at this point. I mean, again, these are very, very old records, you have to understand. We learned about this very recently. And I think going forward, as we want to learn more, we will cooperate with the investigation to give them the information they need.
Go ahead, in the white shirt.
Hi, Brittany, WCBB. This question is for Colonel Perez. You mentioned that Claudio was the primary suspect, primary focus from the beginning. If that's the case, can you elaborate more on why there was someone else detained initially, and the lead that led you to that person to being detained initially, if Claudio was the primary focus from the beginning?
Yeah, so...
And I have a follow-up.
Sure, Brittany. Great question. So we have received a tip about that first person. We have received a tip about him wanting to get a permit to carry a firearm. And so that led us to also learn that he was a person who potentially could be, it was just weird. He was denied and then he went to another department, and the descriptions led us there. So we had it vetted through. Obviously, the FBI responded, followed through that whole tip, ended up finding the person, taking him to custody, finding him with 2 firearms, with a laser. And so it took a while for us to be able to rule him out. But it was a tip that came in. And as I stated earlier, as soon as the call came in, it was all hands on deck. And there was nothing that we were just going to say that is not anything that had to do with it, with this case. Obviously, we wanted to make an apprehension, and we went after that. So.
Yeah, I just wanted, if I could just jump in here, Mayor, I'm sorry to do that, but I think I heard you say that Mr. Valente was the suspect from the start.
Primary focus.
No, he became the primary focus yesterday at around this time. This name was not known to us until yesterday. So when our cooperator came in last night, we were able to track the car, get the name, and then we were in the position of today, do we push that name out so that you can help us find this guy, or do we think we know where he is? And so that was the balance. That was that back and forth analysis in our minds, collective investigative team minds, was going on today. But his name did not come to us until yesterday. As I said yesterday, until you have the name, which we did not have until yesterday, after our press conference together, that's when this thing heated up.
as soon as you have a name, I believe you can find anybody in this country. And the fact that this team was able to do it in around 24 hours, I think is a tribute to them, their hard work around the clock, to do exactly what we have been talking about doing, which is how long is it going to take? And it took, roughly 5 days. And that's a tribute to them.
Brittany, if I could just clarify further on that. So what I meant, obviously, it was that the image that we released within hours of that person of interest that was walking on Waterman Avenue and around the corner, that was sent out within minutes. That became a primary focus of the investigation of that person of interest.
Yes. If I may, my follow-up. I believe it said the last address for Valente was in Miami.
Correct.
Have law enforcement in Miami been notified? Are they searching this last address for any potential evidence?
No, Brittany, absolutely. Yes, that address, I believe, was one that predicated in 2001. And so, absolutely, the law enforcement agencies, both federal and local, were notified of that. They also went to that residence as well, also talked to the individuals that was at that particular residence to see if they had any type of connections or associations with Valente.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
In the way back.
Question for Coronel Perez, I'm sorry. For Univision in Spanish, you can do this. What's next? Do you have any leads on the motives? Como acaba de preguntar la colega, ¿ya registraron la vivienda en la Florida? ¿Qué es lo que viene ahora? Si es que saben cuál fue su motivo para matar a esta persona.
Sí, vamos a seguir. So the question was, what's next, right? What are we going to do next? And so la respuesta es que vamos a seguir, obviamente, trabajando con las organizaciones federales y también entre nosotros buscando esa inteligencia de quién es esa persona, qué motivo lo trajo aquí a la ciudad de Providence a cometer esta tragedia, este incidente. Pero eso va a tomar tiempo verdaderamente, vamos a tener que averiguar y averiguar más para ver qué fue el motivo que llegó a esta ciudad.
¿Tienen alguna pista de qué podría haber sido? ¿Qué es lo que van a estar buscando ahora?
No, hasta el momento no. Esto obviamente, como acabo de explicar ahorita, lo identificamos hace poco.
Go ahead. Right there.
What brought investigators specifically to New Hampshire? Does this person have a connection to New Hampshire? I know you said that the storage unit was in Tennessee.
So it was the financial records that the federal agency followed through the investigation that led us to learn that this person had rented there, a storage unit. And so we responded immediately, and we found that the vehicle that we were looking for of interest was parked there.
Kate, go ahead.
Chief, can you speak a little bit more to that, again, identification of a vehicle of interest and the person who did that? And as you said, there was video captured. Could you walk us through that aspect of this? Was this the witness who provided to you the vehicle? Can you walk us through how that vehicle of interest entered the investigation? And then I have a follow-up.
Correct, yeah, it was part of the tip that was posted actually, and then also the tipster had called and had stated that this individual had a fob and was trying to enter a vehicle that was parked on Benevolent. And so because of that, we obviously knew there was a vehicle and there was a description of a vehicle. When we brought him in, he collaborated further on that vehicle. We put it out through Flock, the description of it, and we learned that within that time period, there was only a certain amount of vehicles that came up with those description fitting it. So our detectives obviously stayed on that and ended up finding this vehicle with Florida plates. And that's how we ended up with that specific vehicle. Then we had learned that the vehicle also potentially could have changed their plates. And as I stated earlier, we were able to find the vehicle on Flock, actually get the actual plate, learn that it was a car rental, which brought us up to learn that, that we needed to learn more at the rental place about the individual, which we did. And then further later, we find out, again, doing all the work that they did upstairs, I think it was tremendous too. If you had a chance and an opportunity to see how much work was put in, because it was bits and pieces of information. It's almost like putting a puzzle together. You only have just a few pieces and you're building it. And that later on led us with the financial records to learn that he rented a storage unit in New Hampshire, and that's why we ended up.
And as a follow-up to that one for the Chief or the Attorney General, you mentioned again weighing that public interest versus the information that was available to law enforcement at the time. As this person, again, considered armed and potentially dangerous, was out there. The Chief just spoke to license plates changing on a variety of moments, if you will.
But was it too fast moving? Talk to us about weighing again that provides information to the public with an armed and dangerous individual and vehicle use that involved multiple license plates, and your decision not to sort of real time inform the public of it.
Yeah, so we knew last night, who this guy was and that he had rented a car in Boston. So the question becomes, is he going to return the car to Boston? We got information he might return it to Connecticut. He didn't return it at all. But when we thought he might be returning it to the information, to the locations, we wanted to try to take him without him knowing we were coming. As soon as his name gets out there, he is going to be even more in the wind. And so the question becomes, if you think you might know where he is, right, eventually you find the storage unit, right, so you're following that up. But initially you think he might return the car to Boston on Atlantic Avenue, I believe, or in Connecticut, perhaps to board a flight somewhere. You're weighing, can I take this guy because we know where he's going to be, and not alert him that we're coming. And so I would say this afternoon, we were going back and forth on that. But as the FBI and the ATF and our other partners, Providence Police, State Police, developed evidence as to where he was, ultimately in New Hampshire, we decided to pursue to that location. And there we found the car with those multiple plates that we were looking for, a Florida plate and a Maine plate on top of it.
General, right there. Go ahead.
General, that DNA evidence, where was that tested, and also the firearms examination? We've got some trouble with the state lab here. Where were those?
I just wanted to touch real quick, and I know ITF is going to be able to answer you that, but that's a great question, Mark. And the reason for that is because when the incident first happened, it was our BCI unit that responded and collected that DNA and protected the integrity of that DNA and sent it out.
Thank you. The evidence collected, the DNA and the firearms were sent to the Connecticut State Police Lab. They have the best local capabilities to handle that type of evidence and do those type of examinations.
Thank you. Wheeler, go ahead.
So is there an understanding of how he got to get the rental car in Boston, or what his movements were in the days and weeks before the shooting?
So if there's an understanding how he got to Boston to rent the car, is that?
Yeah, like where was he in the days and the weeks before this?
Yeah, so we're not sure about that, obviously, because we all started acting on this investigation when the incident happened, and that's when we started to follow through to learn more about it. So.
And remember, we didn't have his name until last night, so I think we'll know more about his movements as we're able to track that name. But the critical thing was, once we knew his name, was where is he right now? Certainly, going backwards, we're going to want to know how he got into the country, when he got here, and all that. But today's mission was get him off the streets where he poses a danger to Rhode Islanders and ultimately the people of New England.
Okay, so let's break out of this press conference because we are seeing another press conference starting in Massachusetts. We've heard them alluding that we will learn more from officials in Massachusetts at some point tonight. That press conference starting now. Let's watch.
Good evening. This evening at approximately 9 p.m., federal agents breached a storage locker in Salem, New Hampshire, in search of Claudio Neves-Valente, a Portuguese national we believed shot and killed 2 Brown University students and an MIT professor in Brookline, Massachusetts. Federal agents found Neves-Valente dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The United States Attorney's Office in Boston, Rhode Island, Connecticut, and New Hampshire have been working throughout the day to establish probable cause to charge Neves-Valente. Earlier today, the U.S. Attorney's Office in Massachusetts filed a criminal complaint under seal detailing the chain of events over the past 6 days, including information that led us to today's search of the storage locker in New Hampshire. This is what we learned during this multi-jurisdictional investigation. Neves-Valente studied at Brown University in Providence, Rhode Island on an F1 visa around 2000 to 2021. He eventually obtained legal permanent resident status. Previously, He attended the same academic program as the MIT professor Nuno Loureiro in Portugal between 1995 and 2000. Although Neves-Valente appeared to reside in Florida, between November 26 and November 30 of this year, he rented a hotel room in Boston. On December 1st, he rented a gray Nissan Sentra with Florida plates from a car rental agency in Boston. That same day, he drove to the vicinity of Brown University, where his car was observed intermittently between December 1st and December 12th. Wow. On December 13th, Neves-Valente entered an auditorium on Brown University's campus during a study session and began shooting at students, killing Ella Cook and Mukhammad Aziz Umurzokov and injuring 9 others. Between December 13th and December 14th, Neves-Valente returned to Massachusetts. On December 15th, he murdered MIT professor Nuno Loureiro at Loureiro's home in Brookline, Massachusetts. At some point while he was in Massachusetts, he switched the plates on the Nissan Sentra to an unregistered plate out of Maine. Immediately following Professor Loureiro's murder, Neves-Valente drove to a storage facility in Salem, New Hampshire, where he had rented a storage unit in November of this year. Since the December 13th shootings at Brown and the December 15th shooting in Brookline, state, local, and federal law enforcement officials have been working hand in hand around the clock to identify the shooter and prevent him from inflicting further harm. I have said this before and will continue to believe when law enforcement agencies work together, crimes are solved and the public is protected. The information we provided to you tonight would not be possible without the dedicated men and women of law enforcement in multiple districts throughout New England, including the FBI, ATF, HSI, the U.S. Marshal Service, Massachusetts State Police, Rhode Island State Police, Providence Police, Brookline Police, and the Brown University Police. In addition, prosecutors from the Rhode Island Attorney General's Office and the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, and federal prosecutors from Rhode Island, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts all contributed to this result. I also want to thank Attorney General Pam Bondi for her support in coordinating the federal response.
Questions? Can you tell us anything about his motive and the 2 sets of victims and how they might be related and how he might be related to them?
That is not information that we can share right now, but as soon as that information becomes available, we will share that with the public.
Are you able to say anything of what led you to link the 2 crimes, perhaps initially?
Can you repeat the question so we can hear you more?
Yes, the question was how were we able to link him to the 2 crimes? So investigators identified the vehicle that he had rented in Boston and then drove to Rhode Island. And he was seen, the vehicle was seen outside of Brown, and there was security footage that showed a person who resembled him. There was financial investigations that were going on in the background that linked him not only to that car, but also to the hotels that he had rented and the car that he had used to not only drive to Rhode Island, but then back to Boston. And then there was the security footage that captured him within a half mile of the professor's residence in Brookline. And there is a video footage of him entering an apartment building in the location of the professor's apartment. And then later that evening, he is seen about an hour later entering the storage unit wearing the same clothes that he had been seen wearing right after the murder.
So you have an extensive video canvas as part of this investigation that leaves you no doubt.
This is the evidence we have right now. We are coming to you tonight because the federal complaint was unsealed, and we wanted to provide you with the information and to assure the public that law enforcement collectively believe that we have the person, that we identified the person, and that person is dead, and that he was the person responsible not only for the Brown shootings, but for the Brookline shooting.
Can you speak to, before the self-inflicted gunshot, was there any interaction between law enforcement and Neves-Valente, like any words exchanged or anything like that?
No, when investigators went into the storage facility tonight to execute the federal search warrant, he was dead.
Do you think he entered there this evening?
No.
He entered an hour after what happened in Brookline?
Yes.
And do you know how long that storage, did he rent that? Like how long? He rented it.
Our understanding from the financial investigation is that he had rented a storage facility at the location in Salem, New Hampshire in November.
Can you confirm whether or not he used the same weapon in the Brown shooting as he did in the MIT shooting?
Ballistics investigation was ongoing and has not been completed at this time, so we're not going to comment on that.
Can you give us any sense of when you started to recognize perhaps that he was the same person? I know it was through a video, but when it sort of dawned on investigators that these two cases were related?
It was in the last 24 to 48 hours that my understanding, according to my understanding, is when the link began to be established. And that was mainly, he was using a phone that was obfuscating ability to track it.
Really?
And he was using financial, not credit cards that were tied to his name. And so he was sophisticated in hiding his tracks.
According to the complaint that was unsealed, it says that Neves-Valente and the MIT professor had attended the same academic program together in Portugal from 1995 to 2000. Do you know if they knew each other? Or
my understanding is that they did know each other.
Have they been in communication since that last date?
I don't have any information to provide you.
Would you call this targeted?
We're still investigating the motive in this case and trying to, because like I said, he was very careful in his communications, and we just don't have any information right now to answer that question. But when we get that information, we will share it.
Was there anything else in the storage locker?
The storage locker in which his body was found, my information is that no.
Was that satchel in the storage?
Yes.
What was in it?
Can you repeat the question? I can't hear you online.
So the question was there anything else in the storage unit aside from the defendant's body? And the answer is he was found in there with his satchel. There was nothing else found in there that I am aware of, but they're still in the process of searching that facility right now.
Did he kill himself right away?
We don't have any information when he killed himself, but he was dead when investigators found his body.
Can you tell us anything about his life? Like, I think you said the last known address was in Florida. Like, what he was doing? Was he working? Was he in the field of physics, which he had studied? Any sort of biographical stuff you can tell us about him?
Because his identity was only become aware to us in the last 24 hours, I can't provide you with any of that information right now, but I'm sure once we have a full understanding of what he has been doing, where he has been, aside from the time when he entered into New England in November, we will provide that information.
Besides the MIT professor, did he know any of the victims at Brown University personally?
We have no information that he knew any of the victims or anyone who was at that auditorium on the night that he went in and killed.
Have you been able to find anything about when he did attend Brown, whether there were any issues? If he was there briefly, was he kicked out? You know?
That information hasn't been provided to us yet.
Given what you see on the video of the MIT professor's home, is there any doubt that he was the intended target of the killing?
The information that I know, and again, the investigations are going to continue to be able to provide you with all the answers that you are asking, is that there was no doubt that he was the intended target.
What was inside that satchel?
That is information that is still being, the investigators are still on the scene right now conducting that investigation, and we haven't received information as to what was in the satchel.
Was there any suicide note?
No information right now.
How
about in terms of the charges themselves? I mean, there was the crime in Rhode Island and also the 1 year. How does that sort of get sorted out? How does it get charged, et cetera?
So there are state crimes, including the murders, and then there are the federal crimes, which is one that we brought tonight. The jurisdictions are working together, and we have been sharing information together and encouraging everyone to share information that could result in solving the crimes that were committed in their jurisdictions. And we will continue to do that if there are any doubts that are left with closing out those investigations. We will continue to share all the information so that we can share with you whatever motivations come to light as to why these heinous crimes were committed.
Are you confident, I guess maybe that's not the right word, but do you believe that he acted alone, or is there any evidence that anyone else was traveling with him when he came here?
We have no information that he was acting in concert with anyone else right now.
Anything interesting found in the car?
That search is still underway, but we will provide you again with more information as soon as we get it.
Anything more you can tell us about, you said he hid his own tracks. Can you talk about that a little bit, what he did?
So he was using an application on his phone, and there have been a couple of things. The Google phone doesn't allow officers to ping the direct location and get real-time location information about the phone. There was also beliefs that he was using SIM cards that were possibly European SIM cards that are carried through a provider in the United States, but does not provide real-time information about tower connections.
In the car?
The vehicle, he rented, we have video of him renting the car at Enterprise here in Boston.
And the fake plate from Maine was just...
We haven't figured out now where he got that plate from. It was an unregistered plate in Maine. We have information that that plate was a very old plate that had been taken out of the registration status over a decade ago.
When his body was found, can you just describe what he was surrounded by? Can you just paint the picture as to what was in that unit?
What I can say is he rented one unit. His body was found in a unit that was not occupied, and there was nothing else in there. From what I have heard, but this is information that I was getting an hour or two ago from agents who were conducting the searches there. When we get further information, the information will be made public, including in the returns for the search warrant that we obtained this evening.
Was he living in it effectively since after the Brookline incident?
I have no information right now as to the unit that he had actually rented. The tactical teams were there to search, and they were obviously concerned that there could be booby traps or other types of security issues. And so when they noticed that that storage unit was still locked from the outside, it was clear that he couldn't be inside. And so they started searching the abandoned or the non-occupied units with the approval of the management, and that is when they found the body right next door.
I know that you haven't had much time. Does he have any sort of criminal record that you know of at this point in time?
We are not aware of any criminal record in the United States.
Do you have any information about his life in Florida? What he did, where he lived?
My understanding, it was South Florida. I know that they know the address, but nothing has been made public about that yet, and I'm assuming that there will be searches.
Profession, anything, what he did down there?
I have no information.
And just to be clear, did he fly up from Florida for this, do you think? Did he travel from Florida?
Again, the motive, and we have information of his being in New England throughout 2025, but once we get the information about why he came up here, what drove him to be up here, we will share that with the public.
Any information on how long he had been a lawful permanent resident of the U.S.?
I don't have that information.
Well, I mean, the only two ties that you have or can talk about now is he went to Brown and he went to this graduate school with the professor in Portugal. I mean, those are the only two ties that you can talk about now in terms of their relationship.
That is correct right now.
Is it graduate school or undergrad?
Yeah, whatever. whatever it was, I'm sure it's
They were in school.
Yeah, do you have a question? Do you know if he was in contact with anybody either immediately before coming to New England or after he got here?
That is not information that we have to share right now.
Just one more?
Do you know, did he have any contact with anybody else, besides, the rental, the hotel, in his travel?
That is information that I don't have to share with you right now.
There's one question.
Yep, go ahead.
Question. Is there? There was been some reports on social media by this saying that a man who was homeless and was sort of living at Brown was the one who sort of saw him and thought he was suspicious and took his plate number and then was urged by other people on Reddit to make sure he reported it. Is that true? Is he? You say there was a witness, but is that his account true that he's the one that helped break this? Or gave a crucial tip? How would you describe that?
We did receive information from a witness who encountered him after the Brown shooting and gave information that was very helpful to the investigation and in identifying Neves-Valente.
You're going to get the 50,000?
We'll let you know.
What did you say about him?
The accounts that are on the record right now is what we can comment on, but we will provide, again, more information so that the public will have confidence in our investigations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was Leah Foley. She's the U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts. An extensive press conference, really wrapping up a marathon of question and answer.
Wow.
At two different press conferences.
She did better.
We've been nonstop watching as authorities, first in Providence, explained what they know so far. What you just watched there was Foley. Again, she is the U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts, letting us know what they know from their perspective. This camera on the ground at the scene in southern New Hampshire, about a 45-minute drive north of Boston. That's where this storage facility is. I'm Austin Westfall. I'm going to recap everything that we've learned in the past couple of hours. We've learned a lot. Basically, it was a video that provided authorities with a description of a vehicle, which then was eventually corroborated through a tip they received. They say that it was a community effort helping to crack this case. And specifically, you heard them mention one homeless person, and they were asked at the very end of that press conference if that person's going to be getting part of that reward. Time will tell. The suspect, let's begin here. Identified as Claudio Manuel Neves-Valente, a 48-year-old. I have not seen them release these images in an official capacity yet, but these were the images they had of the suspect on screen while they were announcing the death of the suspect and while they were letting us know what they know about him so far. Again, 48-year-old Claudio Manuel Neves-Valente. That's him pictured on our screen. That's as clear as a photo as we have at the moment. He's Portuguese. Authorities say that there were guns at the storage facility where his body was found. There were no guns at the car. And then we heard at the second press conference that they're still searching the car. So still something to be gleaned from that, I would assume. They say that this suspect was using a phone that was not able to be tracked. They said it was a Google phone. They believe that the suspect did not kill himself today, although it's unclear when exactly he did kill himself. They believe that he went to the storage facility after the MIT professor was killed, moving back to our live vantage point of the scene, where we're continuing to see the FBI work that scene. I'm going to continue recapping what we learned from these pressers. The suspect was
Well, it's pretty crazy, man. I think I'm going to call it because we've been here for a long time, all day. I appreciate you guys riding with me. It's been insane. We'll see what updates come tomorrow with regards to the suspect or any other stories. But I can't believe, yeah, man, this older 48-year-old guy, Claudio Manuel Neves, is the shooter and not a citizen, I guess on some type of visa. And yeah, the man on Reddit posted about this days ago. And there's a homeless person too that gave a lot of information, and then another witness as well. So yeah, I don't know who gets paid the reward money. A lot of patting on the back during the first press conference. It was a lot. It was like a lot, you know. And some of those reporters are trying to hold him to the fire, especially the president of Brown University, kind of not answering, deflecting. You know, oh, but there was cameras on the streets and in the neighborhoods. Yeah, but there was no camera inside. It's a really expensive school. It's a private school. It's an Ivy League school. Imagine paying all that money. These people are a mess. We're paying all that money for it. The sirens don't work. The cameras ain't working. What the hell kind of slop job is that? But it's just so weird, too, that this dude from Miami, well, from Portugal to Miami, him and this MIT professor had known each other previously. At one point when they were, I think they went to school in Portugal, briefly enrolled in physics PhD in fall. That was the shooter. Loureiro was an undergraduate student at IST in 2000. At some point, it seemed like they had run into each other. They knew each other. I don't know what was his purpose in targeting this professor. Jealousy, anger, who knows? And why did he shoot the school? And 20-something plus years. Damn, yo. 25 plus years later? Wow.
But the suspect and the MIT professor.
Anyway, thank you guys. Have a good night. Please like and subscribe. See what tomorrow brings. Take care.